Warning, this podcast contains heavy spoilers for not just one movie, but entire franchises. We highly recommend going and watching these movies before listening to us as a companion piece that stitches all the timelines into one creepy, crime-ridden story. There will be no more spoiler warnings. We do not break character. After this, there is no turning back. You've been warned. Hit the music.
You are talking about the nonsensical ravings of a lunatic mind.
It's alive! It's alive! It's alive!
It's alive! It's
Hello and welcome to It's Alive podcast. This is a true crime, paranormal, interstellar podcast covering unbelievable stories that sound like they're ripped straight from the pages of a Hollywood script. I am your host, the Dr. H.R. Smokenstein, THC, and this week we are taking a little break. It's Easter, we're going to chill. So what we are going to do is we are going to give you all parts, or 5 parts, of the Sawyer clan and the legend of Leatherface, all on audio in one full long story, and we're doing this to prepare ye for what comes next as we look at the extended family, tipping on Wilhelmina's side, and eventually lead ye to whatever happened to Bubba Sawyer. We have the answer, so come back next week and find out. Now get ready for the full 5 parts of the Sawyer clan and the legend of Leatherface. Enjoy and happy Easter, everybody. Eat that chocolate. So we covered this story originally in October of 2023 in a 2-parter.
Yeah.
It was actually episode 7 and 8 of It's Alive. We were still early on in our run, so we were still trying to figure out the right ingredients to make the perfect recipe of horror and true crime. 2 years on and on the road to episode 100, we've learned a lot, not just about performance, but about research and storytelling at its core. That being said, we felt this tale was too great to abandon, too disturbing to leave unfinished, and because, if truth be told, when we covered this originally, we kind of just hit the surface of who the Sawyer clan really are and the scope or reach that they had in the annals of horror-filled crime.
Yeah.
So today, we take what we did in a 2-parter and we flesh it out over 5 weeks. We look at the Sawyers under a new lens and with fresh eyes, and what we discover is more dark, disturbing, and complex than anything we could have ever imagined. Yes, this is horrific. Yes, this will keep you up at night. And yes, this is a tale so dark it feels more like myth or legend than reality. But I can assure you, the Sawyers are very real, and the tale is confusing for a purpose. To keep us out, to keep us guessing, and to keep the legend and legacy alive. So bear with us and try to trust that we have all the bases covered. What you might know about the Sawyers might not arrive in a neat little package today, but by the time we hit episode 100, it'll all be crystal clear. Now, traditionally, we would start at the beginning. That's how stories work, isn't it? You start at the beginning and you work your way forward.
Generally.
But that's not how the Sawyer story gets revealed to the world, and that's not how we're going to do it either. This week, we will discuss the original legend, the Hardesty incident, as it is known. It happened in 1973. That story, or the stories that came from that attack. Oh yeah, and the stories that came from that attack. So we're covering the Hardesty incident.
Okay.
The original story that kickstarts everything that eventually finishes in 1994.
Yeah.
Then next week, we will step back in time and try, to the best of our ability, to stitch the backstory or the family tree together and try to understand how we got to where we finished today. Okay? By then, I hope we'll have enough backstory laid down that what happens next is easier to follow, and over the final 3 weeks, we'll follow as the Sawyers go from strength to strength and eventually collapse under the pressure of their own ecosystem that they created for themselves. We'll see how unity was always their strong point, and separation chips them apart little by little, year by year. Now, last time we based all our story off of testimony of survivors of the Sawyers, along with witness and police records, right?
Mm-hmm.
This time, we're taking it a little further because over the past few years, information has trickled out to the public. Information that was kept in a file and locked away, deemed too much for public consumption. This file is known within inner circles as the Robert Sawyer files, a dossier of elite family names who were complicit in trafficking of human bodies for the purpose of sex, murder, and meat. That all sounds very familiar to what's going on today.
Yep.
This file will be important going from part 3 to 5 when it comes to explaining the rise and fall of the Sawyers from the 1980s till their collapse in 1994. Now, anyone who knows this story knows exactly who Robert Sawyer is, and they know that he is hardly a reliable source. But he's the closest we have to an insider when it comes to family affairs. His psychobabble in therapy, his correspondence with his brothers while in military service, and letters he wrote from his cell that he thought was being sent out to his family paint a picture of what really happened within the tight-knit unit of cannibal kin. So, with all that in mind, let's get the ball rolling and let's get cracking with the Sawyer family and the legend of Leatherface, part 1, the hardest of the incident.
Okay.
Take it away, Amy Rose.
So the Sawyer house was not hidden, and that's the first myth that needs to die. It stood off a country road that had been driven for decades by farmers, churchgoers, delivery trucks, and bored teenagers looking for somewhere quiet to drink. The fencing sagged. The paint had surrendered to the Texas sun. The porch swing moved in the wind like any other rural farmhouse. It looked poor, but it didn't look dangerous. County records show that the property passed through Sawyer hands for years, though the paperwork never lined up cleanly. Spellings changed, ages shifted, and census entries contradicted earlier filings. But nothing was dramatic enough to trigger seizure or investigation. Taxes were paid just often enough. Utilities flickered on and off. And in pre-digital Texas, if something wasn't formally flagged, it simply wasn't pursued.
You know, I looked at this house a little closer this week.
Yeah.
Old pictures. The outside of the house and the front area of the house where the porch swing was.
Yeah.
It's actually a really pretty house.
Oh, it is.
Does need a paint job, but it's a pretty fucking house.
Houses are really gorgeous to look at.
But that's kind of almost part of the trap.
Like Hansel and Gretel.
It's a nice looking house. It's the deeper you get into the house,
the worse it gets.
And right there is the crack in the foundations, right? So there's no shared database, no statewide digital alerts. If you didn't scream loud enough in the right county office, you didn't exist as a problem. Paper records don't talk to each other, and predators love silence between departments. So what you were saying beforehand there, before I went off about how beautiful the house was they weren't getting flagged because this is a time where the digital database doesn't fucking exist.
Yeah.
Unless you're a real pain in the fucking ass, nobody's coming knocking on your door.
Nobody.
Unless you were living near a fucking serious busybody, you don't have a whole lot to worry about.
Yeah.
And they're living in the middle of fucking nowhere, so.
Yeah. Neighbours remembered fragments. A thin man at auction, an older relative at the slaughterhouse before it closed, a large figure hauling scrap metal in the early mornings. But no one could confidently describe how many people lived there. Livestock had been slaughtered on that land for generations. The smell of blood was normal, and the sound of engines and chains was normal. When the local slaughterhouse shut down, dozens were laid off. Some families retrained, some located. But there's no record that the Sawyers did either. Instead, the property grew quieter, more insulated.
And here's what people miss. If you grow up around industrial slaughter, death isn't shocking.
Mhm.
It's procedural.
Yep.
You don't flinch at blood. You don't romanticize animals like your Cat Williams buying a farm. You learn efficiency. Now, take that environment away from supervision. Take away payroll. Take away oversight. And ask yourself, what can those skills get repurposed for?
Yeah. Around that same time, cemetery disturbances increased in nearby counties. Fresh graves were opened, coffins tampered with. Authorities documented vandalism but never secured suspects. Years later, testimony would link Norbert Nubbin Sawyer to escalating grave desecration. Bones repurposed, skin tanned, household items constructed from human remains. The farmhouse interior became less domestic and more curated. Then, in 1955, Betty Hartman was found dead inside the Sawyer barn.
Now, that seems like it comes out of nowhere, but it comes out of nowhere for a
For
purpose.
a reason.
Purpose being they had done a really good fucking job at insulating themselves.
Mm.
And this is pretty much in the history of Sawyer, from what I can tell, from the patriarch beginning with Earl Sawyer to the 1973 Hardesty incident, this is really the closest they came to anybody
Sniffing around,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, Betty Hartman was the daughter of Newt County Sheriff Hal Hartman. And Newt County is where all this happens in Texas.
Okay.
She was out with her boyfriend for an afternoon drive, looking for a quiet road to have some teenage fun, if you know what I mean. According to Betty Hartman's boyfriend, Ted Enright, they were on a small overgrown road close to the Sawyer farm listening to music, because that's what the kids used to call it back then, listening to music.
What do we call that now?
Sex.
Oh my God, I'm so innocent.
When Betty heard what sounded like a young boy cry in pain, Ted said Betty got out of the car and ran right into the thick brush to find the wounded child. So again,
Okay.
straight away you can see good heart in Betty here.
This is the oldest trick in the book, though, with the child.
His seatbelt was stuck, so he trailed behind a little and lost sight of her in the weeds pretty fast. Very responsible in 1955 to be wearing a seatbelt in the
Very
first place.
responsible. Do they have seatbelts in 1955?
This guy did. The next time Betty was seen, she was dead in the Sawyer's barn with a huge truck engine on her now crushed skull.
Yikes.
Hal was convinced the family had lured and murdered his daughter, but at the time, evidence said different. At the time, it looked like a young woman trespassed onto a working farm, and unaware of the danger surrounding her, Betty knocked off a chain holding this engine in the air where it was being worked on. Now remember, this is 1955. Forensics are non-existent. Blood splatter analysis do not exist yet. So at the time, Hal Hartman had to accept his daughter's death as a tragic farm-related accident. But later re-examination of the case files show the original explanation to be impossible. For one, she was found lying down. If it had come as an accident, then the engine would have surely hit Betty from the top of her head, crushing her down. But files from the time indicate that she was laying flat and the engine had hit her face first. So
Okay.
come from this direction. Not the top of her skull, basically.
Yeah.
So what really happened was Betty followed the sound into the barn where she fell. Oh, sorry. I'm not pulling this information out of nowhere. This comes from Robert Sawyer. He later kind of admitted to this in court-appointed sessions with a psychiatrist. At that point, he had checked out mentally and didn't really give a fuck what he was saying or know what he was saying to the people he was saying it to. So what really happened was, according to him, Betty followed the sound into the barn where she fell into a pit that had been it was a little pit they had that had been covered up by rotten wooden boards. When she fell in, she broke her legs, and according to Robert, she also may have seen a little too much in the barn. So what were the wooden panels covering?
Bodies.
What was in the pit? We don't know. We don't, because he never admits to anything there. All we know is he said Drayton Sawyer, who we will meet soon, made the decision and egged the twins on to drop the engine into the pit, killing the girl who was at the time only 22 years old. Now, let me go back a little bit. The twins, Robert and Norbert, Nubbins, and Chop Top, as they were both known. They're twins.
Okay.
So this was when they were little. So, he egged them on to kill the girl.
Okay.
But just like they always did, they learned from this mistake, this misstep in anonymity. The investigation was brief with no witnesses, but both Hal and Betty's boyfriend Ted always stayed steadfast in their belief that there was more to the story than what they were being told at the time. Now we know they were right. Unfortunately, they never got that luxury. They were long dead by the time it was revealed that
they were right.
Yeah, that Betty had been murdered. And they're not done with those bodies either. We'll talk about them in a little bit soon again.
Yeah. So officially, nothing changed. No warrants, no seizures, no arrests that stuck. The road stayed opened and the house stayed occupied. And whatever was forming inside those walls continued uninterrupted.
Rural fucking areas back in the day are scary. Even here in this country, how many fucking murders? I mean, we're split. There's very rare casual murder around Ireland. There are murders. There's men who will kill women. There's gangsters who fucking kill gangsters. When it's men killing women, it's usually ex-lover or current lover.
Or husband.
And then there are, I would say, definitely a high rate of farmyard killings due to fucking land disputes.
Oh, the field. Sure, that happens down the road. Like,
farmyard accidents, all this kind of stuff. But I mean, like, I would hazard a guess, without even checking it, I would guess that there's a good portion of our murders. If you were to categorize our murders, I would say top 5 reasons for a murder in Ireland is a farmland dispute.
Very true. I was only telling you yesterday about my great-great-granddad. That's on his birth cert and it's death cert, and it's very touch and go. I mean, how do you mistake sheep dewormer for something that you should be taking? Go figure. But that was farmyard as well.
Yeah, I mean, since we started the show, I can think off the top of my head 3 farm-related fucking death murder, suicides.
Would we call the one lately? Would you call that a farmyard death? I mean, the slurry pit.
Well, a farmer was killed by his farmhand, so yes.
That's true.
I mean, that
is the most shocking one in Ireland for a long time, I think.
No. Remember
to have his body cut up and put into a slurry tank.
Like a fucking, was it like 2 years ago, 2-3 years ago?
Oh shit, yeah, the shotgun.
Was it in Cork where the father and son went in and murdered the wife and other son over a land dispute, and then the two of them went out onto their field and committed suicide?
Land is a very tenuous thing in Ireland. I know a couple that are in their 90s that got divorced over land. And they're in their 90s, like, they just couldn't do it anymore because of the dispute over land.
Fucking bonkers.
Crazy. But I suppose if your land is taken, we have that kind of thing of it's our land, I suppose, bred into us for the last 800 years.
Yeah, we're sick of people taking our land.
Family or no family. So if the house was visible, the family was indistinct. On paper they existed, but only barely. Property rolls listed variations of the Sawyer name across decades. Marriage licenses appear and disappear. Census records show age inconsistencies that blur generational lines. A father becomes an uncle. A brother becomes a cousin. In rural counties, clerical errors were common, but here the inconsistencies formed a pattern. There are no consistent school records for the younger males tied to property, no stable medical documents, no confirmed psychiatric evaluations. Birth certificates were filed late or not at all. Identity inside the house was fluid. Jed, Jedediah, Bubba. Different names surface in fragments of statements and reports. Without a fixed legal identity, accountability becomes difficult.
And that's not just sloppy paperwork.
No.
That's tactical ambiguity. If you can't prove who someone is, you can't prove where they were. If you can't prove where they were, you can't charge them. Names, anchor, responsibility. Take the anchor away and the whole case drifts. And I mean, no, you just named Jedediah, Bubba. That's all the same person. He was also known as Junior, Thomas. It just goes on and on and on. They've switched names repeatedly. They've changed their surname repeatedly. They've been known as Sawyers, Hewitts, Slaughters. And there's also a reason why brothers become cousins, cousins become uncles, uncles
There
become...
sure is.
Well, we'll discuss that next week when
Giggity.
I try to unravel the Sawyer family tree. That's going to be a fun episode all on its own.
Yep.
Anyway.
Neighbours described structure, not chaos. An ancient-looking man sitting on the house porch. A middle-aged man who handled money and transactions. Younger males who appeared only when supplies were needed. Authority remained internal. Discipline did not spill outward, and disputes were handled on the property. The largest of the younger men, later identified in reports as Bubba, did not engage socially. He followed instruction. He reacted to cues, and he executed tasks assigned to him. There are no hospital records conclusively tied to his development. No special education records, no psychiatric assessments. Whatever limitations he had were managed privately or ignored.
And that's kind of uncomfortable. If you isolate someone long enough, you don't just limit their growth, you define their reality. No school, no therapy, no outside correction, just hierarchy, just obedience, just reinforcement. And at that point, you're not raising a person, you're conditioning a role.
Exactly.
But in defense of the Sawyers,
they took care of their family.
No, well, that's not what I was going to say. That's you defending them too much. I was going to say, when it came to people who were on the spectrum in the early 1900s all the way up to the early 2000s.
They were labelled as the fool. Yeah.
This is kind of how they were dealt with.
Exactly.
And I mean, that is up until maybe 20 years ago.
They were kind of seen as if you give them a purpose, they'll get on fine. So teach them how to do this and just let them at it.
I mean, I remember like when I was in primary school and my brother got fucking diagnosed with dyslexia, and you'd swear like whoever fucking diagnosed him with dyslexia, it was like they deserved a Nobel Prize because this was so revolutionary.
Oh yeah.
So fucking whoa, we are going to deal with his dyslexia and we are not going to treat him like a bad child.
No, yeah, but
He's a bad egg, I'm telling you. I'm only messing, Dave.
Like I swear, the Tourette's film and that poor man beaten by his teachers and beaten by the students. I mean, how the fuck? Like, it was just awful when you think of how these things were dealt with.
Yeah, that's it. The structure wasn't there. So you can imagine when you're in that situation, but your family are also fucking batshit crazy and inbred to the fucking point of fucking royalty. Then, you know, it's not going to help your situation. You're not being brought
We're
up.
one generation short of the Habsburg chin. So the Sawyers didn't live completely outside the system. They paid property taxes often enough. They avoided sustained arrests. Purchase supplies in town remained visible but not involved. And they did not draw attention. They did not seek integration. They operated at the edge of administrative priority. And because no single event forced intervention, no intervention came.
Yeah. They didn't beat the system. They survived inside its blind spots.
Yeah.
Small county. Limited manpower.
Yeah.
No national database. No coordinated follow-up. If there isn't political pressure, there isn't urgency. And without urgency, nothing moves.
By the early 1970s, the Sawyer household was not a mystery to locals. It was a rumor. A strange family on an old property. Quiet, private, avoided. Nothing proven, nothing prosecuted, and nothing dismantled.
So nothing outside of Betty Hartman. There's no real warning signs here so far. They're
Nothing.
just a quirky family. They exist.
We
everywhere.
probably know families that are just the quirky family. We know of families that are just the quirky family. Are we
Sorry
just the
to
quirky
be
family?
the one to break this to you.
The penny just dropped, but we're not like the Sawyers. We're just quirky.
You tell him, sis.
Oh, you can sleep on the couch tonight.
Okay.
Before the house became legend, it was labor. Multiple records and witness accounts place members of the Sawyer family working at the regional slaughterhouse prior to its closure. It was steady employment, industrialized killing, assembly line precision even. Animals processed in volume, efficiency prioritized over sentiment. Workers on the kill floor do not hesitate. They stun, they bleed, they dismember, they repeat. When the slaughterhouse closed, dozens were displaced. Some relocated and some retrained. There is no confirmed record that the Sawyers pursued either path. Instead, they remained on inherited land, already conditioned for blood work.
And that's the pivot. Because when your entire skill set revolves around controlled death, unemployment doesn't erase it. It removes supervision and you don't forget. You don't forget how to cut.
No.
You just lose the rules about who gets cut.
Yeah. Industrial slaughter is procedural. It's compartmentalized. Animals are reduced to parts, heads separated, organs sorted, waste repurposed. Emotion is removed from the task. And for those raised in that environment, blood isn't a spectacle, it's workflow. When the plant shut down, the workflow didn't vanish. The tools remained, the property remained, the isolation remained.
Yeah, and here's where the environment matters. If you grow up watching life reduced to product, morality shifts.
Yeah.
Not because you're born monstrous, because repetition rewires response. Desensitized. Oh, I've always had problems with that. I've had problems with this word since Drowning Pool named their second album after it.
Do you want me to say it?
Desensitization is not myth.
Hey!
It's documented. Kill floor workers historically show higher rates of aggression and emotional detachment. Now, isolate that dynamic on private land with no oversight and a background of generational violence to begin with. That's not a theory, that's trajectory.
Yeah. After the closure, Drayton Sawyer reopened a small roadside gas station and barbecue stand. It was modest and unremarkable. It served passing drivers and locals alike. Health inspections during that period were minimal and sporadic in rural Texas, especially in Newt County, the literal middle of nowhere. There are no livestock purchase records tied clearly to the Sawyer property during this time. No documented cattle runs, no recorded hog sales, but the barbecue continued.
And that's the question no one asked loudly enough. If you're serving meat consistently, where is it sourced? Because supply chains leave trails.
Can't believe you let no busybody go, where'd you get your meat? Like they would now.
Well, again, like livestock leaves papers, but silence kind of leaves imagination. And the thing about it is, can you remember as a kid in the 90s sourcing this whole farm to plate fucking thing they have now where you can source your food right back to its farm? That wasn't a big deal.
That became a big deal after mad cow disease, was it? You need to be able to
became
know
an even bigger deal when horse meat turned up in Tesco burgers. You know?
I know some countries eat it, but that to me is just...
But this is what I'm saying. This is the 70s.
Yeah.
Health inspector isn't driving all the way out to Newt County to stop off at Drayton Sawyer's shit-ass little fucking gas station to test out his equipment.
That's true. Did he even have the business registered? Did the health officials even know the business is there? There you go.
Again, back arse of nowhere.
Yeah.
Nobody's fucking checking on it.
No. Inside, the household roles hardened. Drayton handled transactions and presentation. Norbert and Robert operated more erratically, engaging in grave disturbances and property trespass. And the largest of the younger men, known variably as Jed or Bubba, became the instrument. He didn't negotiate, he executed. Reports and later testimony describe him as physically imposing, developmentally limited, and deeply conditioned by hierarchy. He responded to authority. He carried out tasks without question.
And that's the most dangerous combination. Strength without autonomy. Obedience without evaluation. If you grow up believing your family defines right and wrong, you don't question the command.
Yeah.
This is basically, you don't question the command, you perform it. And this is basically every MAGA supporter in America.
Pretty much. So by 1973, the conditions were set. Isolation, skill, desensitization. A household insulated by administrative gaps. A property already accustomed to blood. Nothing had been proven, nothing had been prosecuted, but the structure was in place. And we now know it had been for a long time, far before the closing of the slaughterhouse. But that's a story for next week.
Sure is, and it was a frustrating story to write.
I can imagine. If the outside world saw a poor rural family, the inside operated differently. Accounts from survivors and later testimony describe a rigid hierarchy, and at the top sat the patriarch figure known as Grandpa. Official records place Earl Sawyer's birth in 1849. By 1973, he would have been 124 years old. The figure at the dinner table that night was either impossibly aged or preserved. Whether the family believed he was alive is unclear. What is clear is that he was treated as authority. He was positioned at the head of the table. He was handed tools and he was given final say in ritual.
And that's the detail that matters here. It doesn't matter if he was alive. It matters that they believed or behaved like he was.
Yeah.
Authority doesn't need a pulse if the structure obeys it. Do you know what I mean? And that's the thing. We're going to get deeper again into all of this next week. And it really explains the myth and the age fucking issues and even the survivor statements that this decrepit looking corpse like man would move and do stuff. They were very minor movements, very small kind of gestures. They kind of sold him on his reality. But again, you're in a traumatic situation with a bunch of shit around you that's already probably, what's the word? Interfering with your reality a little bit.
Yeah, with your
sense of reality of what's real and what's fake. So it does make a difference, and we will kind of get deeper into that next week. I'm actually really looking forward to next week's episode, because next week's episode is a very, very much a prequel to what goes on here, and very much very detailed. I did a lot of work figuring out who belongs to who and who's aged what.
As you can tell, he's very proud of it.
Proud of it. I had a full head of hair before I started this fucking episode.
You wish. So below Grandpa was Drayton. Transactional, composed, the one who dealt with outsiders. He handed money, he handled presentation. He attempted civility. Norbert and Robert were less restrained. I'm having awful trouble saying Norbert's name. Erratic.
I'll just go with Nubbins.
Nubbins, good. He was erratic. They were erratic even. They were performative, escalatory. They desecrated graves. They taunted. They disrupted. But inside the house, they deferred upward. And then there was Jed. Physically dominant, socially isolated, task-oriented. He wasn't the planner. He wasn't the negotiator. He was the instrument.
Yeah, and instruments don't self-direct.
No.
They respond to grip. If hierarchy tells you who you are every day of your life, you don't wake up and question it, you fulfill it.
Exactly.
The best way I can explain Bubba Sawyer to the world is he was their dog. He was their guard dog. That's essentially what he was. He was treated like the house dog.
Yeah.
At least at this point in his life, he was being treated like a fucking dog.
That makes sense. So dinner was not chaos. It was structured. The seating was deliberate. Roles were understood. And when violence was introduced, it followed ritual. Grandpa was handed the hammer. Permission was sought. Even in brutality, there was choreography.
And that's what separates frenzy from culture. Frenzy is impulsive. Culture is repeated. repeated. When something becomes ritual, it's no longer spontaneous. It's tradition.
Exactly.
And the Sawyers are built on tradition.
It's like the song from Fiddler on the Roof. Tradition.
Never seen Fiddler on the Roof.
Wait a while. The house functioned as a closed system. Authority flowed downward. Obedience flowed upward. Outsiders were not engaged socially. They were processed. By the time 4 young adults arrived at that property in 1973, they were not encountering random madness. They were stepping into a structure that had existed long before them, and a structure that had never been interrupted.
That's fucked up. Do you know that something can just fester away like that silently? Again, it's pre-internet age, so I understand, but it's like just this thing can fester in the corner and nobody gives a shit as long as it doesn't bother them personally.
Like Sonny Bean.
Very similar. Very similar. Or the Bloody Benders
Or the
that
Bloody
we talked
Benders,
about on It's Live Action this week.
Yeah.
You know, and they would have been probably just before this lot. I mean, they'd be about Grandpa's time.
I was just about to say it.
They went missing. I wonder if where Grandpa was when the Bender
solved the Bloody Bender
senior
case.
Bender fucking went missing. And that's not Senior Bender, that's the Senior Bender.
Senior Bender.
What was his name? Was it John Bender Senior?
John Bender
and
Senior.
John Bender Jr.
Yes.
And then there was
Kate
Kate Senior and Kate Jr. and Kate Senior was Elvira.
Exactly.
Not Kate Senior was Elvira. We're not saying Elvira.
Elvira was also.
That was her nickname.
Yeah.
We're assuming that's where Elvira, the famous person, got
the TV
famous horror
personality.
icon, got that name from.
Yeah. So despite what later folklore would suggest, the Sawyer family as a whole were not systematic grave robbers. That particular obsession belonged almost entirely to the twins. As we said, Norbert Nubbin Sawyer and Robert Chop Top Sawyer. In the period we're discussing, it was almost exclusively Nubbins. The twins had what can only be described as artistic ambition.
Yes.
They took influence from another killer and self-styled craftsman, Ed Gein. They studied obituaries. They tracked fresh burials. And once the soil settled, they returned to exhume. Bones were cleaned and repurposed. Flesh was tanned and stretched. Lamps were constructed from skeletons. Furniture was assembled from rib cages and femurs. Skin became pouches, cushions, coverings. The interior of the Sawyer home became a gallery of stolen anatomy.
And that's the detail that shifts this from poverty to performance. This wasn't survival. This was display. You don't wire a corpse upright because you're hungry. You do it because you want someone to see it. I mean, fuck it. And I mean, they must have, because if you look at when Ed Gein was and when Ed Gein ended, it really does line up with, like, you know, their formative years and how they. I wonder, did Ed know that there was some people out there taking
that looked up to him? Poor old Ed.
Who's your favorite artist? Ed Gein.
That lamp was cool though.
Oh, okay.
But I'd 3D print it. I wouldn't go out and like exhume a grave just to get that. I would have it 3D printed or buy it from someone who already had it made, so I didn't feel guilty over it. No, I'm joking. So when Robert left for the army, the slaughterhouse closed. Nubbins lost structure, lost stimulation, he lost audience. He remained on inherited land with diminishing work and increasing isolation. In hindsight, it was Nubbins who accelerated the family's exposure. What began as grave disturbance evolved into this is my
provocation.
Thank you. Provocation.
And this is a fucked up point that I did not realize the first time we covered this. You can pinpoint all of the Sawyer's fucking woes going forward on Nubbins' inability to just sit still and do nothing.
Just sit in your hands, Nubbins. So years after and your own hands, nobody else's hands. Years after Sheriff Hal Hartman's death, Nubbins exhumed his body. Using steel wire, he positioned the former sheriff upright. In Hartman's skeletal hands, he placed the shattered skull of Betty. The body was secured in place by impalement against a concrete monument.
Up his butt!
Yuck. It was not subtle and it was not concealed. It was defiance. Or was it reuniting a father with his daughter? Okay, yeah. No, I get it.
So that's not vandalism, that's a message. And when you send a message to law enforcement in rural Texas, you don't get ignored,
No.
you get attention. I mean, especially if you're getting away with doing what you're doing here, the last thing you want to do is piss off the fucking Texan fucking police. That's like asking for trouble. The only way he could have asked for more trouble in this situation was being Mexican and pissing off the Texas police.
Feel like in Texas, if people got wind of this before the authorities could pounce, that's lynch mob territory.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. But now, the authorities descended on Newt County Cemetery, and at least 12 additional graves were confirmed disturbed, and the vandalism was no longer rumour. It was documented, public, and alarming. And it was this surge in grave desecration that drew the Hardesty family to the area. Their grandfather's grave was located in the same cemetery, and they came to verify whether it had been disturbed. They were not chasing legend. They were responding to escalation.
That's what I'm saying. This is the chain reaction. Nubbins escalates art. Art draws law enforcement. Law enforcement draws families. Families drive deeper into New County. And once they're inside that radius, they intersect the house. And that is... Like I say, Nubbins is the cause of this because, like I said, they've been desecrating graves for years at this point. But when they're doing it, when it's him and Chop Top together, it's like one grave at a time, and you know, one little piece here, one little piece there, kind of like Ed Gein.
Yeah.
You know, they were really role modeling themselves off of Ed Gein, and Ed wasn't caught because Ed wasn't fucking digging up
whole body
people. When he met Art, he left it inside his house.
Well, yeah. Yeah, that's true as well.
He didn't impale one of his former enemies on a fucking cemetery fucking stone, a headstone with his daughter's head who you murdered in her fucking hand.
He just wanted new furniture. He was redecorating.
In the cemetery? He didn't bring it home with him.
No, that's true as well.
This one was, because that's the thing.
Yeah.
Everything else was brought home with him. So the evidence isn't there. Or even if you noticed the disturbed grave, like the soil in the grave.
No, I mean, Ed.
You're not going to be really kind of think twice about it, you know? You're just going to think, all right, maybe they're doing some fucking landscaping around here or fixing the place up or something like that. But when you walk into a graveyard and there sits a corpse that has been dead for multiple years, still in his suit, decaying, with another skull in his hands, and you realize who it is, you can start to make connections. You can start to work backwards. Who did Hal Hartman have a problem with? How did Betty Hartman die in the first place? Well, that leads us right back to that fucking old farmhouse right over there with the weird family living in it.
Yep. So what followed for the Hardesties was horrific. But the initial spark wasn't random. It wasn't fate. It was boredom turning into spectacle. And spectacle drawing witnesses. Nubbins did not intend to dismantle his own family, but by demanding attention, he lit a fuse. And it would take 21 more years for the explosion to be fully realised. But the burn began here.
So I'm saying he is the root cause of I mean, like, when people look at this, and even in our own title, The Legend of Leatherface, the hulking monster who wears fucking people's faces as masks and rips a chainsaw at fucking people, he has become this almost mythical, legendary fucking being that existed amongst this cannibal fucking clan. When realistically, if left alone, this guy would have just sat in a fucking room without doing shit. It was these erratic, wild bastards that were around him, egging him on and screaming around him. They were the threat. They were the fucking problem.
Yeah.
And Nubbins being left to boredom, being told to stay at home and mind your brother, that was enough to send him off out, you know, kind of thinking, well, how can I piss people off? What can I do today? You know? What kind of fun can we have today? You know, it's just...
Yeah.
He's out of work. He's got nothing else to do, so he's going to fucking cause problems, you know?
Yeah. The first Sawyer the Hardesties encountered wasn't Leatherface. It was Norbert Nubbins Sawyer. He flagged down the van on a rural stretch of Texas Road, and Sally described him as a thin, restless, talkative, erratic. He spoke obsessively about slaughterhouses and about the old way of killing cattle, about how the new air gun removed the artistry. He handled a straight razor without prompting, and he cut his own palm deliberately. And he smeared blood across the van interior, he photographed Franklin, and they burned the photograph in front of them.
Right. Before we go any further here, so Franklin is Sally Hardesty's
Brother.
So that's the two Hardesty siblings who came to check on their grandfather's grave. The discussion of the old way versus new way was like Franklin was very well versed on the family history and the history of the location where they were at. He knew a lot about his grandfather's past as a farmer, and they were discussing. He was actually discussing out of interest with Nubbins, who had said his family had generationally worked in the slaughterhouse, about like the old ways versus the new ways of slaughtering animals. Franklin was like, well, I know they use a new air gun now and it's just a very quick and they're gone. But Nubbins was very much kind of like, at this point, I suppose he'd watched his entire family lose their livelihood to this. And he was like, no, the sledge is better. The sledge is quick. The sledge finishes them off and all this stuff. But that's not quite true. You're hitting a fucking animal in the head with a sledgehammer didn't always kill him.
The first time,
you know?
No.
And in that environment, in that area, that didn't matter if they were dead or not. They would just get fucking, once they were down, they were just dragged along and the slaughter began, dead or alive. They were fucking down and out, and that was enough.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the cruelty level here was...
They reveled in the cruelty.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't kosher.
No.
So, wasn't halal.
When the Hardesties even attempted to distance themselves, Nubbins became agitated. Before exiting, he slashed Franklin's arm. Sally testified that he laughed as he walked away. And there is no evidence Drayton knew this encounter occurred.
Impulsive boredom, attention seeking, not orchestration. And I think this is important as well, because there's always this mentality that this was like this kind of roadside trap that was created by the three Sawyer brothers here. That there was this mentality that, because I think, like you mentioned there, and we didn't really get too much into it, about Nubbins with the straight edge in his car. What happened was Franklin had been playing with a knife, according to Sally. Nubbins asked to look at the knife and then sliced it across his own hand and then handed it back to him and then pulled out a straight razor and said, "This is my knife," and all that stuff, and then slashed at fucking Franklin, and then they kicked him out of the car.
Okay.
And he started rubbing his blood in the side of the van. And according to Sally, Franklin was very worried that Nubbins had marked the van with the blood for a reason. That there was a symbol. There was some sort of way of
tracking them, letting everybody know.
Stuck in wires here. Yeah, letting the other brothers know that that this was a target. When you look at the evidence now, it would seem like nobody knew what the other one was fucking doing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. They never came across. I mean, Bubba never comes across this van to know that it's marked. He never leaves the house. And Drayton, according to Sally, now Sally is a hard fucking witness to fucking follow up on, mainly because she's dead now. But outside of that, she was traumatized.
Yeah.
And what she might have heard and what she didn't hear are two different things. But she claims that when she finally realized that these three were actually all related to each other, that she heard Drayton chastising Nubbins for desecrating graves. She heard him fucking chastising him for leaving Bubba alone in the house for this to happen with these kids, you know, in the first fucking place. And so from what I can tell, what happens to Sally Hardesty, her brother Franklin, and their friends is all just a big coincidence that they fell into the world of these three men, that none of these three men had planned it. None of these three men had been working on some idea. It was just sheer luck that they hit one after the other, and each one was worse than the next.
Okay. So later that day, the group stopped at a rural gas station, and that gas station was owned by Drayton. He was polite, measured. He claimed there was no fuel available, and he offered directions. He didn't behave as a man anticipating violence, and Sally never stated he appeared to recognize them.
But see, because Robert also insists like Robert Sawyer, Chop Top Sawyer, who was imprisoned later, he insists Drayton didn't know that they had encountered Nubbins. That the two interactions were 100% independent.
Yeah.
He is kind of where that original idea came from. That this was never orchestrated.
Yeah.
This was just opportunity and happenstance, and this is just the way it fell. The card fucking fell from.
Yeah.
But he even admitted that Nubbins' erratic behavior, and that's coming from a very erratic man, was the kind
So
of
Nubbins
the
was
catalyst
really
of
erratic.
causing what happened that day.
Yeah. The group left and continued toward the old Hardesty property. And after exploring the old farm, Kirk and Pam took off to find the old swimming hole Franklin had told them about, but the Texas heat had seen to its extinction.
Well, actually, we better fucking point out
That
here.
Kirk and Pam are in the
Yeah,
minivan.
I forgot one or two things. I was in a panic trying to get all the details right. But yeah, in the van with Sally and Franklin was Sally's boyfriend Jerry,
Mm-hmm.
and Sally and Jerry's friend Kirk and Pam, who were also a couple.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they were all together. They had been. It was just basically, you know yourself when you're on your. I mean, this is for them
Spring break.
college holidays. No, summer. This is August. So this is just before they go back to college.
Okay.
It's a kind of we gotta drive all the way down to fucking Newt to check on this grave. Oh, my grandpa's old farm's there as well. We can have a fucking nosy around there, make a day out of it, and we'll come home and everything will be
Just a road
fine.
trip.
So yeah, they all came along just kill fucking
Yeah.
kill a day in August, a hot day in August.
Exactly. So at the dried swimming hole near the abandoned Hardesty homestead, Kirk heard the hum of a generator and noticed a farmhouse visible in the distance. A generator means gas, and the house active and close enough to suggest someone might be home. He and Pam walked toward it, but they did not return. As daylight faded, Jerry took the van keys and went looking for them, and he also did not return. That left Sally and Franklin stranded. No keys, no vehicle, no immediate way to leave. Sally testified that as darkness settled, she and Franklin attempted to navigate the wooded area toward the farmhouse. Franklin was killed there. She described the sound of a chainsaw before she saw the figure. She described a large masked man emerging from the dark. Franklin died in the woods. This was the only death Sally directly witnessed. She ran toward the farmhouse.
3 disappearances, 1 confirmed killing, and still no coordination, just escalation.
Sally entered the farmhouse seeking refuge, and inside she encountered a structure built from bone and decay. Furniture made from skeletal remains, skin stretched into coverings. In a side room, she saw 2 preserved bodies seated as if in performance. That was Earl and Wilhelmina Sawyer, displayed, not buried. She testified they appeared to be posed rather than laid to rest. Bubba entered in agitation.
No, again, Earl and Wilhelmina, don't worry about them.
We
We'll
already
tell you
talked
all
about
about
Earl.
him next week. I know we talked about Earl. Wilhelmina was his wife. We will talk about all of that next week when we go through the Twisted Family Tree.
Yes.
Okay? So she described Bubba coming into the house as like slamming doors, blocking exits, panic rather than strategy. And this is something that is constantly in the descriptions of the man they call Leatherface.
Yeah.
This is not a coordinated killer. This isn't fucking Jeffrey Dahmer. This isn't Ted Bundy. This is a man who is defending his home, who thinks he's defending his home, who is acting like someone is. To him, he is in a home invasion situation. These people have trespassed
Like
on
you
his
said,
land, and he doesn't know who they are, and they shouldn't be
Yeah.
there.
And like
know?
you said, he's effectively a guard dog. He's
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
what a
yeah.
good guard dog does.
Running around going, "Arr, arr, arr, get out,
Yeah,
and he
exactly.
chased her fucking away, you know?
Yeah. So Sally fled upstairs and she jumped from a second-story window and ran toward the road. She ran toward the gas station, the only location recognizable to her in this foreign terrain.
Now, this will show you how much of a fucking dog this guy is. Bubba pursued, but stopped short once she reached the gas station. He wouldn't enter. He knew that space was belonging to Drayton. He knew that was
Wasn't his
territory.
territory. Yeah.
And like, if I go in there all guns blazing, he's going to hit me with a newspaper on the nose and send me home. So I better just fuck off. No.
So Bubba turned back toward the house and Sally burst into the gas station in hysteria. Drayton performed calm. He asked questions, he assessed, he saw blood, and he heard fragments, and he pieced together missing youths. Robert later testified that Drayton did not know about the van encounter until much later. And in that moment, he only knew something had happened on his land. And he restrained Sally under the guise of assistance.
Yeah, and when that didn't work, he beat her with a broom and tied her up.
Sure did.
So, you know,
he
good fucking...
He placed her then in his truck and he drove her back to the house. This was the pivot where impulse became control.
The house panics, the gas station calculates.
Robert later stated that when Drayton returned with Sally restrained, he took stock. Pam was already dead in the freezer. Jerry and Franklin were in storage awaiting butchering. Kirk had already been processed. We don't know how. We only know the condition of remains from Robert's later recounting.
Yeah. So, I mean, these guys work fast.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Any opportunity, I suppose. And especially if the rumors are true and the meat that they were selling out of this fucking barbecue place, I would assume this would be like a golden opportunity to make some fucking money for this, this family. And it was processing as quick as we can, get them into the freezer and get them ready for...
Definitely.
Get them ready for the chili tomorrow.
So Sally was tied at the table. This was the first moment she realised they were all connected. Drayton, Nubbins, Bubba, the preserved patriarch at the head, and Wilhelmina displayed as a relic. Drayton shifted between civility and cruelty. He attempted to calm Nubbins and he chastised Bubba. He spoke as though hosting a dysfunctional family meal. Nubbins was manic and he mocked Sally. He leaned close to her face and he laughed at her terror. Bubba sought approval. He shifted between aggression and confusion. They treated Earl as living and they placed a hammer in his decayed hand. They attempted to force him to strike Sally. The ritual was less about execution and more about humiliation. Drayton insisted on doing things right. The family dynamic was visible in hierarchy. Drayton as authority, Nubbins as unstable instigator, and Bubba as obedient instrument. Sally described the soundscape more than visuals. Laughter, mockery, metal scraping wood, breathing, and eventually she escaped.
No, before she escaped, I mean, just talking about this whole fucking situation. She kind of like, she did describe some small parts. Like, number one, she said she had been knocked out previous to this. And when she woke up, she was tied to a literal armchair. And when I say armchair, the chair had arms. You know? Yeah. She was like, the lampshade was a human fucking face.
I wonder what their headboards were made out of.
I have no idea. Most likely heads. Skulls.
The legs of their tables.
Not Richard Ramirez, but Jeffrey Dahmer would have loved that shit.
Loved
he
that.
wanted this altar an altar made of skulls. Isn't that what he wanted?
Why didn't the man just move to, is it Poland where they have, I think it's Poland, it's either Poland or Lithuania where they have a fucking chapel made out of skulls and bones. It's class.
But yeah, that will be cool.
I must show you later. I'll show you pictures later. It's on my bucket list of places to see before I die.
But yeah, I mean, like fucking, there was something I was gonna say there now, and I can't fully fucking remember what it was. It slipped out of my mind again, and it was something about this that is important. Ritual less than it.
Is it important if you can't remember?
That's a good point. That is a good point. Anyway, so we'll just move on. Nubbins, who Sally claims was the driving force behind using Earl's decaying body as a means to strike Sally, because that was the idea. They were sitting at the table, they were discussing, they were literally explaining, oh, I remember now. This is a weird fucking little thing as well, but we'll talk about it in a minute. But they were discussing basically why they did what they did, giving them a bit of... Drayton was trying to give a bit of context, and I don't understand why. Why it's almost like fucking explaining to your food why you're going to eat it. And he explained it like one big detail she said was like Drayton didn't seem like he claimed to not like killing. Said that he couldn't do it. Like that Nubbins was very much, almost rebellious against Drayton at times with the, you're not man enough to do the killing or the butchering around here. You're just a cook. You're just a cook. But as soon as Drayton would raise his voice, Nubbins would shrink back fucking down again. The interesting thing that was said here by Sally was that she thought, now again, she's an unreliable witness due to the trauma she was under and due to how quick everything was happening. But she thinks that Bubba had switched faces from her original meeting with him to passing out and then waking up at the kitchen at the dining room table.
Okay.
He had makeup on. The face had makeup on.
Pretty.
That he had, it's almost like he had gotten dressed up for dinner, because when she said when she first encountered him, he was wearing a butcher's apron, an old shirt, old pants, old look, and his face was very you could tell it was a stitched together fucking face of human skin with a bit of a wig on top.
Okay.
And then she said later when they're sitting at the dinner table that he was wearing a suit and tie.
Okay.
And his face had clearly had makeup on it. That there was smeared fucking lipstick, eyeshadow and all this shit around his eyes. And that was another point as well, that it was mentioned in passing but not really fucking specified that they were going to do this, but that Bubba seemed infatuated with her face. And the idea
he
was
wanted a new face.
The idea was floated that maybe they'd keep Sally's face for Bubba. But yeah. So at this stage, Earl's 124-year-old fucking corpse is sitting at the head of the table. And this will show you where their mindset's at when it comes to the patriarch of the family, the legend that is Earl Sawyer, right?
Okay.
Nubbins suggests that they use, and I still think that this is all theatrics. And we'll see later on, especially when we get to part 3, and we're discussing what they've done with Nubbins by part 3. These guys were well able to manipulate dead bodies to make them seem like they might be making small movements. Because Sally claims that before the dinner, the dining room, shit happened. That what caused her to pass out wasn't being hit by one of the Sawyers. She passed out screaming in fright because she said they pierced her finger and put it in Earl Sawyer's corpse mouth.
Trying to wake him up.
And according to her, he sucked on it. The corpse sucked on the body. And that his arms and legs started to go kind of up and down, but in a very marionette puppet-esque kind of fucking manner. And that the whole time this was happening, Nubbins was holding her in place. She was screaming and barely looking. And Bubba was standing behind Earl. So the general belief is that due to the trauma of the situation, and due to the fact that she was barely looking at what was going on anyway because she was in a panic over what was being done to her, that most likely Bubba knew the ritual, knew what they were supposed to fucking do, and that he was manipulating the arms and legs of Earl from behind to make it look like he was moving, even going so far as to make sucking sounds. Yeah. And that really Earl wasn't sucking on the blood at all. It was just that the finger was in the mouth, the blood was dripping down his mouth. It looked like he was alive and performing. But really, it was just a fucking corpse that they were using. It was almost like theater for their own sake.
Okay.
Which is weird, like, you know, because we will get really deep into it next week. But there was a level of denial when Earl died. And it's a very, very strange story. We'll talk about it next week because when it comes to Wilhelmina, they deal with it in a completely different manner.
Okay.
Even down to playing the blame game and stuff like that. It comes in a very, very different fucking manner. But Nubbins insisted at this point. He was the driving force that Earl, his decaying body, was going to be the means they were going to use to strike Sally down with a death blow from a hammer. They kept saying, him and Drayton kept saying, Grandpa was the best. Grandpa, when the slaughterhouse was open, Grandpa could kill fucking, I can't remember the exact number they discussed in records and stuff like that, but it was somewhere along the, he could kill fucking 12 in 5 minutes, 12 in 2 minutes, 12 in 3 minutes, whatever it is. More if they could have pulled the bodies out quick enough, that he was the master of killing animals when it came to slaughterhouse work. So they wanted to use him. And again, even in this scenario, they're trying to manipulate his hand around the hammer, and Bubba is the one lifting the hand and bringing it down. But the hammer isn't staying in the fucking hand, you know? And the man who suggests we do this, the man who's like, yeah, let's let Grandpa kill her, he gets frustrated that the death isn't coming fast enough and that the hammer keeps slipping. And in the process of getting frustrated that the 124-year-old corpse wasn't getting the job done, he forgot. He kind of insisted that he'd take over and finish the job, but forgot that he was the one restraining Sally in the first fucking place for Bubba to hit her with the hammer using Grandpa's fucking arm. This is how confusing and fucked up this shit gets. Yes, the big autistic man was using the corpse of a fucking 124-year-old grandfather to try and swing a hammer. The hammer wouldn't stay in the hand, so the fucking brother that's irrational and crazy decides, fuck it, Grandpa can't do it because, you know, he can't hold a hammer anymore because he's been dead for fucking, God knows how fucking long at this fucking point. Forgets that he's the one restraining the fucking victim, and Sally, for the second time in fucking less than a couple of hours, fucks herself through a fucking pane glass window and runs off. She is costing the Sawyer as a fortune in fucking glazing.
You can't make that from dead bodies.
Well, show you how desperate as well you are. I mean, no, at least this time she's on the ground floor.
Yeah.
I mean, you could see how desperate she was earlier on. Second story, no fucking thought in the mind, just straight out the fucking window.
No.
Do you know, whether that was a case of disorientation and not knowing where she was in the fucking house, or just sheer desperation to get away.
Yeah.
She's willing to do it again. It worked the first time, I'm going to do it again. And at this stage, she's throwing herself out the fucking window to see that there's daylight.
Yeah, exactly.
She spent the entire fucking night with these fucking psychopaths, do you know?
Yeah. So she fled the house at dawn, and Nubbins and Bubba followed close behind. And
again, the collapse of this family, who next week we'll cover just how long they had been active. But needless to say, by Earl's age, it had been quite some time at this point. But the collapse is brought on by Nubbins' uncontrollable fucking lunacy. Yes. Even Sally herself has said that at any point after she broke through that window, Nubbins could have grabbed her and held her in place for Bubba to retrieve, but instead he decided to play with his food. When she took off running down their driveway, the two of them weren't long behind her. Nubbins was a scrawny, skinny little dude. He could move fast.
Yeah.
Bubba a little more lumbering.
Yeah.
So he was a little slower behind. But the same straight-edged razor that he had in his pocket that he had slashed her brother's arm with, he starts playing with it. He's right behind her. He could grab her by the shoulders and hold her in place at any stage. But instead, he's swiping at her fucking back, slicing. There's just these little superficial fucking wounds and giggling in delight as he does it.
Yeah.
You know, thinking this is the greatest fun ever. This act of sheer mockery cost the man more than his dinner. It cost him his life. He chased Sally to a point in the road with a bend. Okay? Coming around that bend was an articulated truck. Nubbins didn't notice it until it was too late.
So the passing truck struck Nubbins.
Sure did.
Dragged his body under as the multi-wheeled vehicle destroyed him.
The truck driver tried to help, but the shock of a man wearing a face that wasn't his own and waving a chainsaw in the air kept him distracted. But Sally said the man had the whereabouts to grab a monkey wrench from his cab and launch it at Bubba's head. The monster fell, cutting his own leg with the chainsaw that he had been swinging. So that bought him a little bit of time.
Yeah.
The truck driver ran as Leatherface continued to focus solely on Sally.
Okay. But the wrench and the leg injury had brought Sally enough time and thankfully luck and a good Samaritan did the rest. A teen in a pickup truck was passing by and seeing the mayhem pulled a 180 turn, stopping just long enough for Sally to dive into the flatbed of the truck. Bubba stood at the roadside at sunrise, chainsaw raised.
And that image becomes the legend. Not the grave, not the bone furniture, but the sunrise dance that Sally describes. She said that as she drove off, he was effortlessly swinging the chainsaw with one hand, doing what, I mean, like, this is a woman who was about to slip into fucking a catatonic state. And she, even after everything she had been through, said it was almost beautiful to watch. And if you had put music to it, classical music to it, it would have looked like a work of art in that kind of orange glow of the fucking kind of Texas desert sun. And this wild fucking man doing this strange sort of dancing motion with the fucking chainsaw as she drove off.
Maybe it was his version of a war dance.
It's bizarre the way she describes it. I've seen people paint kind of pictures of what they think it might have looked like. There's been artist renditions of what they think this might have looked like, going off of what Sally described at the time. But it's wild. It's a wild, straight up wild fucking thing to see.
Yeah. So Sally survived, but 4 young people did not return home. Drayton assessed the damage. The house was reorganized, evidence moved, vehicles relocated. Nubbin's recklessness was undeniable. The family was no longer insulated, and rumors spread throughout New County. One witness lived. The Sawyers were exposed. Not publicly convicted, but exposed. This was the beginning of the fracture, not the end. So before the Sawyer name meant anything in county reports, there was Earl. Not a legend yet, not a corpse at a table, just a man born into a country that had already torn itself in half. If we accept the age attached to him in later accounts, his birth would have placed him in the years following the Civil War. Texas was not rebuilding quickly. Reconstruction did not feel like repair in rural countries. It felt like abandonment. Rail lines favoured cities. Industry favoured the north. And outlying communities survived on what they could grow, trap, or slaughter.
Jesus, you're giving Texas a lot of credit here.
Am I?
You know, would you call it a rural country?
County. State.
It's as big as a country. I mean, it's bigger than our country. 3 or 4 times the size of our
But
country.
it's not a county. It was
Which
county
kind of
was
explains
written.
why these guys were all over the fucking place and able to still stay hidden. Which is surprising, because you'd think your natural reaction in Texas would be just jump over the border to Mexico and you're in trouble. But no. These guys like to stay within the state lines. I suppose keeping the FBI out of it.
That's true.
Anyway, Earl learned butchery young. Not as artistry, as necessity. Livestock was wealth, meat was currency, waste was weakness. In the slaughterhouse, nothing was thrown away. Bones were boiled, fat rendered, organs consumed. The lesson was simple. Everything has use. Now I got a question for you. Do you know what head cheese is?
Brains? Or is it what's made from the liquid of brains?
Sort of. They actually, it's used, they want to use all the parts of the animal body. So actually, the right version of it would keep the eyes, tongue, and ears out of it. Possibly there is brains in it, because I know it was collagen rich is the way it was described to me. But it is essentially the face, the hands, the feet of animals all mushed into this gelatinous kind of agent to keep it stuck together. Essentially, it looks like, from what I can tell, it looks like corned beef.
It sounds dirty is what it sounds.
But head cheese is what it's referred to.
Would you eat it?
I believe it originated in Germany.
Oh, so they probably had a cooler name for it than head cheese.
I will tell you no. No, I would not eat head cheese. To be honest with you, that sounds like the disgusting aftermath of a blowjob, to be honest with you.
Schultz. Schultz. Oh,
Dutch. It's Dutch. Hoofdkaas.
There's also, they're in Bavaria, they're the same thing called Presskopf and Schwartenmagen.
It's meat jelly.
Head, meat, heart, or tongue suspended in gelatin. Oh, I have seen this before. Cool.
Yeah, it did not commonly include the brains, eyes, or ears. Sorry, I was wrong with the tongue. So it didn't have the brain, doesn't have the eyes or the ears, but it's compared to meatloaf, which makes me completely fucking not sure of what meatloaf is anymore.
No, I always thought that I'd eat meatloaf.
We don't have meatloaf in Ireland. This isn't a thing. I've never eaten meatloaf. I've only heard of it in American sitcoms and American TV shows.
Do we have an equivalent of it?
Huh?
Do we have an equivalent of it?
I have no idea, but if it's anything like head cheese, I don't want anything to do with it.
Would you eat offal? Haggis.
No.
Would you not try haggis? Liver is really nice. Kidneys are nice. I've never tried tongue, but our parents have.
Oh yeah, meatloaf is just ground meat combined with other ingredients to make a loaf. So yeah, it's pretty
Shepherd's
much
pie, cottage pie apparently is touted as an Irish equivalent, but I think that that meatloaf is more tighter packed, if that makes sense, than what we have. Yeah.
Either way, head cheese, like I said, sounds like the aftermath of a very
bad STI.
Well, I was going to say a bad blowjob. The process of a disease-ridden blowjob, yes, would be the right.
Yeah. Lovely.
Continue.
So records from the period show waves of drought and crop failure across parts of Texas. Hard winters followed by brutal summers. Families leaving land they could no longer sustain. And those who stayed learned to stretch what little they had. In hard times, taboos weaken before hunger does. There are no documented accounts placing Earl in any formal scandal, no arrest, no trial, no newspaper headline. What exists instead are patterns. A family that later demonstrated. Comfort.
They were monsters, though, so that works.
Comfort with slaughter tools, with preservation methods, with the processing of flesh beyond livestock. Cannibalism didn't begin as ceremony.
No, it began as survival logic. At least that is the most generous reconstruction you can give him. An animal die, meat feeds the household. An outsider dies, same rules apply. Actually, funny enough, now that I'm looking at this in retrospect, we can't pin any serious crimes on Earl Sawyer.
No.
We can't even prove that Earl Sawyer started the cannibalism. It's assumed, and through family lore, that he was the beginning of cannibalism. But really, from what I can tell, all the trouble starts after he dies. But again, people say that he was still alive at 130 whatever in 1986. So he could have been a part of it all. Who the fuck knows? I still believe he was just a meat puppet. But well, we will see how we get to that as we go along.
Yeah. So at first, it wouldn't have been spoken of as identity, only efficiency, only waste avoidance. But repetition changes meaning. A practice born in famine becomes habit and stability.
Habit becomes preference. Preference becomes doctrine. Isolation grows around doctrine. Neighbours are kept at a distance. Questions are discouraged. Marriage narrows. Trust shrinks to blood. So that's the thing here. When they start doing this, if they are doing the cannibalism at this stage, one thing we do know for sure that would point to Earl having a part in the cannibalism is those last two lines. Marriage is narrow, trust shrinks to blood. What did they have to hide if they weren't already up to it at that stage? You know?
Yeah. So if Earl was the origin, he was not theatrical. He was practical. He didn't need masks and he didn't need spectacle. He needed a family that understood one rule above all others. Survival belongs to those willing to do what others will not. By the time the name Sawyer began to circulate beyond one county line, the foundation had already been poured.
Yeah. Hunger explains the beginning. It doesn't explain what came after, though.
Yeah. If Earl's first act of cannibalism was born of famine, it didn't remain there. Seasons changed, crops returned, livestock stabilized, but the line had already been crossed. When a taboo is broken once, it becomes easier the second time. What had been emergency became method. What had been method became preference. The household didn't starve again in the same way, yet the practice continued and it offered advantages.
Yeah. Meat without purchase, silence without witnesses, power without oversight.
An outsider who wandered too close could be made useful, not merely killed, processed, preserved, shared. The slaughterhouse lessons of Earl's youth transferred cleanly.
Bleed efficiently, butcher quickly, waste nothing, hide evidence in plain sight. I mean, do you know what? Growing up in Ireland, which is mostly rural, even our fucking cities feel like they have a rural element
Oh,
at
yeah,
times.
yeah.
I know guys like this. I know older men like this who would be pack rats. They would have everything kept in their house. Fucking, do you know,
Hoarders, like?
yeah, borderline hoarders because of this waste nothing, want nothing kind of attitude.
It'll
you know,
come in handy in 30 years' time.
save the
Leave it in the
pennies and the
jar.
pounds will come. How often did you hear that in the fucking 90s, huh?
A lot. In rural Texas, livestock blood was common. Bone fragments were not unusual. Smoke from a pit did not draw suspicion. Over time, the family's relationship with death shifted. It no longer carried the weight of desperation. It carried familiarity. Children raised in that environment would not recoil from what they were shown early. They would normalize it. A calf and a man were spiritually equal in the household's logic. Both were protein. Both were opportunity. The more the practice embedded itself, the more isolation became necessary. Neighbours were kept at a distance. Social visits declined. Courtship narrowed. Outsiders were either distrusted or absorbed. Paranoia did not arrive suddenly. It grew alongside secrecy. If the world would not understand them, the world became a threat. And when threat becomes constant in the mind, preemptive action feels justified.
Yeah, cannibalism hardened into identity. Identity hardened into ritual. Meals were no longer just sustenance. They became reinforcement, a reminder of who was inside the circle and who was not.
Yeah.
And that line between survival and belief had disappeared at that point.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. This was just the way things were in the Sawyer household. It was so fucking normal. Nobody blinked an eyelid at it.
Yeah.
I would assume if you worked in a slaughterhouse, that kind of desensitization does come along.
Oh, yeah, or else you're going to be out of a job pretty soon.
Well, to be able to look at a human and a fucking animal differently.
My granddad was a butcher for a few weeks and he gave it up because he couldn't do it.
Hack it.
He was a farmer, like, you know, he grew up a farmer background. He was a farmer afterwards, but he just wasn't in him, like. And I don't mean that in a bad way.
I could probably be a butcher, like.
But
if
back
the,
then,
the,
you're
if
killing
the
animals
like,
as well. As in, like, if you think about it, he was born in 1913, so he would have started his work life.
Slaughterhouse would have been a bit step too far from him.
Too far, yeah. It was too far for him as well, because I'd say back then you were killing the animals as well as butchering the animals.
My sister's partner worked in a slaughterhouse, didn't he?
There's really good money in working in slaughterhouses because you can't keep it up. If you're an abattoir worker, you can't do it for a long time because you're more susceptible to arthritis and all that. So the pay is amazing. It's like danger pay. Like,
why would you get arthritis nowadays? Do they not just use the...
I think it's something got to do with the cold and the damp conditions because everything would have to be pretty cold. Trust me, I know an abattoir worker who lives near my mom and dad, and his cars have been pretty cool.
Okay.
So by the time Earl's children were old enough to understand what their father had done, it was no longer framed as necessity. It was framed as inheritance. Earl built the house and Wilhelmina maintained it.
So Wilhelmina here is, well, I suppose you couldn't really call her an outsider at the start because it was just Earl on his own. But this was a time as well where, like, the age difference is big here. Because she is, I suppose it wasn't that, but she was born, is that right? She would have been born in 1890, sorry, they married in that time, 1884.
So the age difference would have been about 35 years?
Yeah. So by the time, and she married him when she was like 15. So that would have put him, what, in his 40s?
35,
50s?
that's 50.
Yeah.
50 years of age, yeah.
But again, if you live in rural Ireland, you would see that is actually a normal thing. You explained this to me, which fucked me right up. I did not understand this at all. I never knew about this at all. Apparently, Irish farmers are not supposed to get married
Way back. It's not the same in our culture now, but it is historic, as in like
until their mother is dead, because there's only supposed to be one lady at a house.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as you marry, what would happen? Would you get disinherited or something? Or
I don't know what would happen, because I don't know, did many boys do it to their mummies? But
so did they just
I
stay
don't know of
single
anybody
or just
that's
not
done it.
marry until that
Stay
thing?
single. I know of at least one guy who's alive now that carried on that tradition, and he has to be in his early 70s, and he's not married because his mother only died in the last few years.
How's his Chad?
Yeah. My own granddad didn't get married till he was 40 after his mom died, but he had been engaged before that.
And what age was your grand?
She was 20.
So there was a 20-odd year gap between them as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, the main thing here is the age difference. We don't really know a whole pile about how they got together. I would assume, judging off of the time period and judging off her age, that we were going medieval on their ass, and there was a lot of he has land, that person, I'll give you so much, you give me so much, a dowry territory.
Oh, yeah. But 15 is still very young for a 50-year-old.
Again, we're talking about, you know,
Still
Wild West fucking stage at this point, aren't we? We're still in the kind of Wild West era, cowboy era.
Frontier kind of period, yeah.
You know, so I mean,
that is true.
at this point it was Earl of the Brattle for Wilhelmina.
I know which I'd have picked. So together they produced sons who would grow up inside rules the outside world would never see. Boss and Bear were raised in scarcity and silence.
And with names like that, you know you're a redneck.
Oh, definitely. They learned butchery before literacy. They learned secrecy before trust. By the time they were old enough to work the land alone, cannibalism was no longer debated in the house. It was assumed. Earl age, and unlike the myth that would grow around him later, he did not appear immortal in life. He weakened. His hands shook. His voice thinned. The patriarch who had once decided what lived and what died became dependent on the sons that he had trained. And when Earl finally died, the house didn't respond with burial. It responded with denial.
It is extremely hard to pin down when this might have happened. In fact, I have little to no idea when this might have happened.
So we're just taking it as we're presented it. Like.
We know that it would have happened before the birth of Drayton Sawyer. Drayton Sawyer would have been born in 1920. So it was before that. Bear was, so Boss was born in 1900. Bear was born in 1910.
Okay.
Drayton, that can't be right either. I am really, really, really struggling with these fucking dates. No, it does right. Yeah, 20 years.
How do you expect for yourself to get it on point if they've just presented a jumble of records? If we can forgive mistakes.
It's okay. I was right. The Boss was born in 1900, making him 20 when Drayton was born. And what we will find out soon is Boss is Drayton's father. Yeah. So it works out here. Because obviously Drayton's running around calling him Grandpa too. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
Wilhelmina refused the finality of it. Earl's death, that is. The body was cleaned, preserved, seated, not laid to rest.
Children are taught to respect their fathers, and the Sawyers were taught to maintain him. Whether anyone truly believed he was still alive became irrelevant.
No, he remained at the table, he remained at the head, the illusion held power. But with Earl's death came a practical problem. The line could not continue through him.
Yeah. Wilhelmina was still capable of bearing children. The house still needed heirs. Land required consolidation. Secrets required containment. And there were only 2 adult males within the circle.
As I said a few minutes ago, Boss accepted the logic immediately. Blood keeps blood. No outsider brides, no risk of exposure. Bear did not share the same ease. No, there was a 10-year gap. Bear would have been pretty young when all this was fucking starting, so I can understand why he maybe went a different direction from Boss, you know?
Yeah.
He had accepted the cannibalism as survival. He had accepted isolation as protection. But incest crossed something different for him. He didn't fancy his mom, basically.
Would you blame him? So Wilhelmina's behaviour toward her sons had never been entirely maternal. There were whispers of boundaryless affection even before Earl's death. Whether those boundaries were crossed before or only after his passing remains uncertain. But what is clear is that Earl's death removed the last external structure holding the house in place. Without him, Wilhelmina became both widow and authority. And in the vacuum, tradition twisted further.
Boss stayed, Burr began to pull away as he got into his later teens. The clan did not fracture publicly, but the division had begun. Grandpa no longer ruled by hand. I suppose he wasn't grandpa at this stage, but he ruled by myth. And it was in his name that the bloodline closed in on itself.
Yeah. Earl had raised two very different heirs. Boss was the believer. He didn't question the doctrine of the house. If cannibalism was survival, he accepted it. If isolation was protection, he defended it. When Wilhelmina proposed that the bloodline remain sealed, he didn't hesitate long. He framed it as duty, as preservation, as continuation of what Earl had built. Burr was cut from the same environment, but not the same conviction. He could stomach slaughter, he could stomach secrecy, he could even stomach the preserved corpse of his father seated at the head of the table. But incest was different.
A Sawyer with morals, huh? Who'd have thought?
Weird.
It felt less like survival and more like decay to him. He argued quietly at first, spoke of finding wives in distant counties, spoke of marriages arranged with strict oversight, spoke of secrecy maintained through fear rather than blood.
Wanted. Female into cannibalism.
I've told you already. I've seen crazier shit. Well, I haven't seen that crazy.
I've seen mad ones. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But
Your one takes the
two
biscuit.
old fellas that had, and they weren't even proper farmers. They just lived really, really rural, and they were known. They were kind of known as, if you're from Ireland, you'll know who Podge and Raj are.
Yeah.
And they're two kind of disgusting country.
You don't know them. Go look for them. Yeah.
That actually horror fans would love them. They used to do a show called A Scare at Bedtime with Podge and Roger. It was a comedy show where they would tell. And it actually started on a children's show.
And then they got more adults. Yeah.
And then they got their own talk show, and that was just fucking hilarious. But these two guys became known as Podge and Roger on my community because of their
hygiene,
looks, and just their general kind of demeanor and stuff like that. And one of them did actually look like he could be Podge or Rod, just heavier. But yeah, at one point they put in a letter a message into the classifieds of the local paper. Two brothers looking for a wife, willing to share.
Oh boy. So Wilhelmina dismissed the feelings. Yeah.
Well, she dismissed the idea of outside women coming in.
Exactly. Yeah.
She wanted to keep it strict within the family.
Exactly. An outsider would carry questions. An outsider wouldn't understand the rules of the house, and an outsider might one day leave. Boss sided with her.
Yeah. The argument didn't erupt in a single violent moment. It stretched. Meals became colder, conversations shorter. Burr began spending more time away from the main property, working day labor, trading livestock, establishing contacts beyond the immediate land. He didn't sever himself from the family entirely, but he stopped sleeping under the same roof. And we're going to see more of Burr next week's episode on what became of him and his own little brood.
Yes. And meanwhile, inside the house, a new structure took hold. Grandpa remained seated, cleaned, dressed, positioned as if still presiding. Decisions were announced in his presence. Disagreements settled beneath his unmoving gaze. The illusion became reinforcement. It was easier to justify transgression when framed as obedience. Boss stepped more fully into the role of executor. Wilhelmina controlled the domestic sphere. The sons were no longer simply children of Earl, they were custodians of his image. And under that image, the bloodline narrowed. The first pregnancies of this new arrangement did not come with celebration. They came with silence. The house had crossed another boundary, and there would be no turning back without dismantling everything Earl had left behind. The first children born after Earl's death did not arrive into a normal household.
Oh, shit.
They arrived into a doctrine. Boss had chosen his side. Wilhelmina had chosen preservation over propriety. Bear had stepped away, but not far enough to break the name. The bloodline closed in on itself, and the children that followed carried that closure in their faces.
I mean, when you say they didn't arrive into a normal household, I'm pretty sure as soon as you're fucking looking at the man of the house and saying, "Hey, Uncle Dad,"
Uncle Dad.
you know, Uncle Dad, there's a problem. So, like I said before, Drayton came first.
Yeah.
He did not resemble weakness. He resembled calculation.
Yeah.
Even as a child, he watched more than he spoke. He absorbed structure. He understood that power in the house did not shout, it organized. Anne followed, quieter, observant. She learned Wilhelmina's rhythms, how to prepare meat, how to clean bone, how to speak in a room without being heard outside it. Norbert Nubbins, who we got familiar with last week, and Robert Choptop arrived together as energy rather than stability. The twins laughed too loud. They tested limits. They treated cruelty as entertainment. If Drayton inherited structure, they inherited appetite. And I'd like to correct myself from last week. Yeah, Nubbins was the one that lit the fuse that caused the collapse of the Sawyer family. But it was the twins in general.
Oh, of course it was.
Fall apart.
Yeah.
Chopped Up had a lot to play with the collapse of the Sawyer fucking household.
He was
as well.
war-addled, wasn't he?
He was fucked before war, Amy. Long before war. Again, remember Betty Hartman, the twins.
That's true.
1955. They were kids.
That's true.
Alfredo and Richard came next. Richard was also known as Tinker. I assume because he'd like to tinker with bits and pieces around the farm.
Yeah.
No one really explains that these names. I mean, Chop Top, you got to assume that guy didn't get his nickname until he came back from fucking the war.
Oh, yeah.
But we'll explain that later.
That's true.
Anyway, these names would, whatever about the rest, Alfredo and Tinker, their names wouldn't travel far beyond the property lines.
No.
Not a lot of people would hear about them or know about them. They pretty much after the twins, things got so fucking tight in that house that it was very hard to pin down who was who and who was where, you know, and who belonged to what.
Each child was raised without exposure to ordinary boundaries. No school records beyond early attendance, no church involvement sustained, no friendships that lasted long enough to threaten secrecy. The house became both cradle and cage, and Grandpa remained at the head of the table, his skin thinning, his presence ritualized. Meals were eaten beneath him, arguments conducted beneath him. Children thought that he still watched.
Whether they believed he lived, and it didn't matter anymore. Belief was not required. It was just all obedience. This man was essentially a god to them at this point.
Yeah. Then came Jedediah. Now, this pregnancy was harder. Wilhelmina was older, and her body had endured too much. The labour stretched beyond control. There was no hospital visit, no outside doctor. Intervention would have meant exposure. So Wilhelmina bled, and Jedediah lived. Wilhelmina did not. Her death did not fracture the household immediately. It hardened it. Grief was redirected. Anger required a target. The story told within the walls was simple. The last child took too much. The seed was wrong. Boss had allowed weakness to enter. Whether that accusation was rational didn't matter. It became the narrative.
And in that narrative, the father of the line stood responsible. The children had lost their mother, and someone had to pay for it.
Exactly. Wilhelmina was never buried. The ground didn't receive her, the house did. Her body was washed and preserved as carefully as Earl's had been.
But unlike him, no one pretended she was still breathing. She was accepted as dead and elevated because of it. A shrine formed around her. Candles, photographs, personal objects arranged with precision, even down to these two little mutts of a dog that she had. They passed away. No one's even sure if they passed away previous to her, after her, or were killed when she was fucking killed so they could be stuffed and put next to her. And it wasn't a good stuffing job either. Those bodies
Bad
were found
taxidermy.
eventually, and like half their heads would be missing and teeth would be showing. And
Yuck.
either way, she was no longer the matriarch. She was a martyr.
The children visited her before meals and spoke to her in private moments. Blamed themselves before they blamed one another. If Grandpa represented authority, Wilhelmina became sanctity. Her death required explanation, and explanation required fault. Jedediah had survived and Wilhelmina had not. The house began to whisper that something had been wrong long before the labour, that weakness had crept into the line, that the father had allowed impurity to spread.
Boss didn't see the shift immediately. He believed grief would pass. He believed the children still saw him as a leader. He underestimated the power of myth.
Anne understood what was happening before anyone named it. She tended the shrine, she arranged the candles, she framed the narrative. Wilhelmina had given everything for the bloodline. Wilhelmina had endured what no outsider could understand and had died preserving the family. If she was sainted, someone had to be condemned. Grandpa's corpse remained at the head of the table. Wilhelmina's shrine glowed in the corner of the same room.
Between them, Boss stood alone. Drayton didn't shout, he reasoned. He spoke of how the line must remain strong, of how mistakes cost lives, of how leadership requires sacrifice. Nubbins pushed the anger outwards. Chop Top turned it into spectacle. The younger children watched their mother transformed into a holy relic and their father into a liability. The ritual that followed was not framed as murder. It was framed as an offering. Boss was restrained beneath the gaze of both preserved parents. The tools were familiar, the method deliberate.
When it was finished, Wilhelmina's shrine held a new meaning. She had not died for nothing. The bloodline had corrected itself. The children ate again, not in celebration, but in devotion. Drayton began issuing orders without announcing authority even, and began shaping the domestic sphere without asking permission. Grandpa remained the myth and Wilhelmina became the saint.
And the house now belonged to the siblings who had proven they would protect both.
Power did not change hands without a speech. It shifted through routine.
You're falling, you're adding words in here.
Without,
Power did not change hands with a speech.
With a speech.
No one needed to announce it. It just
I was still thinking
happened.
of my last fluff up because I meant to say without and I said with and I thought I had it covered this time and I said with and you know what I mean. It shifted through routine. Drayton began managing the practicalities, livestock, supplies, trade.
He understood something his father had not. Secrecy was no longer enough. The world outside the property was modernizing. Roads improved. Census records tightened. People noticed absences more quickly than they once had.
Anne controlled the interior. She tended Wilhelmina's shrine with precision. She maintained Grandpa's presentation. She shaped the narrative for the younger siblings. The house was no longer ruled by a husband and wife. It was ruled by a brother and sister, and that required consolidation. The bloodline had narrowed, and now it would double down.
Yup. Edward Tex Sawyer came first. Strong, volatile, raised in a house where violence was instruction rather than punishment. If I haven't made this painfully obvious, Drayton and his sister are now banging. W.E. followed. That stands for William Earl. Wilhelmina Earl.
Yep.
Obviously a call to their grandparents. He was quieter, more observant. He absorbed rather than explode. Very similar to Drayton in that respect, which is funny how Drayton would use his name later when he was in trouble with the law himself. Wilmer arrived last. Restless from the beginning, born into a system that was already unstable. Wilmer is like Chop Top and Nubbins rolled together, but with a bit of intelligence sprinkled in.
Okay.
With a bit more calculating, but with the sick, twisted, sadistic side of the twins.
Yeah.
And if the twins were the ones to light the fuse that blew up the Sawyers, Wilmer was the one to fucking throw the bomb at the house.
Anne's pregnancies were not ceremonial. They were strategic. Each birth reinforced the idea that the family could sustain itself without outside intervention. But with each child came strain. The household was smaller now. Wilhelmina was a shrine. Boss was gone. Bear was absent from daily life. The younger siblings had become parents without mentorship beyond myth. Anne aged faster than she should have. Multiple pregnancies within a closed bloodline exacted a physical cost. Complications increased and recovery lengthened.
And with every birth, the risk of exposure grew. Children cried, supplies ran low, whispers in nearby towns began to circle the property more frequently.
Anne saw what Drayton refused to. The line could not continue indefinitely this way. There were no daughters of age, no women beyond herself, and the younger generation would soon reach maturity. If the bloodline was to survive, something had to change.
Yeah, and Anne made a decision for herself. No consultation, no ceremony. She ended her ability to bear children. A private act, a control wound, a refusal to let the house consume her body entirely like it had done her mother. The hysterectomy was not rebellion, it was calculation.
Who did she go to have the hysterectomy done? Was it done by themselves, or did she actually trust an outside doctor?
I would say this was a home job. Everything else was a home job. There's no hospital records for any of these people.
Fair play to her for surviving it.
Zero hospital records for any of these people.
Okay. So the next generation would have to carry the burden. But the house now faced a question it had avoided for decades, without women who would birth the future Sawyers. Grandpa remained at the table and Wilhelmina remained in her shrine, but neither relic could solve the problem of biology. And outside the property lines, the world was moving closer. Hunger returned before ideology was resolved. Not famine, but strain. Too many mouths and too little yield. The land that had sustained Earl could not sustain a second closed generation. Livestock numbers fluctuated. Game thinned. The house could not continue as a sealed ecosystem, and Anne saw it first.
Children do not wait for doctrine to evolve. They eat or they weaken.
Pretty much.
Edward or Tex was nearly a man. W.E. observant and quiet. Wilmer restless. Alfredo and Tinker still dependent. If anybody suffered from the fucking incest when it came to intelligence, it was outside of Bubba, Jedediah. It was Alfredo and Tinker. They were not... No, to be fair, Tinker was he had a bit of a brain in him. But Alfredo was slow. Tinker was a homebody, though. He was a mama's boy.
Okay.
He would stick around. He liked to be close to Anne as much as he possibly could. So the house became too small, making it more visible, and it started. It just
became stagnant.
Yeah, became a bit stagnant in there. So they needed to mix things up.
Shake it up a bit. Anne proposed what Bear once had: expansion, not abandonment, division. Drayton resisted at first, and the house was scared. Grandpa remained at the table, and Wilhelmina remained at her shrine. To leave them felt like sacrilege.
But hunger does not respect relics. A decision was made quietly. Anne would take Alfredo, Tinker, W.E., Edward, and Wilmer. They would widen the net, move beyond the immediate property, trade more, hunt more, watch for opportunity, watch for women.
Drayton would remain, and Nubbins with him. Jedediah, still young and volatile, would stay where he was most manageable. The house was all he understood. To uproot him too early would be dangerous. Robert was drafted. Military service offered distance and cover. One less mouth and one less risk on the property. and perhaps knowledge gained from elsewhere. The division was not civil, it was necessary. The house that had once functioned as a closed organism now became two moving parts, one static and one roaming. Grandpa remained seated and Wilhelmina remained by candlelight. Drayton began turning more of his attention to legitimate trade, fuel, small commerce. The gas station would become a mask and money.
Nubbins roamed shorter distances, testing strangers, learning the roads.
Anne's branch moved wider, less sentimental, less tied to relics, more focused on survival. They were not yet desperate, but they were no longer contained. The split didn't end the Sawyers, it evolved them.
And evolution rarely remains quiet for long.
Exactly. The split didn't solve the problem, it postponed it. Drayton kept the household operational. Fuel sales brought cash, cash brought supplies, and supplies brought time. Grandpa remained at the head of the table, cleaned, propped, maintained, and Wilhelmina's shrine continued to glow in the corner. Anne's branch moved wider each season. More road, more observation, and more calculation. Edward learned to charm before he learned to threaten. W.E. learned to study patterns. Wilmer learned to enjoy instability. They were no longer a farmhouse anomaly. They were becoming mobile predators.
But mobility creates friction. More contact with strangers, more visibility, more variables outside of their control.
Robert's absence left a gap in the house's volatility. Nubbins filled it with reckless curiosity.
He began bringing curiosities home too, as we spoke about last week. Trinkets, stories, occasionally people. Jedediah started to grow stronger, less manageable, more physical than any of them expected.
The static branch and the roaming branch began to feel like different philosophies. Drayton believed in structure, in order, in slow control. Anne believed in expansion, in widening the net, in taking opportunity when it presented itself.
Neither side was wrong, but were incomplete. The problem of women remained unresolved.
That's the catchy one, all right.
Outsiders were watched, tested, evaluated, but none yet bought fully inside. And I've stated this a few times. The biggest problem, the biggest mistake the Sawyers ever made was splitting up. They were always more efficient as a unit. And as soon as they started splintering away from each other, that's where the cracks started to fucking show. This is just as we're coming up to the Hardesty. Well, maybe a few years off the Hardesty incident, but it's starting to show already by them splitting away. I mean, maybe even Burr was the first one to kind of to start the cracks in this family lineage. Who can tell? Maybe he would have bought about a few women, female Sawyers that they could have mixed with. Maybe kissing cousins would have been better than kissing brothers and sisters.
Which wouldn't have been unheard of in the South. So the relics in the house remained unchanged. Grandpa was myth and Wilhelmina was a saint. But myth doesn't feed children, and saints do not silence highways. By the early 70s, the country itself had shifted. More cars, more travellers, young people on open roads with little caution. The back highways grew busier. Opportunity and risk began to overlap. The Sawyers were no longer hidden by isolation alone. They were positioned along movement. The split had created reach, and the reach would soon create consequence. And when consequence arrived, it would not look like famine. It would look like witnesses. So the Hardesty incident did not end with sunrise.
God damn it!
It lingered. It lingered. 4 young adults remained missing. No bodies were recovered. No confirmed crime scene was ever secured. But there was a witness. And for Drayton Sawyer, that was enough.
Sally Hardesty had survived. She escaped screaming into the Texas dawn and carried with her a story that refused to fade. At first, authorities treated her account with caution. Shock distorts memory. Trauma fractures sequence. She spoke of a house of horrors, a masked giant with a chainsaw, a dinner table ritual, an ancient patriarch still breathing. Details were vivid. Too vivid.
Without bodies, without physical evidence to match the scale of her claims, the story strained under scrutiny. And Drayton understood that immediately.
Yeah, he played the role required of him. Sympathetic, soft-spoken, confused by the allegation.
Exactly. He described himself as a bachelor who lived alone, a quiet man running a small gas station on the edge of nowhere. He expressed sorrow for the missing youth, and he even offered prayers for Sally's recovery. When investigators pressed him on relatives, he laughed gently. A chainsaw-wielding monster, an ancient cannibal patriarch. He suggested the girl had encountered violence somewhere on the back roads and attached it to the last face that she remembered. He pointed out inconsistencies in her timeline. He leaned into her fragility, and for a time, that was enough.
Let's show you how fucking sharp this guy was.
He knew
you
what
know
he
what I
could get
mean?
away with in certain circumstances.
Well, if you go back, right, we're on episode 3 now. If you go back to the end of episode 1, he went into full cleanup mode instantly.
Yeah.
As soon as Bubba came back empty-handed, well, I suppose not empty-handed, he had Nubbin's body in his hand. Drayton knew it was time to clean fucking house.
Yeah.
House was emptied of all of the skin lamps and bone fucking furniture. Grandpa went missing. Grandma went missing. Everything was, even the
It was neat
fucking
and
blood
tidy.
stain on the fucking road where Nubbins had went splat was
Gone.
The truck that was left behind that made Nubbins go splat, gone. The truck driver, gone. There was nothing tying them to this. So no bodies means no murder charge. No confirmed victims means no indictment. And the case remained open, but it did not advance.
Sally didn't recover. Friends and family described accelerated aging, weight loss, insomnia, episodes of hysteria followed by long stretches of silence. By 1977, she had withdrawn entirely from the world. The young woman who escaped that farmhouse became a ghost in her own life. Doctors described severe trauma response, and eventually she slipped into a catatonic state. She was alive, but unreachable. And as long as she breathed, so did the story.
It must be like, how fucked up. Well, I suppose when you think of the situation she described, and now that we've done the research and looked into these guys, I can see how you get to that point.
Oh, definitely.
Like, I mean, to her in her early 20s, it must have been like nothing like this could ever really fucking happen.
Yeah.
So to have it happen to you and to see something as depraved and as fucking crazy as all this is, obviously fucked her
Fucks with
up
your head.
for good. Meanwhile, investigators rechecked details that refused to settle. Military records surfaced for a Robert Sawyer, active duty, injured in combat, alive. If Drayton had claimed no living relatives, why did an army file list a brother?
When confronted, Drayton collapsed to his knees and praised the Lord. He wept openly. He claimed he had believed Robert dead for years. He called it a miracle. The performance was convincing enough. He reframed omission as grief. A brother lost and found. Officers retreated once more.
This guy is just
Knows how to play people.
Oscar nominated. But Drayton understood something crucial along with all this. As long as Sally lived, the legend remained unfinished. And unfinished stories draw attention.
By 1974, the pressure had become too constant to ignore. When a friendly deputy by the name of Winston Hoyt warned that another warrant was being prepared, Drayton made a decision. He would not wait for the next knock at the door. He would disappear before the legend consumed him.
Drayton didn't wait for proof of guilt. He waited for probability. And probability was shifting. The warrant whispers were enough. The questions about relatives were enough. The land had been searched once. It would be searched again. Before leaving, he doubled down on the cleaning. No panic, just precision.
Nubbins disappeared from public view first. Grandpa was removed from his usual placement, and Wilhelmina's relics were concealed. Nothing theatrical remained accessible to casual inspection. The farmhouse was stripped of anything that suggested ritual. Tools were dispersed, certain items were burned, and certain items were relocated.
Jedediah, or Bubba, as he is also known, had already been sent south. Uncle Bear had agreed to keep him temporarily.
Good old Uncle Bear. The official explanation was family distance. The truth was containment. Bubba was too visible, too physical, too memorable. If the law returned with sharper questions, he would be impossible to explain. Drayton calculated that hysteria fades without reinforcement. No bodies, no fresh evidence, no monster on the property. Sally's testimony would weaken with time. He believed that, and he needed to believe that.
But belief was not enough anymore. So he shut down operations, closed the gas station, let rumors fill the vacuum. Some said he had gone broke, some said he couldn't live under suspicion, and some said he simply left for quieter roads.
And all of it worked in his favour. And by the next time the next official knock came, the house was hollow. And Drayton Sawyer was already headed south. Not as a man running from crime, but as a man relocating a business. San Antonio would not be refuge. It would be recalibration.
No. San Antonio did not feel like hiding. It felt like industry to Drayton Sawyer.
Exactly. The outskirts were louder than any back road Drayton had known. Traffic, warehouses, anonymous neighbourhoods where people minded their own business because they had their own problems.
Bear had not recreated the farmhouse. He had replaced it.
Where Earl ruled through isolation, Bear ruled through movement. The Bone Boys did not lurk on highways waiting for accidents. They created opportunity. Runaways, sex workers, drifters, men who gambled in the wrong rooms, women who disappeared between bus stations.
They operated like a street gang with blood at the core. First, you had Johnny Boss Boy Sawyer. Well, he was the visible muscle and the leader of the kids. Whereas Bear was the leader of the family, Johnny was the firstborn and the heir to the throne.
Yeah.
And this was really more of a, like I said, a gangland mentality here. Next, you had Benny Sawyer. He was an enforcer, but he also was very close in age to Johnny, and he wanted that boss boy title.
Okay.
So there was a bit of rivalry between these two, according to insiders. Then, the thing the Sawyers always wanted. A girl. Barbie was the lure. She brought the people in. She was the unsuspecting bait to bring in the victims. And no, again, even if she had been around her cousins at that stage, we know how Bear feels about him.
Oh, yeah.
So he wasn't going to allow his daughter to get fucked by her cousins. You know? So she was going to be kept well away from them. 3 siblings, 3 different mothers. All women who had been listed as missing. So Bear had figured this shit out.
Yep. Bear had corrected what he... Excuse me. Oh, my God. Excuse me. Bear had corrected what he saw as the flaw in Earl's model. No incest, no shrinking bloodline. Outsiders were used to strengthen the line, not seal it. Disposed of afterward. Practical, cold, and profitable.
But the real evolution was not in breeding, it was in clientele. Bear did not just kill to eat, he killed to sell.
The wealthy wanted indulgence without consequence, violence without paperwork, bodies that could vanish without ripple.
Bear supplied them, delivered people to private rooms, collected payment, took what remained for the family table. Waste nothing, monetize everything. He had learned well from Earl when it came to the waste nothing fucking side of things.
When Drayton stepped into that world, he saw something dangerous. Not moral corruption, efficiency. The operation was bigger than anything the farmhouse had sustained, but it was sloppier. Bear relied on fear and speed. The Bone Boys were reckless, and they believed brutality was invisibility.
Then Drayton saw Jed. Not in a bedroom, not at a table. In a warehouse, caged, chained, bloated, eyes distance, veins thick under his skin. They called him Amped. injected him with veterinary steroids to push aggression past its natural limits.
Ew.
When a non-blood member stepped out of line, they unleashed him. Not as myth, not as family, but as punishment. Drayton didn't like this, but he didn't shout. He did not strike Burr, but something in him went still. Leatherface was not supposed to be spectacle.
No.
He was a symbol. He was a ritual. He was the embodiment of something older than street gangs and envelopes of cash. Burr saw power. Drayton saw degradation.
The cousins laughed at his nickname. They didn't understand the legend that they were mocking. But Drayton understood something else too. The farmhouse was gone. The back roads were compromised. San Antonio was not refuge. It was evolution whether he liked it or not. So he did what Sawyers do best. He observed, adapted, waited, not to serve Burr, to outgrow him.
Isn't it interesting how Burr leaves the main family unit to strike off on his own because he saw the incest as degradation.
Yeah.
And then we come here and they have Bubba who has this legend of Leatherface around him, and they've pumped him up in steroids, renamed him Amped to scare the fucking, as I said, non-blood members of the Bone Boys.
Yeah.
They recruited off the street as well. They were essentially just a street gang with, a couple of Sawyers running it.
Yeah.
But Drayton saw that as degradation. It was the ritual, losing the mythology, losing the legend of Leatherface and turning him into just another vicious gang member by the name of Amped. That was enough for him to see it as, this is wrong.
Yeah.
Do you know what was it? Whereas Burr went, fucking my mom, that's wrong. Drayton's like, you're fucking with my brother. That's wrong.
Yeah.
So he wasn't happy with Uncle Burr at this stage.
So Burr didn't invite Drayton south out of sentiment. He invited him because he understood value. The Bone Boys could capture, they could intimidate, they could break. What they could not do was prepare.
Bodies arrived damaged, cuts uneven, evidence left behind through carelessness. Clients complained quietly, and product inconsistency costs money.
The first time Drayton stepped into the processing room, he didn't ask for authority. He asked for space. The room changed when he worked. Noise dropped, movement slowed. He didn't hack, he mapped. He separated joints cleanly and removed muscle groups intact and trimmed connective tissue with efficiency.
Blood loss controlled, packaging uniform. He understood how flesh cooled, how it spoiled, how it could be disguised, where it could be hidden inside legitimate supply chains. Burr watched carefully. And again, this is showing you the difference of growing up within the actual main Sawyer compound and growing up as Burr's kid on the outside, kind of learning from a distance,
Yeah.
They didn't have the same slaughterhouse skill that the OG Sawyers had.
Yeah. And the clients watched carefully too. For the first time, the operation felt organized rather than explosive. Orders became more specific. Private buyers requested the surgeon's preparation. And that nickname stuck, not for show, but for consistency. Drayton did not argue it. He didn't posture, he didn't threaten, he let the work speak. In under Burr's chaos, he built quiet systems.
Records kept in memory, distribution patterns observed, which police districts were lax, which neighborhoods ignored disappearances, which buyers were insulated by money. He watched everything.
He learned the city the way Earl had once learned the slaughterhouse, through repetition and through anatomy.
But he never forgot the cage in the warehouse, and he never forgot the name Amped.
Jed was still being used as enforcement, still injected, still treated as a spectacle. Drayton tolerated it because he needed time, because survival required compromise, because Robert was not yet home. San Antonio was not the future, it was education.
Bear had scaled the family business. Drayton was studying how to perfect it.
And when Scale eventually collapsed under its own noise, the surgeon would already know how to rebuild it cleaner. Robert Sawyer did not come home healed. He came home altered. The war hadn't corrected him, it sharpened him. A metal plate replaced a portion of his skull, a visible seam that never quite closed.
No, doctors had stitched him back together properly. But Robert undid their work. He picked at that wound compulsively, tore it open, chewed at loose fragments of his own flesh. Pain did not register as warning, it registered as appetite. In fact, I've even heard some descriptions from a woman we're going to talk about later in this episode, Vanita Stretch Brock. Stretch being her nickname, her DJ name.
Yeah.
That she had witnessed Robert walking around with a wire hanger, a metal wire hanger, and a lighter. And he'd light the top of the hanger to make it
and
hot.
burn the flesh.
And then scratch around the wound. You could physically see the metal plate in his skull.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd pick a little bit off and it would just go straight into his mouth. Yeah, nasty.
So when he arrived in San Antonio, Bear saw volatility. Drayton saw familiarity.
Yeah. Chop Top laughed too loudly, talked too fast, swung between affection and violence without transition, but he was blood. Not street muscle, not outsourced loyalty, blood.
Yeah. The Bone Boys treated him like novelty at first. War stories, the metal plate, visible instability. They thought that he was entertainment. They didn't understand that chaos inside the bloodline hits differently than chaos in hired hands.
No. I have seen clips of interviews with Chop Top from years back. It's actually where we get some of our references to the story from him. It didn't all come from a file. Some of it was interview segments that were also in a fucking file put away.
Yeah.
But I can what I'm about to describe here. I can picture him doing it. It was done to what I'm about to say here was genuinely done just to irritate, not for any practical reason, just to amuse himself. Chop Top didn't respect Bear's hierarchy. He mocked it. He'd wander into rooms uninvited, questioned pricing, questioned distribution, questioned why Bubba was chained like an animal. He wasn't happy about that either.
Well, that pissed me off. Family members being chained up.
But he was intentionally antagonistic against his uncle and his cousins. It was almost like he felt... You know how I said sometimes I feel the need that even if I agree with somebody and I'm having a discussion with them, I have to play devil's advocate and stick my kind of, well, I agree with you, but there's also this view. That was Chop Top. He'd be walking in and it would be no, I agree with you and this is my view. It would be more like, do you know where you're fucking up? Do you know where you're fucking up? This is how you do it.
I know men like that go away.
But he'd do it with a smile in his
like,
face, knowing he's pissing you off while he does it.
That would piss me off. Oh, Drayton and Robert spoke privately, late, away from the cousins. Letters had kept them connected. Now proximity restored something older. They didn't need to discuss the farmhouse, and they didn't need to mention Sally. They understood the same pressure without words. Bear's operation was large, but it was loud.
The Bone Boys were visible. Violence in the streets attracts police. Police attract attention. Attention attracts warrants.
Chop Top did not think in systems. He thought in impulses, but even he recognized the instability building.
Small mistakes began stacking. A buyer who complained too openly, a body discovered in the wrong jurisdiction, a street-level recruit who talked too much before Amped silenced them. It all adds up.
Yeah. The machine was profitable, but as we said, it was not quiet. Then, in 1980, it cracked. What began as confrontation escalated into gunfire. The details were messy and witnesses unreliable. Reports inconsistent, but the result wasn't.
Oh yeah. Bear was dead. Johnny was dead. Benny was dead. Barbie was dead. Another leg of the Sawyers was gone. Now, what happened here was essentially they had their own Sally Hardesty incident.
Yeah.
They had been out one night and a lot of their victims were by chance. Whereas we discussed in the first episode of this series that Sally and her friends essentially stumbled across three Sawyers by sheer coincidence, just because they were all in the one area and there was nothing really no big master plan being orchestrated between the three of them. It was just happenstance. They bumped into fucking one after the other after the other. And by the time it was all done, Drayton needed to clean stuff up. This was different. They went out looking for victims. Easy targets, easy hits. And one night they came across... No, the problem here is I don't have any solid names, because these records were also sealed for anonymity for this woman. So this woman is only known in records as Sissy. Sissy had been out with a friend and three friends, one female, two male. The female was later identified as Barbie Sawyer.
Okay.
So she was luring them in. She directed them towards Benny and Johnny and their gang of misfits. And they basically kind of ensured that meeting happened so that they could attack. Once the two boys were taken care of, it was just Sissy left. And Sissy is how we know that Drayton was called the surgeon. Because she met the surgeon. Yeah. She was going to be one of the surgeon's victims. But the problem was that I don't think they were planning on using her for meat. I think she was going to be sex trafficked along to the elite. And then later, maybe repurposed as food afterwards. Because a lot of the female victims they brought in were used as sex slaves and stuff like that for the elite. And later on, once they had felt that the women were all used up, they would then talk about maybe repurposing them or just killing them and getting rid of them. Yeah. Sissy was lucky. Sissy managed to break free of the Bone Boys, and this again, and it's so similar to what we were saying about how like the twins on the other side of the Sawyers were kind of responsible through their own impulsiveness in the destruction of the Sawyer family. Here it was more competition. Johnny and Benny were at constant competition, and Sissy could see it through her captivity. And she was getting in the ear of Benny as he was trying to intimidate her. Talking about how, if you touch me, Johnny will come and get you, and Johnny won't be happy, and you're only a sidekick, you're only a little bitch, and all that kind of stuff. So he was getting pissy with that, and eventually Johnny and Benny end up getting into a big old fucking fight about it. This fight gave Sissy a chance to escape. When she escaped, she came out of the front of this building, which was actually on a fairly fucking well-populated street. It just looked like a shop front, and she came blasting out the window one evening. She runs towards, exactly like Sally, just random car, two people who see her running from a giant man wielding a fucking chainsaw, screaming in the streets, which is believed to have been Bubba Unchained at that fucking point. And the rest of the Bone Boys, not just Johnny, Benny, and Barbie, but the rest of the Bone Boys came out shooting. Cops arrive, a shootout happens, none of the Bone Boys are left standing. They were not going to be taken alive. Was basically the way things were looking. But as this was all happening, Chop Top and Drayton were like, we need to calm that motherfucker down and get him the fuck out of here. And that's or Leatherface is who they were talking about at that point. And so in the chaos of bullets and panic, they did take him and get him the fuck out of there. And again, it just added another layer to this fucking story, because you have to remember at this point, the idea of Leatherface is still legend. Nobody believes this guy exists. Sally, they believe, was hysterical. And they believed that at that point that the Sawyers had put on this theatrical show
Yeah.
to put her off her kill, put her off her fucking senses. And again, this is the second time in Texas that this wild massacre has broken out. And in the center of it is this giant fucking man with a weird face and a weird mask in his face and a fucking chainsaw in his hand.
Yeah.
And on top of that, we also have a man at the top of this fucking gang who goes by the name of Burr. Now, he was smart. When he moved to San Antonio, he is the one that bought the Slaughter name in.
Okay.
So I said earlier that sometimes the Sawyers would go by Hewitt, Sawyer, or Slaughter, and we know Sawyer is the official name. The Slaughter side of it comes from Burr. Burr, when he moved to San Antonio, he dropped the Sawyer name and went with Slaughter, and it was more, again, out of loyalty to his clan at home. He knew that if something like this happened, he didn't want to trace back to the Sawyers.
Yeah.
But there was obviously records of there being a Burr Sawyer somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
Because even in those early stages when it was just Earl, Wilhelmina, Boss, and Burr, and it was smaller, and before all the incest started and before all the trouble really fucking started to brew, they were still putting enough paperwork through that they would avoid suspicion.
Yeah.
And he at least went to school for a year or two before homeschooling took over, you know?
Yeah.
So there was, if you were paying attention, if you were looking, if you were paying attention to the Hardesty incident and you had suspicions about Sawyers, when Burr's name crops up, even if it is Burr Slaughter, there's still suspicion that this, because of the giant with the chainsaw, it's straight away, if you're paying attention to the story and following the story, there was suspicion that this might be related to the Sally Hardesty incident.
Okay.
But not enough for law enforcement to give two shits about it or to go looking any deeper into it. As far as they were concerned, they uncovered a fucking massive fucking human trafficking ring and they eliminated all the suspects who had been running it. You know? The fact that they couldn't find the body of a man they called a surgeon, or the fact that Robert Sawyer had, after he left the army, had went to San Antonio, meant nothing to them. They just accepted that, you know, we got everybody. They're dead, guys. Don't worry about it. And as far as I know, Sissy at that point went into some form of witness protection.
Witness protection.
They kept her all. Yeah, like I said, Sissy isn't her real name. We don't know her real name. She's just a woman who escaped and kind of gave testimony later as to what was going on inside there. Because again, there was a lot of uproar because she was claiming to have seen some elite names inside in that area. Okay. And we'll get deeper into those elite names as we get closer to Wilmer Sawyer.
Okay.
Because Wilmer, by necessity, was kind of forced back towards this direction eventually.
Yeah.
But we'll discuss that in part 5 when we're finishing things up.
Cool. So the Bone Boys, as you said, imploded in a storm of bullets and panic. San Antonio swallowed the spectacle quickly, but the damage was done. Drayton stood in the aftermath and saw what he had anticipated even all along. Fears build fast, and it collapses faster. And chaos, no matter how profitable, always invites extinction. The refuge was gone. The apprenticeship over. The surgeon no longer had a machine to work inside, but he had something better. He had knowledge, and Robert was finally home. The fall of Burr's operation was loud. Gunfire, sirens, news vans circling warehouse districts that had once been ignored. For the first time since leaving the farmhouse, Drayton felt exposed again. Not suspected, exposed. San Antonio had been a shield and classroom. Now it was a liability. Burr's name would surface in reports, and the Bone Boys would be dissected in headlines. Missing persons cases would be reopened, and anyone connected would be traced.
Yeah, the Sawyer name was not, like I said earlier, was not lost on the conspiracists.
Yeah.
Or at least the closeness to the Sawyer name. Like I said, the fact that there was a bear slaughter here was enough for conspiracists and people following the case to say, well, there was a bear Sawyer and that family were known for working in the slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
So bear slaughter isn't exactly a fucking stretch. Especially considering we know that Bear left the family at some fucking point to strike out on his own.
Yeah.
This makes a lot of sense. Especially when they start looking further into it and they realize there's some cannibalistic fucking sides to this. There's meat market side to this. There's human trafficking for sex, violence, and consumption.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that all lines up with other theories people had about the Sawyers themselves, or about the Sally Hardesty incident in general.
Yeah.
Because the Sawyer name itself was still kind of lost on people in the sense of no one really knew who was at fault with the Hardesty incident. All anybody really knew was a man named Drayton Sawyer had been questioned about the fucking incident.
Yeah.
And she had pointed a finger at this gas station attendant. But, I mean, Nubbins was gone. So there was no body, no record. Nobody knew where it was. So he didn't exist according to the law.
Yeah.
Bubba was hidden. So again, there's no record. There's no discussion. Like, where the fuck is this monster you speak of? The corpses of the grandparents are not at the house when they get there. There's no fucking skeleton furniture there. There's no skin fucking furniture there. So again, Drayton is really this bare fucking thing that's holding things together. But like we know, conspiracy theorists, the smallest little breadcrumb is enough to keep the story rolling. No, most of the time we slag that off, but this time they were right.
Now, Drayton didn't panic. He assessed. Bubba couldn't remain, and the warehouse network was compromised. Clients would scatter, and the elite would deny association. The streets would remember only violence, not invoices. Robert was back. Jed was unstable but loyal. The remnants of the Bone Boys were gone. The slate, in a strange way, was clean.
Then the news reached them. Not immediately. Not through headlines, but through rumour, through a passing mention. Sally Hardesty had died. Years earlier, she'd slipped into catatonia. Now she was gone entirely. No trial, no renewed testimony, no courtroom where she could point and speak. So like you said, slate was
clean. Drayton didn't celebrate. He didn't toast. But he understood the magnitude. The last living voice tying him directly to 1973 was silent.
The legend remained, but the legend without witness is weakened.
Yes. For 7 years, he had lived with the knowledge that somewhere in Texas, a woman still breathed who had seen his table. Now, she did not. The timing felt almost providential. Bear's collapse removed one structure. Sally's death removed another threat. Drayton had lost a host, but he had gained invisibility. San Antonio was no longer viable.
Yeah, too many bullets, too many eyes. But Texas is large, and the cities forget faster than the back roads. Now, I will point out here as well, because people are going to point it out to us. I'm only saying here that Drayton found out in 1980 that Sally died. Sally actually died in 1970.
But he found out. Yeah, in 1980.
So it was like 3 years after the incident, 2 years after he had moved to San Antonio, and he was just so insulated in his surgeon role and kept so well hidden. Drayton wasn't exactly walking the streets of San Antonio.
Yeah.
What we're about to discuss, the way he deals with Dallas, is very different to the way he dealt with San Antonio. He didn't want to be seen. He wanted to stay invisible. He was inside 99% of the fucking time.
Yeah.
He rarely left the surgical room that he worked in, or in the fucking butcher's room that he worked in, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, too many, but he just had to get the fuck out of there. And like we said, everything's bigger in Texas, including that fucking state. So he just picked up sticks and moved on to the next city.
Sure did. And he gathered what remained. Robert, Jed, knowledge, contacts, supply routes. He didn't intend to rebuild Bear's chaos. He intended to refine it.
2 markets, one hidden, one public. So essentially, on top of what he had been doing on a very small scale through his gas station with the meat, is now going to become bigger because he still has Bear's little black book of clients.
Exactly. Private clients supplied discreetly. The general population fed under disguise. Human flesh hidden in chili and pate. Profit doubled. Suspicion diluted. They would not return to the farmhouse, and they would not return to isolation. They would build beneath something abandoned, something already forgotten.
And Robert found it. Texas Battleland, a defunct Civil War amusement park built over an old mine. Tunnels beneath, structures above. Room to store, room to process, room to perform.
They will build an amusement park with any theme. I mean, Civil War amusement park seems kind of bleak.
Yeah.
It's
a weird one, all right.
I suppose whatever part of the country you're in. Huh? The move north was not flight, it was evolution. San Antonio had taught Drayton scale. The farmhouse had taught him ritual. Dallas would be synthesis. And at this time, he would not work under anyone else's shadow. Texas Battleland did not look threatening from the road. It looked abandoned, with weather-worn facades and faded flags.
Yeah. Civil War fantasy left to rot in the Texas heat. But beneath it ran old mine tunnels, narrow arteries of stone and timber. Cool, hidden, perfect.
Drayton didn't rush the rebuild, and he didn't repeat Bear's noise. He constructed infrastructure, storage rooms carved into rock, processing areas separated from holding cells, escape routes mapped in advance, entrances disguised. Above ground, the park served as camouflage, and below ground, it became a factory. The old farmhouse theatrics remained, but controlled. Grandpa's corpse positioned again at the table.
A relic of origin, a reminder of where they began.
Wilhelmina's shrine was rebuilt, smaller but intact. Memory carried forward even in relocation. Drayton re-established contact with Bear's former clientele quietly.
Yeah, no street level muscle here, no bone boy spectacle, just phone calls, meetings arranged discreetly, premium orders handled personally. The surgeon had a new operating room.
At the same time, he tested a second stream, public consumption, chili cook-offs, pâtés, processed meat blended carefully.
Yeah, no one questions spice. No one questions slow-cooked texture. He entered competitions, smiled for photographs, accepted trophies, built legitimacy one bowl at a time.
Yeah, and for nearly 6 years it worked. Disappearances in Dallas blurred into background noise. Transient populations masked gaps. The elite were fed privately, and the public unknowingly fed publicly. Robert oscillated between usefulness and liability. Bubba stabilized without Bear's injections.
Still volatile, but less grotesquely amplified.
Yeah. For the first time since 1973, Drayton felt control return. Not fear-based dominance, but system-based survival. The farmhouse had been family. San Antonio had been apprenticeship. Dallas was an enterprise.
And they were close to bringing the rest of the family in, close to consolidating again, close to permanence. And permanence breeds complacency. It only takes one night of boredom to undo 6 years of discipline.
Absolutely. Control doesn't fail slowly. It fails in moments. 6 years of discipline ended on a stretch of back road outside Dallas. Drayton had left early that evening, an annual chili cook-off downtown.
Public, crowded, visible. He smiled, shook hands, let judges taste what they believed was slow-cooked beef. He won first place. You Texans need to get your taste buds sorted.
Yep.
A trophy raised under floodlights. Proof that disguise, when done correctly, becomes legitimacy.
While he accepted applause, Robert grew restless. Battleland was quiet that night, too quiet, and Chop Top hated silence.
He mistook it for stagnation.
Yeah. And he convinced Bubba to take the truck. Just ride, just air. 2 college boys were driving home on a back road with their windows down and music loud. A car phone between them dialing a late night radio request line. They laughed and they didn't notice the truck at first.
Then headlights. Too close. Too aggressive. The chase was not methodical. It was impulsive. Truck closing distance. Engine screaming. Robert laughing from the cab. Bubba climbing onto the flatbed with a chainsaw.
The radio host, Venita Stretch Brock, answered the line live on air. The boys were still connected. Their fear bled through the speakers into the Dallas night. Listeners thought it was a prank, and then they heard the engine, the rev of metal teeth. Bubba leaned forward and brought the saw down through the roof of the car.
Steel tore, glass shattered, bone gave way.
The call did not disconnect immediately, and screams carried across broadcast range. The truck sped off, the bodies left mangled in what authorities would later describe as a high-speed accident. Terrible at their police work.
Well, police like to gloss this shit over. Drunk driving, recklessness, no chainsaw mentioned officially. I suppose again, we're still in the 80s here.
You're going to know what metal looks like being pulled up by a chainsaw, but it just feels like lazy police work. As in, well, we can put it down to roadside accident, less paperwork.
Pretty much. It's easier than trying to find a crazy, legendary fucking... It's essentially like telling people to go find Bigfoot with a chainsaw. You know, it's just
if we can get the funding, hard. Let's go.
You know, this dude knew how to... They knew how to keep the big guy hidden.
Yeah. But Stretch replayed the recording again and again, and she heard something that others didn't. The engine wasn't just revving. It was a mechanical rhythm. It was deliberate. Drayton returned to Battleland with a trophy in hand and fury waiting for him.
He heard the replay before he saw Robert.
Well, yeah.
Fuck me, was he angry. He understood instantly what had happened. 6 years of quiet, undone by boredom. The old mistake, spectacle over system. The twins at it again. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Fucking Nubbins mightn't be able to cause trouble, but Chop Top sure as fuck will.
Yup. Worse than the murders was the broadcast. Witness is dangerous. Audio witness is permanent. Stretch wouldn't let it go. She aired it repeatedly, challenged the police narrative, pushed for investigation. Drayton knew the pattern, and one voice became obsession. Obsession becomes law enforcement.
And somewhere in Texas, there was a man who had been waiting 13 years for exactly this kind of a mistake. This man had also paid attention to what happened in Dallas. Mm-hmm. He had also, or not Dallas, in San Antonio. And he had followed the story all the way to Dallas. For 13 years, Lieutenant Bode, I think. Lefty Enright. He'll be Lefty for the rest of the show, so Lefty. It's okay. Lefty Enright had lived in the shadow of a chainsaw. He did not trust official conclusions. He did not trust coincidence. Grave disturbed across counties, unexplained dismemberments, witnesses describing a hulking figure that authorities dismissed as hysteria. Lefty kept files long after others closed them.
He followed patterns no one else cared to connect. Every time a body turned up with mechanical tearing rather than clean cuts, he took notice. Every time rural law enforcement labelled something an animal attack without full examination, he asked questions. He didn't have proof. He had instinct. And instinct fueled by personal loss becomes obsession.
Yeah. Franklin Hardesty had been his nephew, Sally his niece. One confirmed dead in 73, the other in 77, as we said earlier. Yes. Now, one thing I failed to mention here so far was this man is a retired U.S. Marshal.
Okay.
And retired because he became so obsessed with this case that they got sick of him talking about it.
He couldn't drop it.
You need to go fucking retire.
Okay.
Drop it or fuck off.
Yeah.
And he decided to fuck off. Yeah.
Lefty didn't believe monsters were random. He believed they repeated. And when Stretch aired the recording of the car phone call, he heard what she heard. Not an accident, not engine malfunction, a rhythm, a saw. He contacted her directly, encouraged her to keep broadcasting it, not recklessly, strategically. And if the killers believed they were being exposed, they would react.
Predators do not tolerate challenge. They confront it.
Stretch didn't fully understand the scale of what she was baiting, but she trusted the intensity in Lefty's voice, and she kept replaying the tape. At Battleland, Drayton listened with cold calculation.
He knew Robert's temperament. He knew Bubba's impulsive loyalty. He also knew how provocation works. The broadcast would draw police eventually. But before that, it would draw them.
Chop Top wanted to silence it, not by patience, but by confrontation. He and Bubba drove to the station, not to negotiate, to erase. The attack unfolded fast, and sound engineer L.G. Peters died brutally.
No, before we get to L.G. Peters, let's explain what was going on here. As you said, Lefty had encouraged Stretch to continue to play this, to broadcast this audio clip of the two college kids getting murdered. The idea was that they expected the Sawyers to show up at the radio station. Lefty was late.
Okay.
He was supposed to be there already. Stretch was there waiting for him. She heard a crashing sound in the front room. The front room of the reception area of the radio station. When she came out, she was met with Chop Top, who she said he was wearing a Sonny Bono wig, dressed like a hippie, and then the wig stayed on for a while, but he was still using that fucking wire hanger up under the wig and picking off, so she couldn't see what he was picking at that stage.
Just thought he had an itchy wig on. Yeah.
And out of nowhere, after a bit of kind of back and forth basically with Chop Top playing with his food for a while, Bubba came bursting out of the record room with his chainsaw revving and chased her back into the studio area.
Okay.
At that point, it's believed that was the first time she saw Chop Top without the wig on, because he clipped the metal. Bubba clipped the metal plate with his chainsaw. So if Chop Top didn't have that metal plate in his head, he would have been killed right there and then.
That's pity.
So Bubba came out all guns blazing, and again, this guy had no real fucking sense of control.
Yeah.
What happened was L.G. Peters was the sound engineer, and according to Stretch, he had a bit of a thing for her.
Okay.
And he had been trying to get her to go out that night with him.
Mm-hmm.
And when she said she was sticking around to meet Lefty, he left, but then returned with a coffee for her.
Oh,
he went to the
nice
coffee shop, got some coffee and donuts, and he was coming back to wait with her. And when he got there, he was dealing with an angry Chop Top who was pissed off that his Sonny Bono wig got destroyed.
Yeah.
And Chop Top took a hammer to his head and kept bashing and bashing and bashing and bashing while he thought his brother was in the back taking care of Stretch.
But he wasn't. Stretch nearly followed, but something in her face, something in her voice paused Bubba. Recognition, curiosity, attraction, and he spared her.
Now this is interesting. And this is interesting because as we progress from this point on, we're going to see this man known as Leatherface not just age, but he's going to develop strange. It's almost like
he develops a moral compass.
No, definitely not that. But
moral inclinations.
His mental disabilities become more obvious because he's unable to really figure out his own emotions.
Yeah.
What he's feeling, and he's obviously developing a little slower than the average man would.
Yeah.
Because when you look at what happened in the Hardesty incident, Sally's description of the man they were calling Bubba or the man they were calling Leatherface, because she said that they jumped between nicknames and regular names, so it was even hard for her to pin down who was who for a very long time, which blurred the case a lot. But she described him, and we even described him, as almost like a dog to Drayton, you know, to Drayton and Nubbins.
Yeah.
That he was like a guard dog for the house, and that was his job outside of butchering the actual fucking human bodies and animal bodies brought back to the house for him. At this point, it's almost like even when it comes to his sexual awakening, that his puberty comes a little later, because at this point she says she believed what stopped him from killing her, because she said she ran into another storage room that had a big heavy metal door on it, sliding door. She slid it across and she put some boxes in front of it to keep it closed, and she said she could hear him outside the door, because Stretch is actually one of the more competent fucking witnesses we have. She didn't go insane after this. She actually stayed very fucking even-keeled. She went on to fucking become a news reporter herself in her own right, and covered later Sawyer fucking incidents. But at the time, she locked the door. She stayed inside there, and then she said that she could hear the chainsaw belting against the metal door, and then suddenly it stopped, and there was silence. And the next thing, Bubba came driving through the drywall at the other side of the fucking wall. So he went into the next room and just decided to come through the drywall instead of the metal fucking door that he couldn't get through.
Okay.
But when he laid eyes on her, she was in a corner, shrunken, kind of shivering in fucking fear. But she was wearing little tiny Daisy Dukes, little tiny top, little bit of cleavage showing.
Somebody
and she was
a
very pretty lady.
Yeah.
I've seen pictures of Stretch. She was a very pretty lady. And Bubba also saw how pretty she was. And she said that she started kind of clay, almost like she didn't go full victim on it. She was kind of begging a little bit, she said, but she at the same time was trying to, how do I describe this? She was trying to kind of
Promote him
a little bit. She was trying to get in his head a little bit and try and figure out what it was how to control him a little bit. You know, how the Sawyers had done for years.
Yeah.
And she said suddenly the chainsaw stopped revving. Like it stopped spinning. But he started to move the blade of the chainsaw up the inside of her leg. Really, really slowly and seductively, while licking not licking his lips, licking the other person's
mask's
lips.
lips.
Whoever's face that was, he was licking their lips through his mouth hole. And he started to, for the first time in any of these stories, there was doubt. He stopped. He looked unsure. She said that to her, he was the least of her worries. Okay. She said when it came to the Sawyers that she encountered over the rest of the story, he was the most gentle. And that it looked like he was trying to, she said it looked like he was trying to decide in his own head what he wanted to do, whether he was going to follow orders or whether he was going to spare this woman. And next thing, Chop Top started calling for him, and he made the decision. Okay. And he left Stretch alive, went down, and she said she could even hear Chop Top ask, "Did you take care of that bitch?" And he didn't reply. She said it was something along the lines of, yeah. That's apparently how he talked according to Stretch. It was all of, which makes me wonder, was he deaf?
You don't have to be deaf to speak like that. I know deaf people that do speak like that, but
anyway, but yeah, so there was a bit of curiosity here on Bubba's part when it came to the female thing. And even then, it's funny because when we talked about the Sally Hardesty incident, we discussed briefly how it was discussed among the family members as to whether he'd get to keep her face or not.
Yeah.
And did he have a thing for her face? And was it just something that, and did that develop into,
attraction?
Well, again, he has now spent a few years around the Bone Boys, who are essentially street gangsters.
Yeah.
Gangsters are known for sex, drugs, and violence.
Sure.
So he would have been around a lot, or at least when he was in the house, he wasn't being... what's the word when you're exposed to that kind of sexuality.
Yeah.
Drayton was a bachelor. Drayton had no fucking interest in women, outside of his sister. And that was purely fucking to keep the family line going.
Yeah.
Drayton seemed to have absolutely no real sexual desire. Nubbins, again, similar. Chop Top, even similar. They never really discussed women. They weren't. It's like they weren't interested. They were more interested in the carnage that was going on.
Yeah.
So you'd have to wonder, was the Bubba being exposed to high doses of, I would assume, testosterone through the fucking the steroids, would start to awaken some sexual feelings within him.
Yeah.
And on top of that, he's witnessing a lot of decadency around him. He's witnessing women being used as sexual objects, because the Bone Boys didn't just deal in meat, they dealt in sexual trafficking as well.
Yeah.
You know, sex trafficking. So he would have witnessed all that as well at that stage. So was there a little bit of an awakening here? And did he have a thing for fucking Stretch that stopped him? And again, later on in the story, we're going to see this come back into play again. So I believe he did. And when we get to next week's, actually, next week's story almost confirms that theory.
Okay. So Chop Top accepted the lie that the job was finished and that Stretch, although she survived. And instead of waiting for Lefty as planned, she did something reckless. She followed them. She tracked the truck back to the Texas Battleland. Lefty wasn't far behind.
No. Lefty was late for a reason. Lefty didn't just want to arrest these men. He wanted revenge. And he wanted it to be real eye for an eye revenge. This story comes from a man who owned a landscaping store in Dallas. So he sold lawnmowers, chainsaws, trimmers, so on and so forth. He said that Lefty came into the shop that evening and asked to see two particular chainsaws. One small little handheld one and one a little bit bigger.
Okay.
He informed Lefty that there was a trunk of a tree outside the front that he could go test chainsaws before buying. He said that's what we use. So just go out there, and if you want to cut a few lengths, you can see how good chainsaws are. They're full of gas. Work away. What he said he saw was the funniest thing he had ever seen in his life before he actually knew the extended story and what was going to happen later. He said he watched as Lefty went outside and essentially, do you know that dance we said that Bubba did when Sally Hardesty was driving away? This was the one that she described.
Yeah.
He was essentially imitating it while hacking at this tree trunk.
Yeah, probably to check.
So he was dancing around the place, but hacking away at this tree trunk, almost in a slicing motion, which wouldn't really work with a chainsaw. You kind of have to go in slow. But he was hacking and slashing at this tree trunk while kind of doing it in a weird rhythmic kind of way. And that's what kept this motherfucker from being at the fucking station on time to ensure that none of this actually went as far as it did.
Yeah.
But he armed himself not with sidearms alone, but with some chainsaws, because that's proper biblical shit right there. Eye for an eye, saw for a saw.
If myth demanded a symbol, he would answer in kind. By the time he reached the abandoned park, Stretch had already slipped into the mine tunnels. What followed was not investigation, it was descent, and the house that had survived farms and cities was about to meet the only thing more dangerous than a legend, a man who refused to stop believing in it.
No, according to Stretch's account, as she was walking up to Battleland, she had seen Lefty pull up and he got out of the car and she turned to talk to him. And she was where she was standing happened to be actually fucking really crazy. Really similar to Betty Hartman. She was standing on some planks of wood. She didn't realize that underneath the wood was hollow. And the wood was rotten. And it was like a little wooden trackway up to the front of Battleland. You know, the entrance. And as she was standing there talking to Lefty, the wood gave way under her weight, and she fell, and what was there was like a slide tunnel into the mines. She said she went down that tunnel, and it was too far for Lefty to be able to reach her or even see her, but she landed in a pile of fucking corpses.
Yikes.
From there, she said she kind of made her way out of that area, found her way through one or two of the tunnels to the main chamber where the 3 brothers and 2 corpses were currently hanging out. The corpses being...
Or Wilhelmina? No?
No. We'll get to Wilhelmina.
Franklin.
No, not even that. But yes, you're right. I didn't mention that, but yeah, that is a small detail. Lefty did find the body of the missing Franklin, so that did confirm that the Sawyers had killed all 5 teenagers in 73, or all 4 that were missing at the time in 73, because Franklin's body was found here. They had brought that along with them. That was just a skeleton in a fucking wheelchair at that point. But there was Grandpa, there was Chop Top, there was Bubba, there was Drayton, but Chop Top did not want, just like they had done with Wilhelmina, he did not want to say goodbye to his twin brother.
I forgot
so
that.
he had fashioned a puppet out of the corpse of his brother. So Chop Top walked around Battleland with one hand free and the other hand up the back of his brother's fucking skeleton, moving the mouth with his hands in the skull and moving his hand with the other hand like he was a Muppet. You know, like with a little stick and shit.
Yeah.
And he'd pretend like the 2 of them were having conversations and getting on and going around the place. So he never really let go of Nubbins.
Yeah.
In that sense. But she said she was kind of crawling around trying to stay hidden. But Drayton spotted her moving from one part of the chamber to the next part of the chamber.
Okay.
And they were trying to find her. And eventually Bubba found her inside in their storage locker, their meat storage locker. And he stayed quiet about her being inside there.
To keep her
Didn't want
safe.
to be known. Yeah. And inside there also was the body of LG Peters, the sound engineer.
Yeah.
Not quite dead from Chop Top yet.
Switching.
Well, by the time she got there, though, he was pretty much dead. They'd taken a lot of his skin off at that point. But she said Bubba came back in, took a knife, peeled LG's face off, like, you know, he did for his own fucking masks, and walked over and put it onto Stretch's face, almost like to try and kind of,
you could be one of us.
You're like me now here. She obviously didn't want that.
No.
And he left her inside there to try and keep her hidden from the brothers.
Okay.
And it was only when she tried to make a little escape that Drayton spotted her. They followed her down a tunnel. And she said they basically made fun of Bubba for being sexually attracted to Stretch. And Drayton apparently said that this is a famous line from that Stretch said he claimed that Drayton said. You know, it was like sex. What was it again? Sex. Well, that's sex. But the saw is family. And he was holding a chainsaw at the time. So they were really into their fucking chainsaws, these bastards.
Oh, yeah.
And at that point, she was taken captive and knocked out. Actually, I believe she said she was knocked out. She said last thing she remembered was Chop Top coming at her with Nubbin's arm in the air and clobbering her with the bone of Nubbin's arm, knocking her clean out.
Nice.
And when she woke up, she was where Sally Hardesty once was.
Not a nice position to be in. So Texas Battleland wasn't a fortress. It was a stage. Above ground, decaying patriotism. Below ground, ritual and machinery. Stretch didn't understand the full layout when she followed the truck. She understood enough to know that she had crossed a boundary. The tunnels swallowed sound. Light flickered. The air thickened with heat and rot. She moved too far, too fast, and the Sawyers closed in. The dinner table was waiting, with Grandpa seated at the head once more, propped and silent.
An old relic presiding over repetition.
Stretch was bound and mocked, forced into the same ritual choreography Sally had endured 13 years earlier. Robert ranted. Drayton performed civility. Bubba hovered between aggression and hesitation. They placed the hammer in Grandpa's hand and guided it towards Stretch as if myth still required participation. It was a grotesque theatre, and beneath it tension built because Lefty had entered the tunnels. He didn't move quietly, he moved destructively.
2 chainsaws roaring through timber, supports and mine beams. He didn't want to rest, he wanted collapse. But again, this fucking stupidity of using the fucking, like, where's the logic in... I get that it's their ritual, right?
It's tradition.
To have and tradition and ritual to have Grandpa fucking holding the hammer in Grandpa's hand and using his hand to be the
same as
kill.
having the head of the house cut the turkey.
But at the end of the fucking day, the person that's getting the hammer to the head isn't going to know which one of them did it. She's not going to be able to go and tell anybody.
But neither does
afterwards.
the dead turkey on your dinner table. It's tradition. It's the head of the household. It's acknowledging him as the patriarch of the family. Yeah, you are our patriarch. You get to cut through the first slice is what it comes across as to me.
I suppose, yeah, I didn't think of it like that. That does make a lot more sense. But it just seems like these silly rituals.
It is a silly ritual. Don't get me wrong, but I can
problems.
see their line of thinking. All right, but yeah, it's ridiculous. But when he reached the processing chamber, the world narrowed to noise and spark. Steel met steel. Lefty struck Drayton hard enough to drop him beneath the table. The surgeon lost composure for the first time in years.
He got a little bit of a cut that time, didn't he?
Sure did.
Then Bubba stepped forward. Chainsaw against chainsaw. Lefty fought with obsession. Bubba fought with instinct.
The chamber filled with splintered wood and flying debris as Lefty tore into structural supports. Stretch broke free from the chaos. She ran upward toward daylight and Chop Top followed. Drayton crawled, bleeding and disorientated. He understood something clearly in that moment. The operation was finished. Police would come. Evidence would surface.
Years of quiet undone in one violent convergence.
Under the table lay what Robert carried with them everywhere. As you said, that was the preserved corpse of Nubbins, a puppet of memory, a relic of 1973.
Yeah. Oh, I already covered all
You
this.
sure
I had it here
did.
to cover, but we got it. And I can understand how this would happen. I mean, if they were going to fucking keep their grandmother as a shrine, keep their fucking grandfather as if he was still alive, pretending he was still alive, then why wouldn't one crazy twin keep the corpse of his other crazy twin and make a fucking puppet out of him and keep pretending to talk to him?
Exactly.
Would have made a great show. If they had taken that on the road, they would have done very well for themselves instead of all this fucking foolery that they were doing.
True.
I am Nubbins. I am Chop Top. It'd be great. I'd watch that show.
Yeah. But Drayton had a hidden contingency. A grenade. An old grenade. Military surplus. And he pulled the pin, even not in rage, but in calculation.
If the Empire could not survive, it would not be inherited.
But the blast was smaller than intended.
Because old explosives weaken with time.
Yep. The explosion tore through the chamber, but it did not level it. Drayton was thrown back, wounded but alive. Lefty disappeared in the aftermath of smoke and splintered timber, and his body would later be recovered in pieces. Official theory claimed structural collapse.
Unofficially, the assumption was similar. The distraction had given Bubba the opening he needed to take Lefty out and to make his own escape with what we assume was just Grandpa.
Yes. Above ground, Stretch reached the roller coaster structure. At the top, inside a makeshift chamber, Wilhelmina's shrine had been rebuilt once again. Candles flickered beside her preserved form. In her lap rested a small chainsaw, a family sigil. Chop Top cornered Stretch there, laughing.
And again, exactly like Nubbins, like his brother. He could have finished this shit at any stage. He had her cornered. She was trying to start up an old chainsaw that hadn't been powered in fucking years, and he had the knife. Same straight edge knife the fucking Nubbins had fucked around with on Sally. He had kept for himself in his own pocket. He'd taken it off of Nubbins, put it in his own pocket, and he was doing the exact same thing. So to show you how these twins
Couldn't control themselves.
Almost identically.
Yeah.
Whereas Nubbins could have caught Sally Hardesty at any stage on the way to the fucking main road. He decided instead to start slashing at her back, laughing and giggling the whole fucking time, thinking it was great fun and she'd never get away. He thought the exact same thing. And he probably was in a better position to believe that, because they were at a high structure and she was closed in. It wasn't like there was another truck going to turn the corner and kill him.
Yeah.
But he was doing the same thing while she was down trying to fucking rev up the chainsaw. He's just slashing at her fucking back, opening up these superficial fucking wounds that weren't going to kill her, but just, again, playing with his food. These two were like cats. They just fucked with their food before they ate it.
Exactly. Stretch seized the saw and pulled the cord. The engine roared and she drove the blade into his torso. Not clean, not precise, but enough. Robert staggered backward, over the edge of the fabricated mountainside, falling into the darkness below. Police surrounded Battleland before dawn. Drayton was found wounded, disorientated, but alive. Robert also survived his fall, but barely.
Bubba was gone. Grandpa's body was missing. Evidence scattered, but intact enough to build a case. For the second time in his life, the myth of Leatherface vanished into the Texas landscape, this time with sirens behind him, but still no solid evidence of his existence. Not for the police, anyway.
Yep.
So when it came to Grandpa and Bubba, they were just myths. They were just legends. They were just stories told by surviving witnesses.
Yes.
Now, obviously, the capturing of Drayton, Chop Top, and the body of Wilhelmina probably would have held some fucking weight and put some fucking context to all this myth and legend. But yeah.
The story that emerged from Texas Battleland was fractured. Police reports described tunnels, remains, equipment, and evidence of prolonged criminal enterprise. News outlets simplified it. A deranged clan, a cannibal ring, an abandoned amusement park turned into slaughterhouse. Drayton Sawyer did not resist arrest. He didn't rant. He didn't confess. He identified himself as William Earl Hewitt.
Again, trying to preserve the Sawyer name. And this is, again, what we've seen this throughout. Bear changed his name to Slaughter to keep people from knowing that they're the Sawyers.
Yeah.
He's changing his name to Hewitt to stop him from believing it was the fucking Sawyers that were doing anything. Police started to believe, because they're dealing with Chop Top and how crazy he fucking was. Like, basically, the Sawyer name, a lot of what was said by Stretch confirmed a lot of Sally's claims. But because Chop Top was so fucking mental, because they found the body of Nubbins in the state they found it in with Chop Top, because they found Drayton Sawyer and he claimed to be W.E. Hewitt, they started to believe that maybe Leatherface wasn't real and that the brothers were just putting on a costume to scare people.
Yeah.
That this was like a fucking slasher movie or something where they had a alter ego that was passed amongst the brothers to scare victims, making them easier to control because they believed there was this big monster behind them, and really it was just them in a padded fucking suit with a mask on.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe that, and I think by the time we get to episode 5, we'll kind of confirm that was unlikely. But that's what was believed at this stage, and that's why they didn't go looking any harder into the whole Leatherface legend after this. They just accepted we caught him. The brothers have been neutralized. We're here. I mean, like, Chop Top was too crazy to take seriously anyway, but denial couldn't save them from, Robert Sawyer's military records either. So the Sawyer name was dragged into this a little bit, because as much as he claimed to be W.E. fucking Hewitt, Robert Sawyer was his official name in the military record, or was Chop Top's official name, and obviously blood fucking evidence was enough to say, well, these two are brothers, they're related.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So he's obviously a Sawyer. Yeah. So that kind of fucked up that story a little bit, but he did go to his death as W.E. Hewitt, not Drayton Sawyer.
Yeah. And Drayton maintained composure even in restraints, but the charges mounted quickly.
Yep. Multiple counts of murder, grave desecration, trafficking in human remains, health code violations that barely scratched the surface of what had really been discovered under the ground, But yeah, I love health code violations. Stick that in there.
That'll
Do you
do
have a
him in.
certificate for handling that food?
25 to life. The trial was public. The details were not. Much of the testimony was sealed to avoid wider panic. Drayton was convicted. He declined to appeal, and in 1989 he entered the gas chamber without visible fear.
When offered a final statement, he did not apologize. He did not deny. He said simply, "If you think I'm bad, hell, Bubba, you ain't seen nothing yet."
Robert Chop Top Sawyer was ruled not guilty by reason of insanity. His instability was not difficult to demonstrate. He was committed to a high-security psychiatric facility. There he remained for years, volatile and deteriorating.
And thank fuck for that, because we got a shitload of evidence from him, or a shitload of information for this show from him.
Yeah.
In 2000, a dispute amongst inmates turned violent. He was stabbed repeatedly. He did not survive.
Wilhelmina's preserved body was recovered from Battleland. Authorities cremated the remains to prevent further ritualistic misuse. Grandpa Earl's corpse was never officially accounted for. No confirmed recovery. No confirmed burial. Bubba was not found. No arrest, no body, only testimony.
But Stretch maintained she had seen him, and he was not any of the other brothers.
No. Others dismissed it as trauma layered on trauma. Law enforcement closed the Battleland case as dismantled. Leadership executed or institutionalized. Operation destroyed. But legends do not end in courtrooms. They relocate. And in 1990, in another stretch of Texas Road, the myth of Leatherface would surface again. By the mid-1980s, the public believed the Sawyer story was finished. Drayton Sawyer had been arrested following the collapse of the operation hidden beneath Texas Battleland. Robert Chop Top Sawyer would soon follow him into custody, later declared criminally insane and locked away in a psychiatric facility. Norbert Nubbin Sawyer had died years earlier, struck by a passing truck on a Texas back road during the infamous Hardesty escape.
I still don't know how they managed to clean up all that blood before the cops got there.
Bleach and a power washer.
A power... Would they have had power washers in the 70s?
Do you want me to Google? Are you
No,
that
think
interested?
I
Bleach and a
That-
deck scrub, Josh. Fuck the power
it's the
washer.
least,
a
I
deck
suppose
scrub.
it's the least of the mysteries in this whole fucking story. So let's just continue.
So to the outside world, that was the end of the cannibal clan. But the Sawyers were never a single man or even a single house. They were a family. And while Drayton's branch of the family had spent the years after the Hardesty incident building an underground criminal enterprise that stretched from New County to San Antonio and eventually Dallas, another branch of the family had been somewhere else entirely.
See, that's the thing about the Sawyers, right?
Mm.
People like to imagine monsters as lone wolves. One crazy man with a chainsaw, one psychopath living in a house full of bones. But families don't work that way, and neither do bloodlines. While Drayton was perfecting the business side of murder, someone else was trying to solve a much bigger issue.
And that someone was Anne Sawyer. Anne was the daughter of Boss Sawyer and Wilhelmina, sister to Drayton, and one of the few members of the clan who possessed both intelligence and patience in equal measure.
She was sister wife too. Well, I don't know if they actually ever got married. I don't think they did the whole marriage thing. They were just
Sister wife is when you
not in
have...
not in the Mormon way,
Very cool.
but in the incest and we had children way.
Sister and wife. Wifey sister.
But not legally binding wife. She was the matriarch of the family. He became the patriarch of the family once Earl and then Boss were out of the picture.
Okay, yes, yeah. So when faced with the harsh reality of their bloodline problems, along with financial difficulties, it was Anne who made the decision to take the majority of the clan and explore other avenues for succession. She left New County with Alfredo Sawyer, Richard Tinker Sawyer, Edward Tex Sawyer, William Earl Sawyer, and Vilmer Sawyer. And eventually, though the family didn't know it yet, their most infamous member would return to them as well, Jedediah Sawyer, better known to the world as Bubba or Leatherface.
But Anne didn't leave because she was scared. She left because she could see something the rest of the family couldn't. The Sawyers had a future problem and a big one.
Yeah, Years earlier, Anne made the decision that would shape the future of the entire clan. She refused to become another Wilhelmina. Wilhelmina Sawyer had spent her life giving birth to children inside an isolated family that believed blood should remain within the bloodline. Anne saw what that life had done to her mother. The endless pregnancies, the brutality, the expectation that her only value was producing the next generation of Sawyers. So Anne made sure that would never be her fate.
She'd have never met it in Ireland in that time period.
No. She removed the possibility entirely. Through crude surgery and sheer determination, Anne ended her ability to bear children. Ouch.
Which sounds like a victory for her until you realise what that meant for the rest of the family.
Yeah. The Sawyer clan was now a family of men. Boss Sawyer was gone, Wilhelmina was dead, and the surviving members of the bloodline were all male. Drayton has gone his own way, Robert was overseas in the army, and Norbert was already drifting toward the kind of violence that would eventually expose them all. Anne looked around at the boys growing up under her watch and realised something terrifying. The Sawyers had no future, no daughters, no mothers, no way to extend the bloodline, and for a family that believed its traditions were sacred, extinction was not an option.
You can kill a lot of people and still survive. You can rob graves. You can butcher travelers. You can even get away with a chainsaw massacre if you're careful enough.
Mm-hmm.
But if your bloodline dies with you, that's the one thing the Sawyers could never allow.
I wouldn't like my bloodline to die with me either.
Well, I don't think anybody would like their bloodline to die with them.
It's a very natural thing for you to want to carry your bloodline on, like.
Well, we've done that twice already, so we're good.
And another 10 times are coming.
Yeah. Easy, Jessie Buckley.
Okay, cool.
Take it handy.
She wanted 20,000. I only want 10 more. It's not even as much as my grandmother had, so we're doing fine.
We'll just have a little soccer team.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
So while Drayton spent the next decade turning murder into business, Anne Sawyer was trying to solve a very different problem. How do you build a future for a family that refuses to let the outside world in, when the only way to survive is to bring outsiders inside? For years, the answers eluded them, but eventually the Sawyers would reach a conclusion. And when they did, the solution would be colder and far more brutal than anything the family had done before.
Yeah, this gets a bit fucked up. Right? Well, as we're going to get into and we're going to see the kind of... follow the logic of Bear Sawyer with the Bone Boys on how to reproduce.
So for the next decade, the branch of the Sawyer family led by Anne became ghosts along the back roads of Texas. They didn't stay anywhere long, abandoned farmhouses, collapsed ranch properties, forgotten stretches of highway where no one asked questions. The family moved constantly, living quietly on the margins of a state that had already begun forgetting the rural communities that once thrived there. Money was scarce, food was unreliable, and unlike Drayton's side of the family, Anne had no stable operation to sustain them.
Yeah. Drayton built business, Anne built survival, two very different strategies for the same problem.
The clan lived the only way they knew how. Roadkill taken from empty highways, drifters and hitchhikers unlucky enough to wander too far from the main roads, occasional work when the opportunity presented itself. But even during those unstable years, Anne kept the family organised. Each member had a role. Alfredo Sawyer, the eldest surviving son of Boss and Wilhelmina, became the family's labourer. He handled the physical work, digging, hauling, disposing of what the family left behind. And later, when the opportunity finally appeared, he would be the one to reopen Drayton's old gas station near Newt County under a new identity. But during these years, Alfredo's usefulness rarely extended beyond muscle.
Well, Alfredo wasn't exactly the brains of the operation. No. Truth be told, the only one slower than Alfredo in this family was Bubba himself.
Yeah. Richard Tinker Sawyer was the opposite. Where Alfredo relied on strength, Tinker relied on planning. He was intelligent, patient, and surprisingly adaptable. Tinker became the one responsible for training the younger generation of Sawyers. He taught them the traditions of the clan, how to stalk prey, how to control victims, how to disappear when the outside world started asking questions. Under Tinker's watch, the boys grew into capable hunters.
Do you know one thing I forgot to mention about Tinker, which is, I suppose,
Go for it.
it's relevant but not relevant. It doesn't come up in the story. It's not used in the story, and I don't know how it happened, but he's missing an arm. He's got a hook for a hand.
He's a Jedi.
Huh?
He's a Jedi.
I don't know any Jedis that have hooks for hands. That's more of a
Oh,
pirate
he's a
thing.
hood for. Oh yeah. Okay. See, I thought. Okay.
What
Yeah.
did you think I said?
I missed the hook. I was just imagining him when you said hook in a Jedi robe.
Well, what Jedi robe?
Because it doesn't Luke get his hand cut off?
Oh, yeah.
Are there not multiple Jedis missing an arm?
Well, I mean, Anakin is missing multiple body parts.
Well, yeah, I knew that part. A lot of body.
Luke was missing an arm. I can't think of anybody else.
Oh my god!
I mean,
thought he was,
C-3PO
like,
randomly
2, 3.
loses random parts here and there that get replaced. You never see him lose them, but he shows up in different movies with different color body parts as he goes as they
Could
go
have
along.
sworn there was like 2, 3, 5.
Probably is. I just can't fucking think of it. I mean, Darth Maul lost the bottom half of his body, and he's got a new
An
show coming
arm,
out in a couple
though.
of weeks.
I specifically remember arms. It's going to crack me up. Anyway, Edward Tex Sawyer in particular developed a skill that the family had rarely possessed before, and that was charm. Tex inherited Drayton's charisma and Anne's ability to present a calm, trustworthy face to strangers. He was handsome, confident, and the kind of young man people instinctively trusted.
Which makes him the most dangerous type of Sawyer, because people who don't run from someone they trust, they end up following them. Now, here's a question for you. We got Alfredo, Tinker, and Tex. Fuck, marry, kill. Who we going with? You've seen pictures of all three. There's pictures of them right there on the wall.
Right, okay. Refresh my mind. Which one's Alfredo?
So, Alfredo's actually not in any of the pictures. He is the dude.
Okay, I'll go with the other two first, then I'll make up my mind about Alfredo.
I'll put it to you this way. Alfredo is most likely to kill in most people. So fuck, marry, kill in this
Tex
scenario.
was the charmer.
Tex is the guy with the hook. He's the dude standing behind Anne and Babby. And then on the other side in the ground, you have Tex.
Oh, that's easy. Fuck, marry, and yeah, probably kill Alfredo.
So Tex is the marry. Fuck is the Tinker.
I'm just going off like face value here. Do you know that kind of way?
Yeah,
which is the better looking, and which could I handle around the house
Well,
more so than the
the
others?
fact that you are currently with a man who would have serial killers' pictures hanging on his studio walls really says a lot about what you're willing to accept. So, okay, we can keep going. Yeah, okay.
While Tinker and Tex learned the art of manipulation, 2 other members of the family made a decision that would temporarily remove them from the clan entirely. William Earl Sawyer and his younger brother, Vilmer. Both boys chose to enlist in the United States Army. Their reasoning was simple. If their uncle Robert, the man the world came to know as Chop Top, had learned to kill more efficiently through military training, then they would do the same. The 2 brothers left Texas and entered a world far removed from the back roads and abandoned houses of the Sawyer clan. But their intentions were never patriotic. They wanted discipline, strategy, training, everything they believed would make them better killers when they eventually returned home.
And if that sounds insane to you, just remember the environment they were raised in. For the Sawyers, the army wasn't a way out. It was a continuing education. And the only thing that pisses me off the most about the Sawyers, and it's a surprising thing, why the fuck did they name the child Vilmer and not Wilmer? Wilmer is going to keep slipping out of my fucking mouth.
I know
they
why.
call him Vilmer.
Because they were cannibals. Ivan, Tusak, your blood. Yep.
You say so.
So while W.E., V.E., will we start calling all the W's V?
Yeah. Well,
While
we
W-
and Vilmer.
While W.E. and Vilmer disappeared into military life, Anne's branch of the family continued drifting across Texas, always moving, always watching, and always trying to solve the same problem: how to extend a bloodline that consisted entirely of men. Because no matter how well the Sawyers survived on the road without new children, the family would eventually die with them. And Anne Sawyer had already decided that extinction was not an option. By the late 1970s, Anne Sawyer had identified the greatest threat facing the clan. It wasn't the law, it wasn't revenge from the families of the missing, and it wasn't even hunger. It was mathematics. The Sawyer bloodline consisted almost entirely of men, and without women, the family had no future.
You can get away with murder for a long time if you're careful, but extinction, that clock never stops ticking. Ask the dinosaurs. What? You can't? Yeah, exactly. Move on.
Anne's first attempt at solving the problem was surprisingly measured. Rather than abducting women outright, the clan attempted something far more controlled: indoctrination. They began looking for the type of women society had already discarded: runaways, petty criminals, women drifting through the same forgotten highways the Sawyers themselves had been living on. And the idea was simple: find someone unstable enough to disappear without much attention, bring her slowly into the family, convince her the world outside the Sawyer clan had nothing left for her.
In other words, don't take hostages, recruit a believer. Now, is that not, out of all the things that happen, now obviously what happens after this is worse. Maybe worse. I don't know. But how much worse could it have gotten if this had went from being a family affair to a full-on family affair cult-wise? If they're recruiting, indoctrinating women into the fucking into the family.
What if they indoctrinated the whole family into the
Yeah,
family?
yeah. If they start franchising the Sawyers, how much worse are we
Wouldn't
here?
solve
Is this
the inbreeding
Charlie
problem.
Manson again? I mean, you know.
That's true. So for a brief period, the plan appeared workable. Several women were brought into the orbit of the family, and Tex proved especially effective during these encounters. He had inherited Drayton's natural charm.
And his sexiness.
Oh,
Drayton
yeah.
was a sexy bastard too.
Really? Combined with Anne's calm, controlled demeanor, he could present himself as something the Sawyers had rarely seen before: safe. Women trusted him, they spoke with him, and they followed him.
And if the story had stopped there, the Sawyers might have actually built the next generation the quiet way. But families like this don't fall apart because of outside pressure. They fall apart because of themselves.
And the first major problem came from Alfredo. As the eldest surviving son of Boss and Wilhelmina, Alfredo initially believed he should have first claim to any woman brought into the family.
Only natural.
Only natural. And Anne allowed it at first, but the arrangement quickly became a disaster. No shit. Alfredo was volatile and impatient, and according to rumors that circulated even within the family, he struggled with women in ways that left him humiliated and angry. More than one potential recruit died even simply because Alfredo lost control when things didn't go the way he expected. So do you mean he couldn't perform?
Yeah, which is a common problem when it comes to serial killers. I mean,
Really?
That-
Is
well,
it because
that's
they're
a
so
lot.
disgusted with themselves?
Well, no, but that's a lot to do with like the issues.
Why they do it?
Yeah, because they have number one, they can't talk to the women properly themselves, so they can't actually build a relationship to get to the point of sex. And then on top of it, you have any, I suppose, any fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? Insecurities that they may have a lot that go along the way. And if Alfredo isn't getting a lot, maybe he had a quick, maybe his gun went off a little too fast. Maybe he just couldn't stay hard at all. Or maybe he was like the Golden State Killer and he just had a micro penis.
Yeah, or maybe he was likely the 16th and his foreskin was too tight.
But
There's loads of different...
A lot of the reason behind the Golden State Killer, they reckon, is micro penis. They even say, no, Hitler was micro penis. This was the issue.
You see, for me, that makes sense with Hitler, because Hitler was short in stature, but it's kind of comical when I think of the Golden State Killer being that big and that...
He's big.
He's a tall guy, isn't he? Not as big as the Gilgo Beach, but I think he was... In my head,
But you see,
I've only seen him sitting down, though.
and you see, when it comes to the Gilgo Beach thing, and this is the thing, guys, forget, right? A lot of guys don't realize when it comes to penis size, a lot of your penis size is going to have to do with the weight that you're holding, because the weight, your fat, is getting in front of the penis, right? Or building around it, which means some of it is going back there. So I would have to assume that fat ass Rex Heuermann probably didn't have much packing down there
see it
either.
himself when he looked down.
No, they definitely couldn't. I mean, he's like Peter Griffin, fucking evil
I
cousin.
can't think. He's the only. I mean, I think what they all do is awful, but he's the only serial killer that I feel genuinely repulsed at the back of my throat when I think about him. Genuinely, Golden State Killer. Just to go back to him, is 5'11".
So yeah, that's 3 inches taller. No, 3 inches smaller than me. 2 inches smaller than me.
4 inches taller than me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So not particularly tall.
No. Sorry. I thought he was towering. So after
So,
several...
it was me next, wasn't it?
I was trying to cover for you.
I got it. So obviously, this is not being able to perform here. If you can't perform for the women, it's almost like a performance review for the Sawyers because they have to be really particular about the women they're bringing in, and they have to maximize the vagina that is flowing through the farmhouse to get results.
Mm-hmm.
So Alfredo failed it repeatedly.
Exactly, yeah. And after several incidents, Anne removed that privilege entirely. Alfredo was demoted within the family hierarchy, and his responsibilities became purely labour, work, disposal, maintenance. The delicate work of interacting with outsiders would fall to others. But Alfredo wasn't the only problem. Tinker had little interest in long-term relationships at all. Where Anne saw women as potential mothers of the next generation, Tinker saw them as temporary entertainment.
And this is an issue that we see throughout the Sawyers. It seems like a lot of them didn't have any real motivation to seek a proper relationship. They were barely interested in sex as it was. Violence was their outlet,
Yeah. And so for Tinker, the thrill was never reproduction. It was control, torture, murder. And once that appetite took over, patience became impossible.
Yeah, like I said, Tinker didn't want a partner. He wanted a project.
Yeah. Tex proved far more capable of sustaining the illusion. But even he eventually discovered the limits of Anne's plan. One of the women he had been seeing for some time became suspicious. Arguments began. One night, the situation escalated. And during the fight, she threatened something that could have destroyed the entire clan. She said she would go to the police, and that single sentence changed everything.
Because if one person can say that, then eventually someone will follow through on it.
Exactly.
So, I mean, that's essentially like, all right, we've had this issue once. If she
Kill them all.
We trusted this one, and it got this far, and we were close to fucking completing our mission, and she turned on us, which means if she can turn on us, anyone can turn on us. No, that plan's out the fucking door. Exactly. What do we do next?
The moment the words left her mouth, the indoctrination strategy was effectively finished, and Tex killed her shortly afterwards. And the family gathered to reassess the situation. Anne had tried the patient approach. She had tried persuasion. She tried slow recruitment. But every attempt had ended the same way. Fear, paranoia, and another body. The conclusion the family reached was brutally simple. Outsiders could never be trusted.
Which meant the only solution left was to stop pretending they could be a part of the family.
Yeah. And from that moment forward, the Sawyers abandoned the idea of integration entirely. Women would no longer be brought in as potential members of the clan. They would serve a single purpose, to ensure the bloodline continued. And once that purpose was fulfilled, they would be discarded like every other victim who had crossed the Sawyers' family path. Once the indoctrination strategy failed, the Sawyers were left with only one option: efficiency. If outsiders couldn't be trusted to become part of the family, then they would never again be treated as potential family members. They would be treated as resources. And Anne didn't arrive at that conclusion lightly. For years, she had tried to build something that resembled stability for the clan. Something that allowed the Sawyers to continue their bloodline without attracting the kind of attention that had already begun circling in Drayton's branch of the family. But every attempt had ended the same way.
Fear, resistance, betrayal. The Sawyers don't do betrayal, they just eliminate it. Yeah. Out you fucking go.
Exactly. The new plan removed all uncertainty. Women would no longer be courted. They would no longer be persuaded, and they would no longer be trusted. They would be taken, and the process became mechanical. A woman would be abducted along the highways or from the same forgotten towns that the Sawyers had been drifting through for years. She would be restrained, used for reproduction, and once her usefulness ended, she would be disposed of the same way the family, as we said, disposed of any other victim.
Yeah, cold, efficient, and disturbingly practical.
Yeah. The Sawyers had unknowingly adopted the same philosophy that Bear Sawyer had built his own criminal enterprise around in San Antonio. People were no longer individuals, they were inventory. But the reality of the plan quickly revealed another problem. Years of inbreeding had taken their toll on the family line, and many of the pregnancies never lasted, and some of the women died before reaching full term. Others miscarried repeatedly. Without medical care, without proper nutrition, and with the brutality the clan inflicted during the process, survival was rare.
It turns out you can't exactly run a successful maternity program out of an abandoned farmhouse with only a chainsaw as your fucking main tool.
Do you know what's ironic about that, though? Chainsaws were originally invented to help during labour and childbirth.
Fuck off.
Swear, honest to God, they were kind of smaller chainsaws, but it was for, do you know the episiotomy? Yeah,
I remember.
So going into bones.
Yeah, so for guys who don't know what that is, I was there when it happened. I couldn't look. For a big horror fan.
You pussy.
So when Amy was giving birth to our first child, she ripped. No, she didn't rip. They cut
with the scissors.
With a scissors, what we would refer to as the gooch area.
I do not have a gooch.
Or whatever you call it.
My perennial sponge, whatever it's called.
From the bottom of her vagina to the bottom of her butthole. Whoosh. Wide open.
It's nice you can laugh about that.
Well, it didn't happen to me. Thank fuck it didn't happen to me.
This is why men
so bad though afterwards. Whatever about enjoying it. I could understand enjoying it. That you're in so much pain.
I don't remember it happening, yeah.
It doesn't register what's happening down
the stitches,
there.
I don't remember them doing that.
And you have a lot of fucking, obviously, you have the
gas in air and the pethidine. And
did you have the injection at that point? What's it called?
The epidural, I did, but the epidural didn't work on me.
So, but even then, when you're in extreme pain, other pains don't really bother you all that much. Do you know what I mean? It's not gonna get
me.
You know, you're not gonna think twice about it.
No.
But afterwards, holy shit, man! I don't know how you survived with the stitches, and then they got infected, and that sucked, and you had a fucking terrible.
Just me, it's pretty common for girls that like have the episiotomy or that rip when they get the stitches get infected.
Well, yeah, because down there in that area is where all the waste is, and you know, obviously, I mean, there's a reason we flush everything down the toilet, because if it's around us, it makes us sick. So you'd have to assume that it's the same discussion we have had about women with their Brazilian butt lifts. It's like, how do you recuperate from a Brazilian butt lift? How do you sit down? How do you lie down? How do you poop? How do you pee?
Probably the same as when you have the polyneuropathy in a surgery. You need to recuperate from that lying on your front for a couple of weeks.
What's that?
The polyneuropathy. You know, it's the thing on your. A lot of men get it. It's on the top of.
Where they dig it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Two of my friends have had it, and they were explaining it to me about how they had to like pack it. With like
I helped pack it for a
shit.
friend when they needed a change, and believe me, it's fucking gnarly.
And I was on a night out with another one of my friends, and I went with him, but I remember turning to him and be like, "Bud, what? There's a bit of blood coming out of your butt at the top of your butt." And I was like, "Shit!"
Man.
And it was just like a little blood patch.
Why would you be out drinking after having
because
something
we were
that
in our early
fresh?
20s, and we were just—it's what we did all the time. But yeah. It sucks. I was close to needing it, but didn't. So I'm okay. Thanks for fuck.
Yeah. So yeah, I just think it's funny that back to the discussion about chainsaws, they were first invented for childbirth, and the Sawyers never got to use one during childbirth.
Well, maybe not.
Maybe not.
There was one. Oh no, they didn't. We explain where that baby comes from. Okay, yeah.
So most attempts ended in failure, but there had been one exception. Years earlier, while Drayton's side of the family had been hiding in San Antonio, Bear, Sawyer, and the Bone Boys decided to conduct an experiment of their own. They wanted to see if they could create something new. Another Bubba, a second-generation monster that they could control. They abducted a drug-addicted sex worker and subjected her to the same brutal logic the Bone Boys used on everything else. Bubba was heavily dosed with steroids and Viagra, and the woman was forced into repeated encounters until she eventually became pregnant. And against all expectations, she survived the ordeal. Months later, she gave birth, but the child was not what Bear had hoped for. The baby was a girl.
Which for Bear meant failure. But for the Sawyers, it meant something else entirely. Now, I know what people are saying, but Bear already had a daughter. Why would he be upset with this daughter? The thing about it was they weren't trying to make a new child. They were trying to make a new fucking Leatherface.
Exactly.
They wanted a new monster, a second monster, a monster of their own. And when they came out as a girl, he was like, well, she can't turn out like him. So off you go.
Rather than raise the child themselves, the Bone Boys made a decision. If the child belonged to Bubba, she belonged with the Sawyers. The infant was sent north to Anne. She named the child Barbara. But within the family, she would become known by another Sawyer, by another name even, Babby Sawyer.
Yeah. For years, Bubba never knew the child existed. The Bone Boys kept the secret while they continued using him as a monstrous enforcer when they had him nicknamed Amped. But everything changed after the collapse of San Antonio operations and the events that eventually led to the arrest of Drayton and Top Robert in Dallas. When Anne's branch of the family finally returned to New County in 1986, Bubba learned the truth. He was a daddy. He had a daughter.
And for the first time, anyone in the clan could remember the hulking killer who had terrified countless victims showed something resembling tenderness. Babby became the closest thing the Sawyers had to hope. Proof that the bloodline could survive, and proof that the plan might actually work. But the clan still had a problem. One child would not rebuild a family, and if they wanted the Sawyer name to continue, they would need many more.
If she was going to rebuild a family, she was going to have a lot of fucking work ahead of her.
Oh.
And a lot of uncles standing there. A lot of creepy uncles. That's a lot of creepy uncles.
Creepy uncles are the worst.
But that's a lot of creepy uncles to deal with. And you got to
dance with
be
them at
creepy
every
with-
wedding.
You got to be creepy with all those uncles. And yeah, creepy is incest. That's what we're talking about.
For more than a decade, Anne's branch of the Sawyer clan lived like shadows moving through rural Texas. They kept to back roads, they avoided the towns that still had functioning police departments, and they stayed far away from New County. That land had become too dangerous. The Hardesty incident had turned the region into a quiet legend, the kind that lingered in local memory even when authorities could never prove what actually happened. So Anne had taken the family elsewhere, allowing time and distance to bury the story. But in 1986, that distance suddenly disappeared. News reports began circulating across Texas about a violent confrontation beneath an abandoned amusement park outside Dallas. The location had been known as Texas Battleland. Authorities had uncovered a hidden complex beneath the property, a place that appeared to have been used for the storage and preparation of human remains. 2 men were taken into custody following this discovery, Drayton Sawyer and Robert Chop Top Sawyer.
Which, if you're Anne sitting somewhere out on the Texas back roads watching the evening news, is the worst possible headline you could see, because once the law gets a name, they start pulling at threads.
Yeah. The details emerging even from Dallas were chaotic. Investigators were attempting to piece together what had happened inside the underground tunnels of Battleland. Bodies have been found. Evidence of human consumption had been suggested. But the reports were inconsistent, and the authorities themselves seemed unsure of what exactly they had uncovered.
That's what happens when you stumble onto something you don't understand. Your brain tries to make it smaller, something manageable.
One detail stood out to Anne immediately. Despite the arrests of Drayton and Chop Top, the reports made no mention of 2 other figures the family knew would have been present. There was no reference to Bubba, and there was no mention of Earl Sawyer, Grandpa.
Yeah, she wasn't very happy to hear Wilhelmina's body had been retrieved and cremated. That took a few days of grieving to get over, but she still had an ancient corpse and a monster to find. Now, think about that for a second. If Drayton and Robert were caught, but Bubba wasn't listed anywhere in the reports, where do you think he would have went afterwards?
Well, for Anne, the answer was obvious. He went home. The old Sawyer house in Newt County had always been the centre of the family, even after the Hardesty incident and even after the clan scattered across Texas. If Bubba had escaped the events in Dallas, there was only one place he would return to: the house.
And if Bubba made it back then Grandpa might still be there too, old Earl. At least one shrine from the past may still be salvageable. And for Anne, that was almost as important as keeping the family together. She took that whole shrine business a bit more seriously than Drayton did. You know, Grandpa at the head of the table, Wilhelmina in the corner. So missing Wilhelmina was a big deal, but having Grandpa back.
Okay. Within days, Anne made the decision. The clan would return to New County for the first time since leaving years earlier. Alfredo, Tinker, Tex, and Babby. Anne's branch of the family began the journey back toward the land they had abandoned. They didn't know what they would find waiting for them there. They only knew that if Bubba had survived, he would not survive long alone. Because the world outside the Sawyer family had never been kind to him. And without the clan, Bubba Sawyer was not a hunter. He was prey. When Anne and the others finally crossed back into New County, the place barely resembled the land they had once known. Years earlier, the region had begun to decline. Industry had dried up, jobs vanished, families had moved away in search of something better. But after the Hardesty incident, the decay accelerated. Rumours had spread, stories about a house full of bones, about a giant man wearing human skin, about travellers who simply vanished along the back roads. Whether those stories were true or not almost didn't matter. People stopped coming.
Yeah, fear does what unemployment can't. It empties towns faster than anything else.
Exactly. By the time Anne returned in late 1986, much of New County had become something close to wasteland. The highways were quieter, the houses were empty. Entire stretches of land had been reclaimed by dust and weeds, which suited the Sawyers perfectly. Isolation had always been their greatest ally. But Anne wasn't interested in the empty towns. She was looking for one place in particular, the house.
Because if Bubba survived Dallas, that's where he'd be.
When the family finally reached the property, the sight waiting for them was both familiar and deeply unsettling. The house still stood, weathered, rotting in places, but still intact. Inside, they found exactly what they had expected. Bubba Sawyer.
And he was not the same Bubba who had left there years earlier.
The man they found living there was diminished, malnourished, terrified. Months of isolation had taken their toll. With no one left to guide him, Bubba had survived the only way he knew how. Rats, roadkill, whatever scraps he could scavenge during the quiet hours of the night. And despite everything, despite the hunger and the loneliness, one thing inside the house had not changed. Grandpa. Earl Sawyer still sat at the head of the table, the same position he had occupied for decades, the patriarch of a family that refused to be left rest.
That's the thing about the Sawyers. Death doesn't end your responsibilities. It just changes the way you participate. I mean, you see that with fucking Wilhelmina. We've seen that with Earl. We've even seen it with Nubbins. With Chop Top walking around fucking holding the corpse like he's a fucking little Muppet. Do you know what I mean? It's crazy shit.
For Bubba, the return of the family was more than survival. It was reunion. For the first time since the chaos in Dallas, he was no longer alone. But Anne understood something immediately. They could not stay there. The old house had become too dangerous, too recognizable, too tied to the stories that had already begun circulating across Texas. The Sawyers needed to remain close to their territory, but hidden from the eyes that might eventually come looking.
Yeah, same hunting grounds, new blinds.
So the clan began searching the surrounding land. New County was vast, and much of it was abandoned, and it didn't take long before they found what they needed. A farmhouse buried deep within a stretch of swampy woodland, roughly 10 miles from the original Sawyer house. Close enough to maintain their connection to the land, but far enough away that no one would stumble across it by accident.
Which meant the Sawyers had a home again. And this time, they planned to do things a little differently.
The farmhouse Anne chose didn't look like much. From the road, it barely existed at all. The structure sat deep inside a stretch of woodland that had long ago begun turning swampy as the land around New County fell into neglect. The dirt access road leading to it had almost disappeared under weeds and mud. Trees leaned inward from both sides, forming a kind of natural tunnel that blocked the house from casual view, which was exactly what Anne wanted.
Because the Sawyers had learned something the hard way. You don't hide in plain sight anymore. You hide where no one bothers to look.
The house itself had once been part of a working farm. Decades earlier, it might have supported livestock, crops, and a family that made its living from the surrounding land. By the time the Sawyers discovered it, the property had been abandoned long enough to ensure that nature had begun reclaiming it. The barn had partially collapsed, the fields were grown wild, and the swamp that surrounded the property on 3 sides had slowly expanded into what used to be unstable farmland, usable farmland even. But for the Sawyers, that isolation was an advantage. There were no nearby neighbours, no active farms, and very little traffic along the back roads that cut through the region. Newt County had become what Anne needed it to be, empty.
Which is a polite way of saying, no one can hear you scream out here.
Yes, like space. Once the decision was made, the clan went to work transforming the property into something that could sustain them. Bubba helped reinforce the house. Alfredo handled the heavy labour, clearing brush and digging disposal pits in the swampy ground where the waterlogged soil made it difficult for anything to be found later.
I feel bad for Alfredo. He's been emasculated by the family. He's been kind of to be demoted by your own family from...
Can't get the job done.
From sex haver to worker, labourer.
No sex haver. Sex of nutter.
But Tinker, he focused on the practical needs of the operation. Storage areas, tools, methods of moving bodies without leaving obvious evidence. Tex, meanwhile, continued developing the role he had already begun mastering. Public interaction. Every family business needs someone who can smile at the customers.
And that was where Alfredo would prove unexpectedly useful again. Not because of his intelligence, but because of geography. Just a few miles from the original Sawyer property sat the gas station that Drayton had once operated before the Hardesty incident. The building had sat empty for years. Rust creeping across the pumps, the structure itself barely holding together, but it still occupied the same strategic location it always had. A lonely stretch of highway where travellers occasionally stopped for fuel before continuing deeper into Texas. Anne saw an opportunity. The gas station would reopen, but not under the name Sawyer. Alfredo would run the place using a new identity, a name that sounded ordinary enough to pass unnoticed. Alfredo's Slaughter.
Yeah.
Come on, like.
Unnoticed my fucking balls. I mean, it's a hell of a last name choice if you're trying to stay subtle about shit, you know?
Yeah.
But maybe it was hiding in plain sight. It's like, Slaughter, he couldn't possibly. Maybe he's related to Sergeant Slaughter. Maybe they're just a wrestling family. We're in Texas. That seems logical enough.
I think if I was hell-bent on using the name Slaughter the way that's spelt, I would have changed the pronunciation to Slafter.
Ah, come on.
Slafter.
If you're not a serial killer and you're into all this shit that we're into, Slaughter is a fucking awesome surname.
It is, but they want it to go unnoticed.
Again, Alfredo, not the sharpest fucking knife in the drawer.
But from the outside, the station looked like nothing more than another struggling roadside business clinging to survival along a dying highway. But for the Sawyers, it served far more important purpose. It allowed them to watch the road, to see who passed through Newt County, and occasionally to decide who wouldn't be leaving it. Over time, the name Alfredo Slaughter would become known to the few travellers who still stopped in that forgotten part of Texas.
And years later, one member of the Sawyer clan would take inspiration from it and begin building something of his own. A gang, a name, a reputation. But that story belongs to the future. For now, the Sawyers had something they had not possessed since the Hardesty incident. A base, a hidden house, and a hunting ground that had grown quieter with every passing year.
For nearly 4 years, the Sawyers operated from their hidden farmhouse without attracting much attention. The isolation of Newt County worked in their favour. The old industries that once kept the area alive had disappeared. Farms had closed, towns had emptied, and long stretches of road that once carried steady traffic were now little more than forgotten routes used by the occasional traveller trying to avoid the interstate, which meant when someone vanished out there, it often took a very long time before anyone noticed.
And the Sawyers understood something about people that most criminals never quite figure out. You don't have to hide a body if the place you're operating is already forgotten.
Over time, the disappearances began to accumulate. Travellers passing through New County, hitchhikers moving along the rural highways, the occasional drifter who made the mistake of accepting a ride from the wrong person. Most of them simply disappeared. Their vehicles sometimes abandoned miles away from where they were last seen, sometimes never found at all. But what authorities would eventually discover in the summer of 1990 revealed something far worse than a handful of isolated killings.
No, in August of that year, a pit was uncovered on land just outside of New County. At first, investigators believed they'd stumbled upon a single burial site. But the more they dug, the more disturbing the discovery became, because this wasn't a grave, it was a dumping ground.
The pit contained human remains, dozens of them. But they were not intact bodies. What investigators found were pieces, limbs, fragments of bone, torn clothing, and partial skeletal remains layered on top of each other in various stages of decomposition. The condition of the remains made it almost impossible to determine an exact number of victims. Estimates ranged anywhere from 40 to 70 people. Some of the remains appeared relatively recent, and others had been buried long enough that only bone fragments remained.
Which tells you something important.
Mm-hmm.
This wasn't a single incident, it was a pattern.
Yeah.
But of course, obviously, 4 fucking episodes in, we know there's no single incident when it comes to a fucking Sawyer massacre. They don't call it a massacre for nothing.
That's true. Investigators also noticed another disturbing detail. The few bodies that remained mostly intact appeared to belong to women. Those victims showed extreme signs of torture and mutilation, particularly around the genital area. The scattered body parts made up the majority of the pit, however, were overwhelmingly male.
Which lines up perfectly with what we know about the Sawyers. The men, food. The women, something else entirely.
The discovery immediately triggered a regional investigation. Authorities began examining missing persons reports from across Texas and neighboring states, trying to match the remains with people who had vanished along the highways during the previous decade. But the nature of the remains made identification difficult. Many victims had been dismembered. Others appeared to have been partially consumed. And some of the bones showed signs that they had originally been buried elsewhere before being moved to the pit.
Meaning some of those remains might not even belong to fresh victims. They could have been taken from graves, which, if you remember from earlier chapters, is something the Sawyers had plenty of experience with.
Yeah. For the Sawyers, the discovery of the pit created a problem. Not because they feared the authorities would immediately find them, but because the investigation forced law enforcement to begin paying attention to a region that had largely been ignored for years. Roadblocks appeared on certain highways. Detours were established, and the quiet back roads surrounding New County suddenly became much busier than the Sawyers preferred. One of those detours would soon send a pair of travellers directly into the heart of their territory. A young couple driving across the country, a survivalist travelling alone, and a trap that had been perfected over years of practice. The next time someone stopped at Alfredo Slaughter's gas station, the Sawyers would be waiting.
The mind of a predator. Heat's on, cops sniffing around. Let's go hunting. Fucking idiots.
Yeah. The discovery of the body pit outside New County forced law enforcement to temporarily shut down several of the surrounding highways. Roadblocks were set up. Traffic was restricted. And travellers who had planned to pass through Texas using the main routes suddenly found themselves being pushed onto back roads that had barely been used in years. One of those detours would send a young couple directly into Sawyer territory. Michelle Shatnell and Ryan MacArthur had been driving across the country from California to Florida, and the trip had a practical purpose. Michelle had agreed to deliver a car to her father, but the long drive also gave the couple something else they needed: time. Their relationship had been struggling, and they had decided to use the journey as an opportunity to figure out whether they still had a future together.
Nothing like 1,000 miles trapped in a car with someone to test the relationship.
Whew. The detour caused by the investigation near Nuke County eventually brought them to a lonely stretch of highway where the only visible sign of life was an aging roadside gas station. The sign out front read, "Last Chance Gas." The owner introduced himself as Alfredo Slaughter.
Which again is a hell of a name choice if you're trying to blend in.
Ryan handled the gas while Michelle stepped inside the building to use the restroom. And unbeknownst to her, Alfredo had installed a small peephole in the wall of the bathroom. And he watched her through it.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
What else would I go? Well, I suppose they've sexually frustrated the man now. What else is he going to... They don't have internet porn yet. And for people before the internet, they used to have peepholes in toilets. And that's how men got through. I'm only joking. That's not how men dealt with that. That's not how you should do that ever. Those holes in the toilets are for your penis, not your eyes. Jesus Christ, people. Fucking
I don't know how men have the guts to stick their penises into one of those. I'd be too afraid like something would go chop it off.
Anyway, subtlety was never been a Sawyer family strong suit, so
No.
This was par for the course when it came to Alfredo.
While Michelle was inside, another traveller approached Ryan near the pumps, a young man carrying a backpack, and he introduced himself as Tex. Tex explained that he was hitchhiking his way out of Texas and asked if Ryan and Michelle might be able to give him a lift once they finished fueling up. Ryan hesitated, but before he could respond, Tex suddenly turned towards the building and shouted. He had caught Alfredo peeping through the bathroom wall, and what followed appeared to be a heated confrontation between the two men. Alfredo emerged from the station carrying a shotgun. Tex shouted at Ryan and Michelle to leave immediately.
Just like that, the trap was already closing in on them. They don't even know.
The argument escalated quickly. Alfredo fired the shotgun, and the blast tore into one of the tires on Michelle's car. Panicked, Ryan jumped behind the wheel while Michelle climbed onto the passenger seat. Tex shouted for them to take a nearby back road that he claimed would reconnect them to the main highway. And as the car sped away, Alfredo fired the shotgun again. From the perspective of Ryan and Michelle, it appeared that the blast had struck Tex, and they saw him collapse on the road, but the entire scene had been staged.
Classic Sawyer strategy. Create chaos, push the victim exactly where you want him to go. But I got a question.
Tell me.
What fucking caliber of fucking tires are you Americans using that they can be shot at, blasted out, and you can keep driving? I've ran over a nail before and shredded my entire tire within 2 minutes of driving.
If it was me and somebody was at a shot, I don't care what damage it would do to the rims of my wheel. I'd be getting out of there flat tire or no flat tire, even though the noise is annoying as fuck.
It's not just that, but I mean, you could crash.
Oh, I know you could crash, but rocking a hard place here. So by the time the couple realised something was wrong, they were already deep into the back road Tex had suggested. And the tire Alfredo destroyed was beginning to fail. Eventually, the vehicle could go no further. Ryan pulled over and began to attempt to change the damaged tire. Michelle kept watch along the quiet roadside. They had no idea that further up the road, hidden in the darkness and waiting exactly where he had been instructed to wait, Bubba Sawyer was already ready to strike.
And once Bubba enters the equation, the night usually doesn't end well for anybody.
Ryan had barely begun working on the damaged tire when the attack came. Out of the darkness along the roadside emerged the towering figure the Sawyers had spent decades perfecting. A hulking man wearing a mask stitched from human skin. In his hands was the weapon that had already become a legend across rural Texas, a chainsaw.
Bubba Sawyer had been waiting exactly where Tex and Alfredo expected the couple to stop. Because when the Sawyers set a trap, they make sure every road leads to the same place, to where they want you to be. These bastards are playing fucking hillbilly chess with all these people.
The attack sent Ryan and Michelle running. They managed to escape the initial assault, scrambling back into the car and forcing the damaged vehicle further down the road. But the tire that Alfredo had shot earlier had never been properly secured during the roadside repair. And it finally tore free completely. The car lost control, and the vehicle crashed head-on into an approaching truck. The truck belonged to a man named Benny Forey, a military survival enthusiast traveling through Texas. Benny later told investigators that just before the collision, he saw a bloodied man standing further down the road, a man matching the description of the hitchhiker Michelle and Ryan had encountered at the gas station. Tex.
Which means the trap was still unfolding exactly the way the Sawyers had planned it.
After the crash, the three survivors regrouped and began to make sense of what had just happened. Ryan explained the situation with the gas station. Michelle described the attack on the roadside. And Benny began to suspect that whoever had staged the encounter back at the station was still somewhere nearby. The group decided to search the area for the injured hitchhiker they believed Alfredo had shot. And what they didn't know was that the Sawyers were already hunting for someone else entirely. Two young women named Gina and Sarah Hudson. The sisters had been abducted weeks earlier and held captive by the family. Their parents had already been killed and consumed by the clan. The girls themselves had been kept alive for a very specific reason, and that was Anne's plan for rebuilding the bloodline.
And when you're dealing with the Sawyers, escape attempts don't usually end all that well.
The sisters had managed to flee the farmhouse earlier that evening, and the family had already begun searching the woods to recover them when Michelle, Ryan, and Benny crashed nearby. Gina was found first.
Yeah, Bubba located her in the woods not far from the road. She was killed and taken back to the farmhouse. Sarah Hudson was still somewhere in the trees. I love though how one escape attempt that nearly fucking gets them away is enough for them to be like, that's it. Just like Alfredo, you're demoted. You are no longer baby making material, you're meat.
Meanwhile, Benny encountered another man on the road, a tow truck driver offering help, and he introduced himself as Tinker.
Another Sawyer, another lie.
During their conversation, Benny noticed something in the back of the truck, a damaged chainsaw. Realizing that the man might be connected to the attack Michelle had described, Benny confronted him, and the encounter quickly turned violent. Benny managed to escape into the woods, losing Tinker in the darkness, but while hiding in the brush, he encountered someone else. Bubba. The chainsaw roared again, and Benny's survival instincts kicked in. Before Bubba could finish him, another figure stepped forward from the trees. Sarah Hudson.
According to Benny's later testimony, the girl had already lost the will to live. Whatever she had endured inside the Sawyer farmhouse had broken her. She told Benny to run to find Ryan and Michelle, and she would distract Bubba. Moments later, the chainsaw started again. Sarah Hudson's body would later be found in pieces in the woods. Sometimes the bravest thing a person can do is buy someone else a few more minutes.
Benny fled deeper into the woods, but the chaos unfolding around New County was only getting worse, because while Benny fought for survival, Ryan and Michelle had already been captured, and the place they were about to be taken was the farmhouse where the rest of the Sawyer clan had been waiting all along. While the family inside the farmhouse prepared their next meal, another part of the hunt was still unfolding outside. Alfredo Sawyer had not returned to the house. Anne had given him a simple task: find the survivor.
Yeah, the man she referred to as, and this is her quote, not mine, the dark meat. Yes, Benny Forey is black. Because from Anne's point of view, Benny wasn't just a witness; he was now inventory. He was something to be.
Okay.
Inventory. See, I'm used
Inventory.
to inventory is from me playing video games too much.
Wait, who says inventory in video games?
Definitely Resident Evil, or at least when I used to play it as a kid, one of my friends used to constantly call it inventory, and that's why that stuck with me.
It's like a laboratory.
Inventory. Yeah, you're right.
Moving through the dark woods surrounding the property, Alfredo searched for a man who had slipped through Bubba's hands earlier that night, but Benny had already changed the balance for the hunt. Using the same survival instincts that had kept him alive this far, Benny managed to ambush Alfredo in the darkness. The two men struggled violently, and in the end, Benny managed to incapacitate him, leaving Alfredo unconscious in the brush. But Benny had gained something far more important than a moment of safety. He now knew exactly where the Sawyers were operating.
And more importantly, he knew where his truck was.
Earlier that night, Tinker had towed Benny's vehicle back to the farmhouse property. And inside that truck was something Benny had not been able to reach during the earlier chaos, a semi-automatic rifle. When Benny retrieved it, the night changed instantly. Inside the farmhouse, the Sawyers were preparing to butcher Ryan. His body was being taken down from the meat hooks. Anne was already directing the family's next steps. Michelle remained restrained in the kitchen, and the corpse of Grandpa still sat silently in the corner. Then the gunfire started.
Hold up. A big chunk of my script is went missing.
I have 66 pages.
Huh?
I have 66 pages.
Well, we are missing a big, huge piece here, and I am just going to fill the people in on what that is. So, like we said earlier on, or did we mention it earlier on? No, we didn't, because we haven't talked about Babby. So, we definitely haven't spoken about it yet. I don't know where the fuck that went.
I did mention Babby.
Very, very earlier we mentioned Babby.
Yeah,
but
she
we
was
haven't.
born.
Yeah. So, when Benny is talking to Sarah Hudson, and she tells him to go find Michelle and Ryan, they have already taken off running, and they're screaming looking for Benny as well. And Benny can hear them screaming. Suddenly the screaming there's one loud roar, and then there's silence. Ryan had ran into a bear trap that the Sawyers had. They had many of these lying around the wooded area around their house.
Okay.
And Ryan had got caught by the bear trap. Which is what brought him, how he got dragged back to the house in the first place. They trapped him. Michelle kept running.
Okay.
Michelle found the Sawyer house first. She believed, like Sally had before her, that she had found a bit of amnesty, somewhere to run for protection, some neighbours she could knock on the door for safety. But when she gets there and she goes into the house, obviously she realises she fucked up. Well, not instantly fucked up. She runs up the stairs, just like Sally. I don't know why these women keep running up the stairs. It's a bad idea. She couldn't find anyone downstairs. Straight upstairs, and she finds a child's room. Inside the child's room were baby toys, dolls, bones, and one or two body parts. And a little blonde 11-ish, 12-year-old girl being Babby Sawyer. Babby kept her distracted, because obviously that puts you off. I mean, you walk into a room, you see a little child, you're like, okay, there's a little child here. This has to be a safe zone. There must be a family around here somewhere. Why they leave her in this room with all this fucked up shit, I don't know. But Babby kept Michelle busy enough or distracted long enough for Tex to come up behind her and gain control of Michelle.
Okay.
He then brought Michelle down into the kitchen, where she found Ryan had been hooked by two meat hooks through the ankles and elevated up into the air. Yeah. So he was hanging from the ceiling over like a sink.
He's been bled, was he?
Blood. Yeah. I would assume for blood, yeah. And in front of those hooks, if you're watching the video, this is a lot easier to understand. There was a huge sledgehammer. So this kind of goes back to Nubbins talking about how the sledgehammer was the better way to deal with the slaughter of animals over what are they called? Pneumatic guns?
Pneumatic, yeah.
And basically the sledge was held up. It was on a hinge. It was latched to the ceiling. And when lever was pulled, it would release the locking mechanism that was on the sledgehammer, or on the sledgehammer's swing, and the sledgehammer would then swing right down and directly into where Ryan's head would be, killing the
meat.
Yeah, the product in their eyes.
Yeah.
So at this point, she had been brought down into the kitchen. Yeah. She had been tied to a kitchen chair, but that wasn't enough. She had then had two large nails driven through each hand to keep her attached to the chair. So obviously the Sawyers had changed furniture. They weren't using bone furniture anymore. This was fucking proper old school wooden chairs. Nice. What surprised her the most from her testimony later was how cold Babby was. Babby came in and she was still very childlike, very whimsical, very fucking, Disney girl kind of fucking esque in her mannerisms. But she had a thirst for blood as well.
Yeah.
And Grandpa was there. Definitely dead this time. No dispute, no meat puppet fucking job. He was literally like eyes hollowed out. There was nothing left in the eyes. It was only completely wrinkled, completely shriveled. It was just a corpse. So there was no debating it this time, even though we haven't debated it in 4 fucking episodes. We said the bastard was dead, despite what the Sawyers claimed. So she's sitting there. She's stuck there, and Anne comes in. Anne explains, she kind of plays the Drayton part. Whereas Drayton kind of explained to Sally Hardesty at the time that this was just what they had to do. They had to get meat somehow. They had to get product. They had to feed the family. They had to feed the business. And kind of did that role as well. But she was discussing more the feeding side of it being Ryan, and that she was going to be left, Michelle was going to be left live a little longer. 9 months longer, right, to be exact. So that they could continue on with the baby making thing that they were doing. But what was specifically fucked up was that when it came time to butcher Ryan, first they had to kill him because Ryan still wasn't dead at this point. He had only been trapped in a bear trap, ankles had hooks through him, but still very much alive. Tinker and Tex were discussing who was going to get to pull the lever this time. When the, again, 11, 12-year-old, I think 12-year-old, Babby stepped forward and said, "You promised me that the next one was mine." Yikes. So with the assistance of her uncle Tex, Babby pulled the lever that released the sledgehammer and drew her first blood, her first kill in Ryan MacArthur, and that was the end of him. And he was then being pulled down to be butchered for future dinners, and that's where we left off with Benny and his fucking gun. So to go back at this point, while all this is happening inside the house, Benny Forey is outside the house, incapacitating Alfredo, finding his truck, and being the survivalist militant psychopath that he was, the truck is heavily armed.
So
take it away, sexy
this
lady.
is when the gunfire started.
Sure is.
Bullets tore through the farmhouse walls and windows exploded inward. Wood splintered across the room.
You're going to have to show me where we are in the script now.
Page 58, bottom of it, where my cursor is.
See, this is the problem. I'm looking at my tablet now and it doesn't have pages on it
Oh,
anymore.
God.
Can
you find me?
I'm at section 11, Assault on the Farmhouse. So it's going to make for a great episode. Dark meat, yeah, I got that part. Okay, so obviously I'm coming down a little bit further. Inside the farmhouse, the Sawyers were preparing to butcher Ryan. His body had been taken off from the meat hooks and had already directed the family in the next steps.
I'm going to add a space. You should be able
Michelle
to
remained staring. Grandpa's corpse and the windows exploded inwards and the wood splintered across the room. Nobody gets to see me do all that motion because I had the camera on you the whole time. You got to see a pretty sight, but you didn't get to see me with all my animation.
Thanks, Josh.
So,
knock the place.
Okay. If there was any dispute about whether Grandpa was dead or not, that's out the window now. Because Grandpa, his corpse, Earl Sawyer's corpse, gets fucking shredded immediately.
Sure does.
With rifle fire, ripping through the chair where the family patriarch had sat for decades.
And Anne was struck. Tinker fell moments later as another burst of gunfire tore through the kitchen.
And just like that, the Sawyer house stopped being the hunter's den and became a full-on fucking battlefield.
Sudden violence shattered the control the family had maintained for years. Tex managed to escape the house before the rifle fire could reach him. He burst out into the yard, axe in hand, searching for the man responsible. And he found him, Benny Forey, standing in the darkness with the rifle raised.
So Tex charged at this guy. Unlike the others, Tex always preferred direct confrontation. He liked the fight.
Yeah.
The rest of them, like the slaughter, the kill, the afterwards. Well, I suppose like once the twins had a hold of you, they enjoyed fucking mocking. Chop Top and Nubbins were known for their mockery of their victims beforehand. I mean, didn't work out too well from their last 2 times, but whatever. So the axe swung hard through the darkness towards Benny, but Tex missed. The blade slammed into the side of Tinker's tow truck, right into the fuel tank. Gasoline spilled across the metal frame of the truck and down over Tex himself, which is the moment Tex realized something terrible. He had just turned himself into kindling.
Yep. Benny did not hesitate. He struck a match. The flame dropped, and in seconds, Tex Sawyer was engulfed. The fire lit the yard like a signal flare as Tex screamed and stumbled through the darkness. Within moments, he collapsed, the flames consuming what remained of Anne's eldest son. And inside the farmhouse, the chaos had given Michelle the opportunity that she needed.
Driven by pure survival instinct, she tore her hands free from the nails that had been driven through them and into the chair. Now, see, that wouldn't have made any sense if I didn't explain all the missing script. I don't know where the fuck that piece of script went. I remember
I was
writing
looking
it.
at the page numbers and I was like,
it.
there's 66 fucking pages here. Is he sure?
I am certain there was, I mean, you heard all the story I had to tell there.
No,
I
know.
In there.
Good job
so
remembering
much for my perfect fucking series. we met.
That is fine.
Nothing's perfect. You need these little flaws.
Exactly. Show us that we're human. Bleeding and desperate, Michelle ran out of the house and into the woods.
And Bubba saw her go.
A massive man charged after her, and everything Bubba knew had just been destroyed. Anne was dead, the house was burning, the family that surrounded him moments later was collapsing.
Earlier,
and Michelle was running. He's a time-traveling Leatherface.
If they were standing afterwards, then he was making a lot of meat puppets in a very short space of time.
It's true.
But maybe he'd gotten good at it with all the sewing of the faces and stuff. He had multiple masks.
Maybe. The chainsaw roared as he pursued her through the trees. The chase carried him towards the swamp bordering the property. There, Benny intercepted them. The struggle was brutal and desperate, and Benny fought to keep Bubba away from Michelle as the giant swung wildly through the darkness.
Then Michelle found a rock. Dwayne The Rock Johnson, to be exact. He gave him a rock bottom, people's elbow. End of story. See you next week. No, she struck Bubba across the side of the head with the rock. Not with Dwayne Johnson, with an actual
I
rock.
would be impressed if she swung at him with the rock.
Well, he would have been a lot younger in 1990.
far more liftable.
But no,
he was a bit bigger, was
football
he?
at that point, wouldn't he? He would have been fucking huge. Anyway, we're going to put people right off here and not understand what. She picked up an actual rock from the ground and hit Bubba across the head with it. The massive man staggered, lost his footing, and fell backward into the swampy water. The swampy water where Alfredo had been using for years to dispose of body parts. I would assume there was a crocodile in there, which, funny enough, now makes me fucking think. Because when we talked about Pearl Douglas, we discussed the fact that a lot of the reason Pearl was getting away with what she was getting away with was, number one, she was feeding the crocodile, alligator, fucking the bodies, and number two, the Sawyers were so fucking busy during her period of murder that everything kind of got associated to a Sawyer kind of killing, and that kept her off the radar for a long time. But saying that, she died in the 70s, which would mean, and the alligator, I'm pretty sure, probably got it. Did the alligator die at that point?
No, I think the alligator died. I think we looked this up to see
Maybe
if the alligator
the gator moved. I gotta see how close New County is to where Pearl was. We'll figure it out. Anyway.
So neither Benny nor Michelle stayed to see whether Bubba would emerge from the water. They ran back toward the property, toward the only vehicle that they left that could get them out of New County. And Benny found a truck parked near the farmhouse. As Michelle climbed into the passenger seat, the nightmare seemed finally close to ending.
Then Alfredo appeared, which tends to happen with the Sawyers. Just when you think they're gone, they get back up.
Earlier that night, Benny had only managed to incapacitate him. Now Alfredo came charging through the darkness, attacking the pair beside the truck. Benny barely avoided the first strike, but Michelle had already found something inside the vehicle, a shotgun. She raised it, pulled the trigger, and Alfredo Sawyer fell dead beside the truck. Moments later, Benny and Michelle drove away from the farmhouse and into the Texas dawn, just as Sally Hardesty had done 17 years earlier. By the time the authorities arrived hours later, the scene they encountered was unlike anything most of them had ever seen. The bodies of Ann Sawyer, Richard Tinker Sawyer, Edward Tex Sawyer, and Alfredo Sawyer. Inside the ruined house, investigators also discovered the long decomposing corpse of Earl Sawyer, the family patriarch.
Fucking end of an era here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's making me a bit sad.
Both Earl and Wilhelmina now gone.
Gone.
In the woods surrounding the property, they located the remains of Gina and Sarah Hudson. Their parents' partial remains were later discovered in a nearby swamp, but two figures were still missing: Bubba Sawyer and Barbara Babby Sawyer, which means the same story had now happened 4 times.
Witnesses once again described a massive man wearing a mask of human skin and carrying a chainsaw. And once again, authorities refused to accept the existence of such a figure.
Because investigators insisted that Leatherface was nothing more than a persona.
Yeah.
A mask used by multiple members of the family to frighten victims. A legend, not a real man. Which, I mean, when you hear descriptions of him over the years, his body size changes. He's big. Sometimes they refer to him as a giant. Sometimes he's a little slider. His hair is different. Sometimes he's more masculine, and as time goes by, he gets more feminine. Then you have the whole Dallas shit where he's steroided up and he's huge. So, I mean, to hear this whole story in a bubble, you'd be like, well, yeah, he changes appearances so many times, or size and weight, and so many times. It must be them switching from one family member to just wearing a mask. But realistically, when you look at it, in the space of a fucking year, I could change weight, weight and size, and that could happen with anybody. So when we're talking about a period now of 20 odd years between we're talking 17 years, from 1973 to 1990 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and with everything he's been through, all the moving around, the different types of food consumption, the lack of food, the excess food, the fucking steroids, the no steroids. This man's body had to be all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
If you were to take a guess at this point, we are now on episode 4. Do you believe Leatherface is a real person, or do you think it's the family using a mask to scare people? Do you think he was a design by the family to keep people frightened?
I think he was real.
You think Jedediah was a genuine brother?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
because I mean, they controlled him very easily.
But you could still control some of it if they're acting the part of Jedediah. It's like, okay, you throw on the mask today and you freak him out, and then tomorrow, Tinker, it's your turn to wear the mask.
But control them behind doors as well.
Maybe.
But the missing child, however, raised far more questions. Babby Sawyer had vanished alongside Bubba. No body, no trace, and for years no one could explain where she had gone. But the story of the Sawyer family was not finished, because the final chapter was still waiting to be told. So when we left off, it was 1990, and for the first time since the legend began, the Sawyer family had almost been completely wiped out. Anne was dead, Tex, Tinker and Alfredo lay beside her, Drayton was gone, Robert Chop Top Sawyer was behind bars, and the house in New County, the place where it all began, had once again fallen silent. To the outside world, that was the end of the story. Another violent chapter in rural Texas closed. Another family erased.
But if there's one thing we've learned in the last 4 parts, it's that the Sawyers don't disappear. They scatter. Mm-hmm. Because not every member of the family has been accounted for. 2 names were missing from every report. That was Bubba Sawyer, and now, after last week, his daughter, Babby.
In the aftermath of the massacre, with police combing the area and investigators trying to piece together what had happened, Bubba did what he had done before when the world closed in around him. He ran, not far, just 10 miles down the road, back to the only place that he understood, the Sawyer house.
which tells you everything you need to know about Bubba. No matter what happens, he always goes home. I keep saying this, but this guy seems like more the family dog than a fucking sibling.
Exactly.
You know, even running home as soon as he's hurt, as soon as he's damaged, it's like, I got to get the fuck out of here, back home to where I know, you know, sniff it out and get there.
This time, though, he wasn't alone. And with him was Babby, a child, a dependent, something Jed had never truly had to protect before. The roles had changed. Bubba was no longer just the weapon. He was responsible for something. And for a brief moment, hidden inside that rotting house, the last remnants of the Sawyer bloodline tried to survive in silence.
But that house wasn't a hiding place anymore. It was a memory. And the memories have a habit of drawing attention. In the aftermath of the 1990 incident, witness statements once again mentioned something investigators had never been able to fully prove. A large man, a mask of human skin, a chainsaw, but like before, it was treated as rumor, legend. Something exaggerated by trauma. Babby's name surfaced too, but only in fragments, inconsistent, unconfirmed, which is exactly where the Sawyers had always survived best. Somewhere sitting between fact and fiction.
But the more authorities dug into what had happened that night, the more those fragments began to form a pattern. And the patterns lead to questions, and questions lead to places being searched. Miles away, the news reached two men who understood exactly where those questions would eventually lead. That was William Earl Sawyer and his younger brother, Vilmer. Both were still serving overseas, deployed as part of the Gulf War, and when they heard what had happened to their family, they didn't react the way you might expect. Vilmer didn't rage, he didn't panic, he stayed calm.
Because unlike the rest of the family, Vilmer Sawyer didn't wait for problems to arrive. He moved before they got there. In that moment, the brothers realized two things. First, right, Bubba and Babby are still alive. That's a guarantee. They hadn't been listed among the dead, which meant they were still out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Second, if the investigation continued, it was only a matter of time before the old stories stopped being dismissed as legend and started being treated as something real. And if that happened, that house would be the first place anyone thought to look.
The decision was immediate. They had to get back to Texas, and they had to do it quietly. But before they could move, they needed to make sure Bubba and Babby were no longer where the world expected them to be, because the Sawyers had survived this long by staying one step ahead of the truth, and Vilmer had no intention of letting that change now. So before Vilmer and before Vilmer and W.E. could make their way back to Texas, there was one problem they couldn't solve from overseas: Bubba. And more importantly, Babby. Hidden in the old Sawyer house, they were safe for the moment, but not for long. The house was too well known, too connected to the stories that were already beginning to resurface. And if the wrong person decided to take those stories seriously, that house would be the first place they looked.
And Bubba, for all the damage he could do, was never really good at staying hidden. I mean, big lumbering fucking motherfucker with a human skin in his face. That's impossible to hide. The brothers needed someone on the ground, someone who understood the family, someone who's going to make my life fucking torture for the next 2 to 3 fucking more weeks, but wasn't directly tied to the Sawyer name.
And that's where another branch even of the bloodline came into play: the Wilson family.
We're stumbling all over our words today. We need to...
There's a lot of very similar sounding words. Bubba, Barmy, William, Barmy, Babby.
Who the fuck is Barmy?
Babby, see, Bubba, Babby, William, V.E., Vilmer. It's very hard to not stumble.
Yeah, well, you think this is bad. Next week's going to really fucking teach you.
I'm sick
now,
next week.
This is where things start to get interesting, because the Sawyers weren't as isolated as they like to pretend, or as we have been fucking making out for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Wilsons were connected through Wilhelmina, extended family, removed enough to avoid direct suspicion, but close enough to understand exactly what the Sawyers were.
I'm surprised nobody had questioned us on this up until this point.
Why?
That nobody turned around and were like, well, we've been hearing all about Earl's side of the family. Who would marry their daughter off to such a fucking beast of a fucking family with a reputation such as the Sawyers? Because I'd assume, despite the fact that they hid a lot, they had to have a reputation for being the weirdos. And Earl had to have a reputation for being a bit fucking odd before all this started to... Because he has to be the catalyst, the seed that, from which this all fucking blew up.
Exactly. And two names in particular stood out, Uncle Hugo and Cousin Rufus. Men who had kept their distance from the core Sawyer clan over the years, but had never truly separated themselves from the family's way of life.
Different name, same blood.
Through quiet communication, the message was passed. Bubba and the child needed to be moved. No noise, no attention, no mistakes.
Hugo and Rufus didn't ask questions. They didn't need to. They knew what it meant when the Sawyers asked for fucking help. You know, it's a big deal for them to reach out outside of the direct family.
Under the cover of night, they made their way to the old house. And what they found there wasn't the monster people talked about in whispers. It was something far more unstable. Bubba was surviving, but barely. The house had fallen back into decay. Food was scarce. The structure itself was beginning to collapse. And in the middle of it all, a child.
Which, in that environment, is probably the most dangerous variable we have here at play. You know?
Babby had survived, but survival wasn't the same as safety. Without the rest of the family, without structure, without guidance, there was no telling what she would become. Hugo made the decision quickly. They couldn't stay there, and they were moved out before sunrise. No witnesses, no trace, no evidence that anyone had been there at all.
And just like that, the last known location of Leatherface went cold. But they weren't taken far. They were taken somewhere just a little bit quieter.
Somewhere just as forgotten as New County, but not tied to the stories that had already begun to circle it. Roguesville, which was a rural stretch of Texas that sat just far enough off the map to be ignored.
And like I said, same fucking different name, same blood. New ground, same wrath. This is going from the fucking fire into the frying pan, man.
There, the Wilsons took the child in, and Babby stayed with them, hidden and protected, removed from the attention gathering around the Sawyer name. But Bubba was never part of that arrangement. There was no debate, no uncertainty, and when Vilmer returned, his brother would come with him.
Because Vilmer didn't see a burden. He saw an asset, even diminished, even broken.
Yeah.
Bubba Sawyer still held value.
And in the world where Vilmer was preparing to build, the value would be put to use. By the time Vilmer Sawyer returned to Texas, the world had changed, not just for the Sawyers, for him. He hadn't spent the last few years hiding on back roads or drifting between abandoned houses like the rest of his family. He'd been at war. Deployed overseas during the Gulf War alongside his brother William Earl. And while the rest of the Sawyer name was being torn apart back home, Vilmer was learning something else entirely. Structure, discipline, efficiency.
See, the mistake people make with someone like Vilmer is assuming he's just another version of what came before. He's not. He's what happens when you take everything the Sawyers were and strip out the weakness. Or at least that's what he'd like you to believe.
Yeah. Vilmer had grown up around every version of the family. He'd seen Anne's beliefs in bloodline and ritual, the obsession with preserving something that was already broken. He had seen Drayton's attempt at business, selling what the family had produced, but never expanding beyond what he could control. And he had seen Bear's operation, the Bone Boys, the closest the Sawyers had ever come to something larger than themselves.
Yeah, Bear understood the system, but even he was still playing small.
Vilmer took all of it in and rejected all of it. Family loyalty had gotten them killed. Tradition had kept them stuck, and hiding had only delayed the inevitable. The Sawyers had spent generations reacting to the world around them, and Vilmer had no intention of continuing that pattern.
Yeah, Drayton hid and prayed. Bear supplied. Vilmer, he was planning something else entirely.
During his time overseas, Vilmer began to reshape what the Sawyer name meant. Not as family, not as a legacy, but as a function. Something that could operate within a larger system. Something that didn't rely on land or tradition or even identity, only results.
Because Vilmer figured out something the rest of his family never did. You don't survive by staying hidden. You survive by being useful.
That belief changed everything. Cannibalism, for Vilmer, was never the point. It was a byproduct. A habit the family had mistaken for purpose. But Vilmer didn't care about ritual, he didn't care about bloodlines, and he didn't care about preserving the past. He cared about control, money, and the ability to operate without consequence.
And once you start thinking like that, you're not running a family anymore, you're building an industry.
Yep.
And that's what he had aimed to do.
Yeah. And by the time he had set foot back in Texas, Vilmer was no longer just another surviving member of a broken clan. He was something new. Something colder, a man who had taken everything the Sawyers had been and decided it wasn't enough.
Yeah, the Sawyers used to be a problem people tried to ignore. Vilmer was about to make them something else entirely. Something that didn't hide in the shadows anymore. Something that didn't rely on chance encounters or isolated roads. Something that could reach further, move faster, and leave far less behind.
And as he made his way back to Rugsville towards his brother, towards Bubba, toward what was left of the family, Vilmer wasn't thinking about rebuilding what had been lost. He was thinking about replacing it with something the world wouldn't be able to see until it was already too late. When Vilmer returned to Texas, he didn't arrive empty-handed. Years earlier, during his time in San Antonio, Drayton Sawyer had been exposed to something far bigger than anything the family had ever built for themselves. Bear Sawyer's operation, the Bone Boys. A system built on movement, supply, and clients with very specific appetites.
Yeah, Bear didn't just kill, he ran a service. Drayton had spent years inside that world, watching, learning, understanding not just how it worked, but who it worked for. And more importantly, what would happen when it inevitably fell apart.
So he prepared, quietly. Drayton began keeping a record, not of his own business, but of Bear's. Names, contacts, clients, the kind of people who didn't ask questions, and the kind of people who expected results.
Drayton wasn't building something new. He was making sure he could just pick up where Bear left off. And when San Antonio collapsed, that's exactly what he did.
Using that list, Drayton rebuilt. He moved operations to Dallas, Texas Battleland, and for 6 years he supplied those same clients under his own control.
Different location, same customers.
When Dallas fell, the list survived. Drayton passed a copy to Anne, not as a curiosity, not as a relic, but as insurance. If one branch of the family was wiped out, another would continue. Anne never acted on it. Her focus was inward. Family, bloodline, survival.
Anne didn't want the outside world involved. I mean, that should have been painfully obvious from last week's episode. They're too unpredictable and too dangerous for the family and for what they believe in and what they do.
But Vilmer saw it differently. Before leaving for deployment, he copied the list quietly, without permission, because, unlike Anne, Vilmer wasn't interested in preserving the family. He was interested in evolving it.
He didn't see a backup plan. He saw blueprints.
And when he returned to Texas, he didn't start from nothing. He started by reaching back, contacting the same names Drayton had used, the same network that had once belonged to Bear. Some numbers were dead and some connections had moved on, but not all of them.
Because systems like that don't disappear. They adapt. I think we can see that in the news and current events of modern times. These things have a way of just... You shut down one, it's whack-a-mole. You get one, another one pops up. You get another pedophile, another one pops up.
Never ended. And when Vilmer started making contact, he wasn't introducing something new. He was reintroducing something familiar. A supplier back on the line. But for all his ambition, for all his belief that he was stepping into something bigger than anything the Sawyers had done before, Vilmer was still following someone else's path.
Same list, same road, same business, just a different name at the bottom of the checks.
The difference now was that the people on the other end of that list had already seen this play out before. And they weren't looking for potential. They were looking for reliability, consistency, control.
And Vilmer was about to find out he wasn't as new to them as he thought.
When Vilmer began reaching out using Drayton's list, he wasn't stepping into unknown territory. He was stepping back into a system that had already existed. One that survived the fall of Burr, the collapse of San Antonio, and the destruction of Texas Battleland. Because while the men running those operations had come and gone, the people they served had not.
And I mean, that's the part most people get wrong. They think the danger is the ones doing the killing. It's not. It's the ones waiting on the other end, waiting for the product, waiting for their what they paid for.
At first, the responses were cautious, distant. Vilmer was a new name, an unknown variable using old connections, and in a world built on secrecy that made him a risk. But he was persistent, measured. He said the right things and offered the right services. And slowly, someone took notice, a man named Jeffrey Rothman.
And this is where the scales shift. And I just might add, yes, that is the Jeffrey you're thinking of. That's the Jeffrey we're talking about.
Rothman wasn't like Burr. He didn't operate out of back rooms or abandoned properties, and he wasn't building something on the edges of society. He was already inside it, wealthy, connected, the kind of man who didn't need to hide what he was because no one was looking at him in the first place.
Or more accurately, no one was allowed to. Where Burr had built a business, Rothman was part of something much larger. Think royalty, presidents, politicians, movers and shakers that make the world go round. It's larger, something structured, something protected. Vilmer didn't understand the full extent of what he was getting into, not yet.
But he understood enough to know that this was the opportunity he'd been looking for. Rothman made contact, not directly at first, through intermediaries. Testing, verifying, making sure Vilmer was who he claimed to be. And more importantly, making sure he could deliver.
Because in that world, reputation isn't built on talk, it's built on results.
Once Rothman was satisfied, the tone changed and the distance closed. The offer came. Vilmer and WE were still overseas at the time, officially deployed. But that status didn't last long. Through connections, Vilmer didn't fully understand. Arrangements were made. Quiet ones. Papers shifted, orders changed, and just like that, the Sawyer brothers were no longer part of the military. They were gone.
Yeah, not discharged, not reassigned, just removed. They were transported out, off the grid, taken somewhere isolated, a private island owned by Rothman. And yes, we're talking about that island. You know the island we're talking about. Jeffrey's Island.
It was there that Vilmer was shown what he would be stepping into. Not a gang, not a scattered network, a system, structured and organized and operating at a level the Sawyers had never reached.
Yeah, this was no backroads gas station fucking infrastructure. This was real infrastructure. This was, like I said, we are not talking about a cannibal clan trying to feed themselves. We are talking about the elite billionaires who want disturbing, weird sex, usually with underage women, boys, girls, children, and also had a taste for, as they put it, what do they call it? They have a posh name for human meat. Was it long pig? It's not a posh name, but it's their version of it.
Their version, yeah.
Long pig.
Yeah.
Mwah.
So Rothman laid it out clearly. There was demand. There always had been. But demand required supply, consistent supply, discreet supply. And that's where Vilmer came in. The terms were simple. Return to Texas, set up an operation, provide what was needed. Women, children, people that wouldn't be missed or wouldn't be found.
And just like that, the Sawyer family stopped being the main event and became part of the pipeline.
And Vilmer accepted without hesitation, because to him, this was it. The step beyond everything that had come before. No more hiding, no more scraping by, no more relying on chance encounters.
He thought he'd made it.
But even then, even standing on that island, looking at something far bigger than anything his family had ever built, Vilmer didn't fully understand his place in it.
Yeah, because he wasn't a partner. He wasn't an equal. He was being positioned, given a role, and roles can be replaced.
Still, it was enough. Enough for Vilmer to believe that he had finally broken away from the limitations that had held the Sawyers back for generations. That he was building something bigger, something smarter, something untouchable. But when he returned to Texas, what he built didn't look much different from what had come before.
Same purposes, same clients, same old background, same methods, same small controlled operation, just a bigger world, but the same little corner of it. This guy thought he was going to be the, what's his name? The Pablo Escobar of human meat.
Yeah.
And it turns out he's just another street dealer.
Yep. Vilmer believed he'd stepped into something greater, but in reality, he had just found a new way to do the same thing. Only now, someone else was watching, and this time, they were in control. When Vilmer and W.E. returned to Texas, they didn't go back to New County. They didn't go back to the old house, and they didn't try to rebuild what had been lost. That part of the Sawyer story was over.
Well, you don't rebuild something that's already failed
No.
4 fucking times. You replace it. I mean, we have the Sally Hardesty incident. We have the fall of San Antonio. We have the fall of Dallas. And then we have the second New County incident of 1990. So, I mean, what do they say? The perfect definition of insanity is someone who constantly repeats the same mistakes over and over and over and over again.
Yep.
So this crazy man was proving that he wasn't quite as crazy as what had come before him. But really, he really was. I would say at this point of the story, we now know we're at the input, right? We know we're at the end of the Sawyer bloodline here. At this point, no matter what we do next week or moving forward, we have spoken at this point about every last Sawyer.
Yep.
Ranking that, who would you rank as, out of all of them, the worst? Maybe, or even the top 3 worst. Worst Sawyers. Like the most despicable, the most like fucking, with the least amount of scruples, least amount of fucking worries. The ones that would do absolute damage to without even thinking about it.
As much of a muchness, Josh.
I mean, Bubba, for all the legend of him, is probably bottom of the fucking
Bottom
list.
of the list, but with the rest of them,
I would say Vilmer is top.
okay.
I think he is the number 1 lunatic of a fucking family of lunatics.
Yeah.
I think closely followed by Nubbins.
Yeah, I could see that.
And I would probably put Chop Top next. They seem like the 3 that generally were the wildest, the ones that the most unhinged of all of them.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah.
The ones that there was no real going back. There was no other direction for these people. There was no way of fixing them or putting them in it. I mean, if you look at the others, Alfredo left alone outside of that family would have just been a weird old pervy man running the gas station.
Yeah.
Same probably would have been said about Drayton, except probably would have just been the weird old man. I don't know if he would have had that perviness, because from what I can tell from all the research, that man didn't really have much interest in sexual habits. No. And you look at the likes of Tinker, who seems to have been one of the more intelligent Sawyers. And it seems to me that if he had been in a different family, probably would have used that intelligence in a different way. Similarly, Tex Edward, I think he might have been another guy whose charm and charisma might have taken him in a different direction if he hadn't have had this mindset pushed on him from a very early age. Babby, well, who knows? We'll see.
Instead, they moved toward Newt, Rugsville border. Quiet, unremarkable, and just another stretch of rural Texas that people passed through without thinking twice. It was close enough to familiar ground, but far enough removed from the stories that still clung to New County. That distance mattered because what Vilmer wasn't building wasn't meant to be remembered. It was meant to operate.
Yeah, and the best place to run something like that is somewhere nobody's paying attention to.
The first thing Vilmer did was reclaim what he considered his, Bubba. And when he finally saw his brother again, there was no reunion, no emotion, no relief, just assessment.
Vilmer didn't see family, he saw potential. Bubba had changed, the years alone, the collapse of the family, the absence of structure. It had all taken its toll. He was thinner, more erratic, less controlled than before. But the core of what he was, that hadn't gone anywhere. You don't lose something like that. You just bury it for a little while.
Vilmer made the decision immediately. Bubba came with them. There was no discussion, no hesitation. Whatever the Sawyers had been before, Bubba was still the one constant that worked.
Because no matter how much Vilmer wanted to evolve things, having a monster in your back pocket is always a fucking plus.
Bobby was a different story. She remained with the Wilsons, hidden, kept out of the operation entirely. Not abandoned, but set aside for now.
Because Babby wasn't part of the business. Not yet.
No. With Bubba at his side and WE handling the logistics, Vilmer began putting his new operation into place. A property. Temporary, functional, nothing like the old Sawyer household.
No, this wasn't supposed to be a home. There was no traditions tied to it, no history, no sentiment, no Earl at the head of the table, no shrine to Wilhelmina in the corner, no history. Just a place of business, a place of workspace, somewhere to do the butchering.
The setup was simple. A base of operations, a place to bring people, to hold them, to move them, everything designed for efficiency, for movement, for supply.
That sounds big, sounds organised, sounds like he's building something new, but in reality, it was still small, still contained, still operating at the same principles that Sawyers had always relied on. Back roads, isolated victims, limited reach. The difference wasn't scale, it was intention, different purposes, same limits.
From 1991 onward, Vilmer began his version of the family business, not as a continuation, but as something he believed was an evolution. But even then, even with the new connections, new backing, and a larger system behind him, he was still operating in the same forgotten corners of Texas, still pulling from the same kinds of people, still leaving just enough behind to suggest something was happening, but never enough to prove it.
Because no matter how big you think you're playing, if you're still working the same roads, you're not as far up the ladder as you think.
No. Vilmer believed he'd stepped into something greater, but what he built on the Rugsville border wasn't an empire. It was a foothold. And like everything the Sawyers had built before it, it was only a matter of time before something pushed back. From 1991 through to 1994, Vilmer Sawyer's operation began to take shape. Not loudly, not dramatically, and not in a way that immediately drew attention. Because unlike the Sawyers that came before him, Vilmer understood that survival depended on consistency.
Yeah, no headlines, no noise, just a steady flow of human bodies.
The targets were chosen carefully. People who existed on the edges of things. Hitchhikers moving between states, girls leaving bars late at night, sex workers, runaways, young couples on long drives with no fixed route. The kind of people who could disappear without setting off alarms right away.
And when alarm bells don't go off, time becomes your best defense. The approach didn't look much different from what the Sawyers had always done. Broken down vehicles, roadside encounters, moments of vulnerability on isolated stretches of highway. Vilmer didn't reinvent the method, he just refined the intent. And this is kind of another reason why I think this guy is a little bit fucking crazier than the rest of them. Because outside of the fact that he was more vicious, more erratic, more fucking, he'd just go off the handle easier. He was delusional in the fact of believing that he was creating something that the family hadn't already been doing for fucking decades before him, do you know?
Yeah. And once taken, the victims weren't always killed, and that was the shift. Some were held, Some were moved and some were passed on, sent farther down the line Vilmer had only recently stepped into.
Because killing someone ends the transaction. Moving them, that's where the value is.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, we watched a movie this week, an Irish movie, Bad Day for the Cut.
That was good.
And you really learned about fucking human trafficking in that one.
Oh, yeah.
It's a fucking weird dark world. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You come over here, come over to like a fucking place. To be honest, the girls should probably know better when it's like, we're bringing you to Ireland to model. It's like, why Ireland? Do you know? Why are you bringing us to Ireland? And then as soon as you get here, the passport is taken off you and you're told, well, we bought you here. It cost us 10 grand to get you here. You got to earn 10 grand to pay us off with interest. So that's going to take longer again. And once that's fully paid off, then we'll give you your passport back. But that never happens. The interest keeps going up. And what happens is these girls, they rather try and run and they're killed. They get hooked on drugs to deal with the situation they're in and they end up dying. Or eventually, you know, time wears on. And I don't know, maybe some of them get out, some of them manage to get out, pay their way out, or family have to pay them to get them out. But you know, it's not an easy exit.
No, it's not. So Vilmer's operation remained small, controlled. There were no large crews, no expanding territory, no visible growth. Just Vilmer, W.E., Bubba, and the occasional use of others when needed.
Sounds like the start of something bigger, but look closer. It never really gets there. Even with Rotman's backing, even with access to a wider system, Vilmer's reach stayed limited. Back roads, rural routes, the same forgotten corners of Texas the Sawyers had always operated in, because as we all know too well, ambition doesn't automatically change your environment. We've been grinding here for 2.5 years. We slowly upgrade, but it takes time, it takes effort, it takes work, and this is without backing of any rich people helping us out here. This guy's got fucking elite behind him, and still, I think he thought because this elite fucking group were behind him that they would eventually see his potential and start pushing him up the fucking line. But they're never going to want someone this volatile close to them in any way, shape or form. The fact that they were using him, even for as long as they did, surprises me, to be honest with you.
Over time, disappearances began to stack up. Not enough to trigger immediate panic, but enough to form a pattern. People passing through. People not arriving. Vehicles found abandoned miles from where they were last seen.
Just enough to raise questions, but never enough to get answers.
And whenever those questions got too close, they disappeared. Reports stalled, investigations redirected, leads went nowhere.
That's not luck, that's protection. That's the power of the billionaire elite. That's the extra push he was getting that the family hadn't gotten before him. He wasn't getting pushed up the line. He wasn't making more money. He wasn't living more luxurious. And I don't even know if any Sawyer would really understand what luxurious was. I think the fact that he was living in a house that didn't require him to eat other humans, have sex with his sister, and fucking have fucking flesh lamps and bones everywhere was probably a big enough upgrade for him to be like, I've made it, guys. You know, but this is the real side of what he got out of this connection. It was protection. Yeah. It was keeping, you know, the nosy investigators, the ones that are getting too close, off of his back and away from his path.
Yeah. Rothman's influence kept the operation insulated, shielded, and allowed to continue as long as the supply didn't stop, as long as the process remained quiet, and as long as nothing drew too much attention.
Which means, for all his talk, Vilmer wasn't building something new. He was just maintaining something that already existed. Something they had been waiting to return since the Texas battle landfall in 1986.
Yep. And for 3 years, that was enough. Enough to keep the operation running, enough to keep Rothman satisfied, and enough to make Vilmer believe he was moving forward.
Again, these people probably have people like Vilmer all over the fucking world. He's just a tiny cog. But like we keep saying, nothing had really changed except the perception at the end of the day. It was still the same routes, the same scale, the inevitability, same outcome. Yeah. Do you know?
By 1994, the system was in place. The routine was established and everything was running exactly the way it was supposed to. Until one night, a single encounter on a Texas back road would bring everything crashing down.
Because no matter how controlled you think things are, it only takes one mistake, which seems to be the one lesson Vilmer was missing for when it came to what his siblings had done before him.
By the time Vilmer's operation was fully in motion, there was one element he hadn't planned for. Something Bear had understood, but Vilmer had underestimated. People inside the system didn't always stay in the roles they were given. Some broke, some disappeared, and some adapted.
And that last group, that's the dangerous one.
Darla had been part of the system long before Vilmer ever made contact with it. She wasn't new. She wasn't a fresh victim pulled from the roadside. She had been in it for years. She moved through it. She was used by it and eventually repurposed by it.
Yeah, in that world, you don't retire, as we just said earlier. You just become something else, usually worm food.
As she got older, Darla became less valuable in the way the Rothmans' clients preferred. But she had something they didn't want to lose: awareness. She understood how the system worked, how to control fear, how to guide people without resistance. So instead of being discarded, she was repositioned, used to manage new recruits, to calm them, to condition them, and to make the process smoother.
Which is a cleaner way of saying she helped break them in. For a time, Darla existed in that role, somewhere between victim and participant, but years inside that world take their toll on people.
And eventually, something in her began to fracture, not loudly, not all at once, but enough to become a problem.
And problems don't get fixed in that system, they get removed.
Rothman made a decision. Darla would be sent back to Texas. Officially, it was framed as part of the operation, a transfer, a resource being moved where she could still be useful. But that wasn't the real reason.
Yeah, this wasn't a reassignment. It was a test. They kind of told her she was going there because they had a few girls they needed her to calm down and to kind of prime for their next position. But obviously, Rotman had more nefarious ideas for Darla at that stage.
Yeah. Vilmer was told she was part of a pickup, another piece of supply, another tool. But behind that, Rothman had a different expectation. If she became unstable, if she became a liability, Wilmer was to deal with it quietly, permanently.
In other words, he was being handed a problem and told to clean it up.
But that's not what happened. When Darla arrived, Vilmer saw something Rothman hadn't accounted for. Not weakness, not instability, something else, something familiar.
Yeah, because crazy recognizes crazy. And he instantly took a shine to her. In fact, I believe he called her a hot piece of ass.
Nice.
And that became a running joke about pizza after that, where every time they saw a hot girl, they referred to as pizza. Darla wasn't like the others. She didn't behave like a victim. She didn't react the way people were supposed to react in the situation she was in. She moved through the space like she understood it, like she belonged in it. And for Vilmer, that was more than enough.
He kept her. Against expectation, against instruction, Rothman allowed it, with conditions. Darla stayed as long as she remained useful, as long as she remained under control, and the moment she stepped out of line, she was to be removed.
Yeah, keep her on a leash or put her down. They were the orders.
So Darla became part of Vilmer's operation, not as family, not as an equal, but not entirely as a victim either. She was something in between, used to move through the outside world. Motels, bars, roadside stops, places where Bubba couldn't go, and places where Vilmer didn't blend in.
Every system needs a face the people trust, even if that trust is only for a few minutes.
But Darla wasn't stable, not fully. What she had become wasn't loyalty. It was survival stretched too far. Her mind fractured between what she had been and what the system had turned her into.
Well, let's think about this. I mean, from what we know now, with everything that's come out over the last few years, we know that like these girls were brought into this system at a very, very young age, sometimes early teens, like 13, 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds.
Yeah.
And they're used up by these mega rich people who think they're never going to get touched by the law.
Yeah.
And I mean, used. And Darla is the best case of used up, because once she got too old for him, they were prepared to get rid of her, and then saw how she was able to keep the camera. Like, it's almost like she adapted. She knew how to adapt to each situation as it came to her, and she adapted and suddenly became like this fucking house mother to all these other trafficked women who were coming into this system. And it was her job then to keep these people calm and keep them relaxed and to train them on how to behave around all these wealthy men who just wanted to use and abuse their bodies.
Yeah. So Wilmer didn't care, because for the first time since the family fell apart, he wasn't just building something. He was attaching himself to it. And by 1994, Darla had become a fixture in the operation, a necessary part of the process, a bridge between the world outside and what waited behind it. But she was also something else, something Rotman had already identified, a liability. And in a system built on control, liabilities don't last long.
And Wilmer Sawyer had just decided to keep one. So what did that say about him to Rotman and co? Do you know?
By the time Wilmer brought Bubba back into the operation, he wasn't the same figure people had whispered about for years. The monster from Newt County, the shadow in witness statements, the thing people described but could never prove. That version of Bubba was gone.
Or at least what was left of him didn't look the same anymore.
Years of isolation had changed him. The collapse of the family, the absence of structure, the loss of everything he understood as normal. It had left him fractured, unstable, not just in behavior, but in identity.
Because Bubba was never just one thing. He was whatever the family needed him to be. Without that family, there was nothing left to define him. No rules, no expectations, no direction. So something else began to take shape. Fragments of what had been around him, voices, behaviors, pieces of identity pulled from memory. Because when you don't know who you are, you start borrowing from others.
Bubba began to change, and not just in how he acted, but in how he presented himself. Clothing, posture, mannerisms. He drifted towards something softer, more feminine, a reflection of the influences that had once surrounded him.
Which makes sense, because the only sense of structure Bubba ever had came from the people around him.
To Wilmer, this wasn't a problem. It didn't matter how Bubba saw himself. It didn't matter how he behaved when left alone. What mattered was that when it was time to act, he still could.
Because under all of that, the same thing was still there. The strength, the size, the ability to do what needed to be done without hesitation, without question.
Wilmer didn't need Bubba to be stable, and he didn't need him to understand the system. He needed him to function.
And Bubba still functioned.
But
Bubba still functioned good.
He did. But something else still lingered beneath it all. Something Wilmer didn't account for. Bobby.
Because for the first time in his life, Bubba had something that he saw as his, and it was taken away from him. And I'm not going to get any deeper into that.
Okay.
There's more, but we're going to hold it.
His daughter, the only real connection he had left to the idea of family, and now she was gone, left behind with the Wilsons and removed from his world.
And if recent evidence of a recent story that has come out forces me to do another fucking update in this show, this whole thing with Babby might have affected Bubba Sawyer a lot more than we fucking think it did. You don't just take something like that away and expect nothing to change. There are repercussions, there are consequences, and I'm researching at the moment maybe bigger consequences than what we fucking initially thought, and we might be able to solve this legend of Leatherface. Maybe just get there. Just we'll see.
So that absence stayed with him, in the way he moved, in the way he reacted, and in the moments between action. There was something missing, something unresolved.
Which is a dangerous thing. When the person you're dealing with already doesn't think the way you do, and now he's lovesick, lonely, and confused, sounds like a fucking country song, it's a recipe for disaster. Can you imagine that? Bubba, Sawyer, and his cannibal brothers on the road again.
A lot of banjo music. But Vilmer ignored it because to him, Bubba was still the same asset he'd always been. A tool, a weapon, something to be pointed in the right direction and let loose.
But tools wear down and weapons misfire.
By 1994, Bubba Sawyer had become something different. Not the silent executioner of the past, and not the controlled force the family had shaped him into, but something fractured and unstable and harder to predict. Still dangerous, still capable, but no longer fully understood, even by the people using him.
And when you don't understand something that powerful, you don't control it. You just hope it keeps working long enough to get what you need out of it. I mean, we've discussed this before when it comes to dogs. I mean, there was a big controversy in this country with XL bully dogs. And I know American listeners that love their bully dogs. Yeah. And we like our bully dogs. Oh, yeah. I mean, we got Staffordshire bull terrier, half. He's a split. We had a pure breed once. Yeah. But Caesar is half that, half terrier. Nobody knows what the terrier is. Nobody can tell us what the terrier is. We just know it's half terrier. And he doesn't have the full bulkiness of a Staffy.
No, but he's gorgeous.
But when we discussed the idea of like XL bullies, every time we see a picture of them, it's like, oh, they're fucking gorgeous. But the logic was always there.
Fight them off.
But that's the logic. That's the logic I always had was when you have a dog, dogs are pack animals. And the pack animal looks to the alpha of the pack for direction.
Yeah.
And if that alpha of the pack can't control the dog in that sense, then that makes the dog the alpha and now he's in control and he has the power. And I always said to you, like, I'm a big dude. I'm 6'1". I'm fucking over 200 pounds in weight. I still don't think I could handle an XL bully if it decided it was having a bad day and it was going to take it out on us. No. So for that reason alone, it was like, well, if I can't handle something of that size, then realistically, should they be, available to just anybody in this country to have? It's like fucking off. It's like keeping a fucking lion in your backyard. And it might be a tame, nice lion most of the time, but it's still got that fucking DNA. I don't believe in the outright banning of them from a country, but I do believe that, like, certain laws should be brought in where dogs of that size, that weight, that type should be specific. You should own a sizable chunk of land to own a dog like that.
I think for XL bullies, you gotta go under through a strength test.
Yeah, that you're capable of actually fucking controlling this dog in the worst case scenario.
I know somebody with a pretty, I don't know him, but he's got sizable enough dog, and the dog will be on the list as well. But my God, does that dog drag him around the place?
Yeah.
I mean, like, if you can't handle the dog, what pleasure do you have in having the dog?
And well, in this situation here, Vilmer had his dog for a good reason, and he wanted it to be an attack dog, and he wanted it to be uncontrollable to a certain sense. Okay. As long as it was controllable by him and it didn't turn on him, he was fine. But they had ways of dealing with that too, and it was usually just bullying the shit out of the dog.
Yep. So in 1994, a girl by the name of Jenny Jones was preparing for prom, and for her, the night meant more than just a dance. Jenny came from a broken home, an abusive stepfather, a house she spent most of her time trying to escape. Her biological father had died 5 years earlier while serving overseas in a peacekeeping mission.
Which is the kind of irony that feels cruel when you see the guys who got a free ride home mostly unscathed. Say mostly because we'll get into it later, but Vilmer did have some sort of accident in the Gulf War that damaged his leg, and he wore this weird electronic brace he had built himself. It was like it had hydraulics and everything to help him walk that he required. He needed this. No, obviously if he'd went to a doctor in 94, it would have just been a normal ass brace.
Yeah.
maybe some surgery. But Sawyers don't have health insurance, and Sawyers don't like records, medical records included. So for him, it was, again, it just shows, and you'd have to assume he picked up a lot of this from Tinker Sawyer being around him. This guy, that's the one thing about Vilmer that beats everybody else, is the thing that takes him down is he is too erratic and too crazy.
Yeah.
But on the other side of it, the thing that keeps him going is the fact that he was able to... He wasn't a fucking innocent bystander of the Sawyer family and how they taught lessons and stuff like that. He was a willing participant who learned, who spent his time learning. Even when you look at why him and W.E. went to the military. I mean, when Robert Chop Top Sawyer went to the military, it was because they needed to get rid of someone. They needed to another mouth not to feed. You know, let's send him away for a while. He'll learn some cool new fucking tricks and torturing, because let's face it, Americans, when they're up against Muslims, like to do the torturing. And it was like, you know, this is a cool way for him to learn, and it's a less mouths to feed and gives us time to rejig things back home here and figure shit out. Vilmer saw this and convinced W.E. to come with him, and it was like, we can learn how to apply our trade better by going here and learning from this. And they had already learned from various other fucking sides. Like we said, he'd spent time with the Bone Boys. He'd spent time with Drayton, who was, I believe, his natural father. He had spent time with Anne. You know, he had learned, so under Anne, he's learning from Alfredo, from Tex, from Tinker. He's picking up from everybody how to continue on, like, you know.
So for Jenny, prom night was supposed to be a break away from her shit home life. A chance to feel normal, to be around people she trusted, and to forget where she came from, even if just for a few hours. She attended the dance with her boyfriend, Sean Kingsley, alongside their friends Heather Hutchins and Barry Rochester. After the prom, the group decided to continue the night, head to a party, and to keep things going.
Yeah, because nothing bad ever starts with let's keep a night going, especially when you're hanging out with anybody like Barry Rochester. If you got Chester in your name,
you're posh.
Especially Chester on its own, you're probably not. But if it's like an extra syllable on there, like something before the Chester or Chesterfield or something like that after, you know he's a knobhead.
So they got into Barry's father's car and set off. But the mood had already started to shift. Barry and Heather began arguing, and what started as a small disagreement carried into the drive. Tension building as they moved further away from the town, and ahead of them, roadworks forced a detour. Traffic was redirected onto unfamiliar backroads.
And that's the moment they leave the world they understood and enter one they never knew existed.
At the same time, Vilmer and W.E. Sawyer were already in motion. Business had slowed, opportunities had dried up, and Rothman was applying pressure. Prom night presented an opportunity. Teenagers out late, drinking, driving on familiar roads, the kind of situation where mistakes happen and disappearances get written off.
Yeah, nobody looks close enough when they jump to a conclusion early on. And leads dry up instantly. It's just, okay, well, what's the most logical explanation here? It's prom night, cars crashed, bunch of drunks, we got it. Problem solved. Kids fucking freaked out and ran off.
So their target was 17-year-old Ronald Brock Ronnie. Driving home from his part-time job at a local grocery store, Vilmer and W.E. attempted to run him off the road. Ronnie panicked and accelerated and pushed his car past 90 miles an hour through roads he didn't know, in the dark, with only his headlights to guide him. He didn't see Barry Rochester, and Barry didn't see him. The collision was immediate, violent, and both vehicles came to a stop. Shaken but alive, the teens got out to assess the damage, and Ronnie exited his vehicle.
Yeah, according to Jenny's statements, she said, "I'm okay," then collapsed, which usually means you're not okay, dude. You're not okay.
With Ronnie down, the group made a decision. Sean Kingsley stayed with them, and Jenny, Heather, and Barry went to find help on foot into the darkness.
Into the unknown, and the start of a night of horrors that would see only one of them left alive by the morning.
Vilmer had been watching, waiting, adjusting the plan with WE because what started as a single target was now something else. Witnesses, variables, problems. Vilmer made the call, and WE would follow the three on foot and guide them toward Darla's motel, the Last Chance motel, and Vilmer would handle the seal.
No, this was a divide and control, not even divide and conquer kind of situation. Darla's motel was an interesting thing. They set this up as almost similar to the gas stations of the past. It was kind of like a way for them to find victims, easy victims. Very similar to Bates Motel, the way we talked about that. Except obviously when we were talking about the Bates Motel, Norman was having different sorts of issues when it came to his victims.
Yeah.
These guys wanted people to come in so they could process them.
Okay.
Whereas Norman obviously would see them, want to leave them alone, and then Mother would tell him to do otherwise, and suddenly they were in the swamp at the back of the fucking motel. Whereas here, this was a very specific kind of, Darla's got the good looks, Darla's got the personality, let's stick her here and on this lonely stretch of road, only motel around, and when people stop, we can assess the people, decide if they'll be missed, if they won't be missed, how many of them are traveling, where their destination is it far enough away, are they missing, are they after getting lost, is this an easy fucking hit or not, and that's what the motel was kind of used for in that sense.
Okay. When Vilmer approached, Sean saw what looked like help, an adult, a truck, authority, relief, even if it was just for a moment.
And that moment is all it really takes, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Ronnie Brock was killed at the scene. His neck was broken by hand, and at first investigators believed the injury may have come from a crash, but later examination proved otherwise. The force, the angle, the damage, it didn't match the collision.
Yeah, he survived the crash. He just didn't survive what came afterwards.
Sean Kingsley did not die in the same manner, and he wasn't left behind. He was taken, removed from the scene, product for Rothman and Company.
Which is part of what makes this make sense, because leaving Ronnie behind wasn't a mistake, it was deliberate.
When authorities arrived, they found a crash, one dead teenager, and no sign of the others.
So what does that look like? It looks like panic, fear, 4 teenagers fleeing the scene to avoid consequences. A tragic accident followed by poor decision making. The story explains itself, which is perfect, isn't it? The story that explains themselves, they don't get investigated the same way.
No. Meanwhile, Sean was already gone, taken by Vilmer. Further down the detour, Jenny, Heather, and Barry continued walking, looking for help, looking for safety. And eventually, they found it. A lit sign in the distance. An open business. Darla's Motel. The Last Chance Motel.
That's something we didn't hit on when we talked about Darla's Hotel, because we did mention the name already.
Mm-hmm.
But the name isn't a coincidence, obviously. I mean, if you've been following the story with us, we know that both gas stations owned by 2 separate Sawyer brothers, Drayton and Alfredo, was called the Last Chance gas station.
Exactly.
So this is almost like, for a guy who bitches and moans about traditions and ritual, he still names the motel after his brother's gas station. So there's still some bit of Sawyer in him in that sense.
Yeah. As Jenny, Heather, and Barry moved further down the detour, the road gave them exactly what they were hoping for, a sign of life. A place that looked open, safe, and somewhere they could call for help.
Because when you're in the dark long enough, anything with light starts to look like safety.
The sign read The Last Chance Motel, and for the 3 teenagers stranded on an unfamiliar road, it was exactly what they needed, or at least that's what it appeared to be.
Names matter, and sometimes they're more honest than they look. Like the Bates Motel we spoke about earlier, when it comes to the last stop motel, you check in, but you don't always check out.
Inside, everything felt normal, quiet, still, unremarkable. No immediate signs of danger, no obvious threat. Just a place that looked like it existed to serve people passing through.
Which is exactly what it was, just not in the way they thought. Darla was already there, waiting, not by coincidence, not by chance, but by design. W.E. didn't just follow them, he guided them towards that motel.
Every step the three of them took down that road had been watched, adjusted and directed until they ended up exactly where they needed to be.
Hurting them would be the proper term here. This isn't random, it's managed.
When Jenny, Heather and Barry entered the motel, Darla met them like any normal employee would. Calm, approachable, familiar, the kind of presence that lowers your guard without you even realising it.
Because nothing about Darla screams danger. That's what makes her effective.
They explained what had happened. The crash, Ronnie, Sean staying behind for help, staying behind even, their need to call for help, and Darla listened and she reassured them and played the role perfectly.
Because she's done this before. This is her job. There was no panic in her, no urgency, no real attempt to get them help, just enough concern to keep them in place and to keep them calm, to keep them from leaving, which is what she was obviously good at when she was working for Rotman. Because the goal here isn't to stop you from running, it's to make sure you don't feel the need to run away.
Behind the scenes, the process had already begun. W.E. was close, monitoring, waiting, making sure everything stayed on track, because at this point, the situation needed to be controlled. No noises, no mistakes, and no one slipping through. Barry was the first to become uneasy. Something didn't feel right. The atmosphere, the delay, the sense of urgency. But by the time that feeling started to settle in, it was already too late.
Yeah, basic instincts only work if you listen to it early enough. What Jenny and her friends didn't realize was that the moment they stepped into that motel, they were no longer looking for help. They had already been processed. Not guests, not victims, inventory.
And from that point on, everything that happened next was part of a system they had no way of understanding.
Because once you're inside something like this, you don't find your way out. You get moved through it.
And for Jenny, Heather and Barry, that process was just the beginning. Inside the motel, Darla agreed to help. She told the group she would call for assistance and that her partner Vilmer would be there shortly with his tow truck.
Which is exactly what you'd want to hear in that situation.
And with that reassurance, Jenny, Heather and Barry made the decision to head back towards the crash site to check on Sean Kingsley, to make sure Ronnie was still alive and to meet the help that was supposedly already on its way. As they walked, something began to change. According to Jenny's later statement, Heather became increasingly unsettled. She repeatedly claimed that someone was watching them from the woods.
And that's one of those moments, again, where your instincts are doing work before your brain catches up.
Jenny didn't see anything. No movement, no figures, nothing to confirm what Heather was feeling. But the tension stayed with them, following them as they moved through the darkness. And then suddenly, a car passed, driving along the road ahead of them. Barry and Heather reacted immediately and they chased after it, turning down a smaller roadway behind the car had taken, and Jenny was left behind.
Yeah, that split, from what we've learned from the last few years of doing this, that's the moment everything locks in and you are fucked.
Yep. In the darkness, Jenny quickly lost sight of them. The road was too dark and too unfamiliar and too quiet. She made the decision, and instead of following, she continued forward alone, back towards the crash site and back towards Sean.
Is it just me, or every time you read a line where it starts in the darkness, do you break into that song in your head that, what were their names again? Oh, I should have looked that up.
It's oh my life.
You know what I'm talking about, so obviously it does.
Shh, that's going to annoy me. I've been watching, I've been waiting.
Oh, my life. Oh, the name is at the tip of my tongue.
Oh, I know who it is.
Who is it?
The Rasmus.
That was it. That was who we were talking about. Anyway, so we just said that the two had followed the car, and Jenny had decided to go back towards Sean, which, whether she knew it or not, was the only move that kept her out of what happened next.
Barry Rochester and Heather Hutchins continued down the smaller road, following what they believed might be help, and instead they found a house, isolated, hidden off the main road. Another Sawyer property.
And just like that, history repeats itself.
What happened inside that property was never directly witnessed, but evidence later allowed investigators to piece together parts of it. Barry Rochester was killed, bludgeoned to death. The exact sequence is unknown. No witnesses, no clear reconstruction, only the results.
Which is how most of these cases end. Fragments, not answers.
Heather Hutchins, however, was not immediately killed. She was restrained and placed on a meat hook through her neck, held for later use.
Through her back, because...
through her back, pardon me.
Just
She
to
could survive through her neck.
Do you think? Really?
People get piercings in the back of their neck.
I've never had a meat hook jammed into the back of my neck. I would have thought...
Try getting that fucking piercing on the back of your neck.
I would have thought a meat hook in the back would be bad enough, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it'd be hard to kind of maneuver around the vital organs in your back, I would assume.
Yeah, she manages it. We'll get to it.
But she was held for later use and she was alive at the time. But unlike previous victims, Heather's story didn't end there.
Told you. Not yet, anyway. While Barry's fate was sealed inside the house, Heather remained alive, and what followed for her would unfold over the next stage of the night.
Meanwhile, Jenny continued alone down the road, unaware of what had just happened. Unaware that she had just avoided the same fate and walking straight toward Vilmer Sawyer.
Yeah, the road she stayed on was never leading back to safety.
No. As Jenny made her way back down the road, the silence around her had changed. What had felt like distance before now felt like isolation. No Barry, no Heather, no lights ahead, just the road and headlights approaching from behind. A truck slowed beside her. Vilmer Sawyer behind the wheel, calm, measured, and he told her he'd been called and that there had been an accident and that he was there to help. Jenny got in, and at that moment there was no reason not to.
This is the part that always gets overlooked. Nothing about this feels like an abduction yet. It feels like assistance. That's why it works. If you were in a car accident and you left the scene to go get help and someone said they'd call the pickup truck and you're walking back towards the accident and the pickup truck pulls over and says, "Hey, are you the person who had the accident?" What are you going to do? You're going to jump right into the fucking truck and be like,
please?
"Let's go."
Yeah,
you know?
no, that's true.
I've done it myself multiple
Yeah.
fucking times where I've been stuck and they've come along like, "I'll give you a lift to where you need to go." Cool sound, and I've jumped into the fucking truck. Do you know?
At first, the interaction held together. Vilmer asked questions. Who was at the scene? How many people? Where had they gone? Jenny answered, still focused on Sean and still trying to get back to them. But as they drove, something shifted. Vilmer's tone began to change. The structure of his speech started to break and his focus drifted. What had sounded controlled became erratic.
Yeah, that shift matters. It's the moment the performance starts to collapse. And once that happens, the situation is just going to start to spiral.
The truck didn't slow. It didn't stop. It passed the crash site completely. And Jenny noticed and questioned it. She asked about Sean. Vilmer didn't answer clearly. He kept driving, and his behaviour became more unstable.
He's not hiding it anymore. He's letting it bleed through. Whether that's intentional or not, fucked if we know. Doesn't really matter to Jenny. Either way, she's in fucking trouble here.
Then he forced her to look and directed her attention to the back of the truck. Inside was Sean Kingsley, his body broken, severely damaged.
Yeah, investigators would later determine he had been struck by a vehicle, then repeatedly run over again and again and again. And that level of damage isn't about killing someone. That's overkill. That's about making a statement, about making the threat unrecognizable, totally removing all resistance, and also works as a good way of stopping your next captive fucking victim from any resistance, because she can see what happened to the last guy in the back.
That's true. Jenny understood immediately. This wasn't help. This wasn't an accident, and the man beside her was responsible. She didn't hesitate. She opened the door and jumped. The impact threw her onto the road. She rolled, scrambled, and got back to her feet and ran into the woods away from the truck.
And that decision isn't brave, it's instinct. The instinct is the only thing that's keeping her alive at this point.
Behind her, Vilmer followed, not with urgency or with panic. He kept pace, using the truck to track her movement, to cut off her direction and to steer her.
He's not trying to catch her. He's shaping where she goes. It's control, not pursuit, you know?
Every attempt Jenny made to break away was redirected. Every turn met with the truck pushing her deeper, farther from the road and farther from escape.
And at this point, she's not escaping anything. She's just being repositioned.
The trees began to thin and the ground opened up. And ahead of her was the Sawyer property, hidden and waiting.
Yeah, always the intended destination here. She wasn't supposed to realise that. Jenny Jones had escaped the truck, but she hadn't escaped Vilmer Sawyer. She had been guided to exactly where he wanted her to be.
Jenny hid in the brush, trying to stay. Is a brush still the same thing as the bush? Brush and bush are the same thing, are they? Or is brush more like short, long grass?
I think it's pretty much the same thing.
Okay. So she was trying to stay as still and as quiet as possible, her entire body locked in place as she listened for any sign that Vilmer had followed her into the trees. Then his voice came, not panicked, not angry, mocking.
If that's what you want, fine. It's up to you. Live and learn.
Good job. And then, just like that, he drove away. And for a moment, it felt like it was over.
That's the illusion. He doesn't need to chase her anymore because he's already controlled the outcome.
Jenny stayed where she was for a few seconds longer, trying to steady herself and trying to make sense of what had just happened before finally moving again. She had no idea where she was, no sense of direction, no understanding of how far she had come or how far she still needed to go. What she didn't realize was that she had already been guided exactly where Vilmer wanted her. Every movement, every turn, every step through the woods, all of it had been controlled.
Again, not pursuit, fucking herding. Herding like an animal.
As she pushed forward through the trees, the ground began to level out and the brush started to thin, opening up into a clearing, and that's when she saw it. The house, hidden, set back from the road, silent, waiting.
You don't stumble onto a place like that. You're led to it, man.
Jenny didn't hesitate. At that point, any structure meant safety. Any sign of shelter meant hope. She ran straight toward it, desperate for help, desperate for someone, anyone inside. But the moment she reached it, everything changed because she wasn't alone.
This is where the story stops being confusion and becomes recognition, because we have heard it now numerous times before.
And he came out of nowhere, Leatherface. The figure people had described for decades but could never prove. And according to Jenny, the first encounter wasn't like anything she could have prepared for. It wasn't controlled, it wasn't methodical, it was chaos, pure chaos. He screamed as he moved, a violent, guttural roar that echoed through the trees as he charged towards her, chainsaw tearing through anything in his path.
That behavior is consistent. It's not calculated violence, it's reactive. Jenny later described him as something out of a nightmare, like something from a horror film made real. She could barely make out his face in the darkness, only fragments, something deformed, something rotting, something that didn't quite look fully human.
His voice shifted constantly, jumping from deep, animalistic roars to high-pitched, almost childlike screams without warning. It was unpredictable, terrifying, and completely overwhelming.
That unpredictability is what makes him effective, though. You can't anticipate something that doesn't follow a pattern.
Jenny ran straight into the house, through rooms she didn't understand, driven only by instinct, by the need to put something, anything, between her and the man chasing her. She found a way up, an opening, a second-floor window, and without stopping to think, she climbed through it, pulling herself onto the roof before dropping down to the ground below.
That's not a planned escape. That's survival overriding logic and a tactic used to evade the Sawyers twice by Sally Hardesty in 1973. So we are really with With today's story, we're really going to see, and from this point on especially, a shit ton of parallels between the start of our story and the end of our story. It's almost like Vilmer was just reenacting what had come before him before it all blew up in his fucking face.
Jennifer hit the ground hard but didn't stop. She didn't look back. She ran straight into the brush again, pushing through the trees as Leatherface's screams echoed behind her. His presence still close, still very real. And just like that, she was running again.
See? History repeating itself. Different victim, same pattern.
Like Sally Hardesty before her, Jenny didn't stop moving, didn't stop running, and eventually, somehow, she found her way back. Back to the road and back to the only place she thought she might find help. Back to the motel where Darla was waiting.
And again, back to the last stop. Sounds familiar. That's the real trap here. She thinks she's escaped it, but she's walked straight back into it, just like Sally with Drayton in 1973.
When Jenny made it back to the motel, she believed she'd found safety again. Not certainty, not comfort, but something familiar, something grounded. After everything she had just experienced, even the illusion of normality was enough to pull her back in. Darla was waiting, calm and composed, exactly as she had been before. And she told Jenny she would call for help and that everything was going to be okay.
And at this point, Jenny needs to believe that. Because the alternative is that everything she just went through leads straight back to the same fucking danger.
Yep. But Darla never called for help. Instead, she called W.E. He arrived quickly, and whatever illusion of safety still remained collapsed instantly. There was no conversation, no attempt to calm the situation. W.E. moved straight to violence. He beat Jenny down, overpowered her, and used a cattle prod to keep her under control.
What you trying your hardest to hold the Tipperary in. Right, you were so close to saying he better around the room he did.
He did better. No, for me to say respond to you, I would say he did beat her because he did better makes no sense.
In any context, bet for beat doesn't work. I'm sorry.
Better.
Anyway, that's the transition point here. The mask drops completely. There's no performance anymore. Jenny was tied, helpless, and forced into the trunk of Darla's car. The lid closed above her, cutting off light, cutting off sound, as she was driven back towards the Sawyer house.
At the same time, Heather was still alive, and somehow she managed to pull herself free from the meat hook. Severely injured, barely able to move, she crawled slowly, painfully along the road, struggling to get away from the house.
That's survival at its most basic level. No planning, just movement. Imagine even the determination it would take. And the strength. She must have been a strong girl to fucking put your arms behind you.
You need to raise yourself up
and pull
down.
your body, your entire body weight up and then off of this meat hook to get loose. Do you know? Mental.
Darla saw her and stopped and watched her for a moment and then made a decision. She didn't help her. She didn't finish her off. She just left her there and told W.E. to go back and collect her once she returned to the house.
And that tells you where Darla is now. She's not trapped in the system anymore. She's operating inside it.
Exactly. From Jenny's later account, the structure inside the group was clear. Vilmer was in charge completely. He controlled everything, every movement, every decision, every person in that house. He shouted constantly, issued threats, maintained control through intimidation and unpredictability. W.E. followed his lead. Darla complied, and Bubba...
Bubba isn't directing anything. He's being directed. Jenny described him as something closer to a battered fucking partner than a dominant force. Bullied by W.E., handled with a sort of familial love by Darla, and used by Vilmer whenever it suited him.
Jenny herself had become the focus. Sean and Barry were already dead, their purpose decided. Heather was something else entirely. She was used as an example. They beat her, tortured her, all in front of Jenny. not for information or for necessity, but to break her, to show her exactly what would happen if she resisted.
That's control through demonstration. You don't need to explain anything when you can show it. At one point, Vilmer took it further, leaning in and biting into Heather's face. Not out of hunger, not out of ritual, just to make a fucking point.
Yuck. Once Jenny was fully subdued, Vilmer gave the next order. Darla was to clean her up and prepare her for Rothman, while the men began preparing what they referred to as the meat.
Yeah, and now everything shifts again. Because this isn't about the Sawyers anymore. This is about who they're supplying.
By the time Jenny was brought back to the house, events were already moving beyond Vilmer's control. What he didn't realise was that the outside world had finally started to close in. The families of the missing teens had raised the alarm already.
Yeah, because when you come from good families, your families realise within a few hours that you're missing, not within a few days. This isn't the 70s anymore, where they went across country and when they didn't show, and that kind of bought the Sawyers time before the Hardesty's parents were like, well, they should have been home by now. This is prom night, 17-year-olds out on a night out. Them not coming home on time, not meeting curfew. That's enough to panic the parents to say, well, we need to look into this. And I would assume if you grew up on the border of Rugsville and fucking Newt County, you probably heard some stories that make you extra careful with your fucking kids.
Yep. Descriptions were being circulated, names were beginning to surface, and across the road from Darla's motel, someone had been watching.
And this is where the smallest detail becomes the most important one. Because the one person they dismissed is the one who breaks the whole thing open.
An older man named Jim Sydow ran the gas station directly across from the motel, a place most people would overlook, a place Darla herself had dismissed as irrelevant. No threat, no concern, just an old man minding his own business. But Jim had seen enough. He saw Jenny, he saw W.E., he saw the abduction, and unlike the Sawyers, he acted and he contacted the police.
That's the mistake, not the violence, not the operation. It's underestimating the wrong person.
While the officers began moving toward the hotel with a search warrant, back at the Sawyer house, Vilmer was preparing for something else entirely. Jeffrey Rothman was coming, and despite everything he claimed to reject, Vilmer chose to return to tradition. Not because he believed in it, but because he believed it was expected.
He's not performing for himself. He's performing for an audience he doesn't quite understand.
He ordered W.E. and Bubba to dig up fresh bodies, 6 in total, different ages, different sizes, arranged carefully. A dead family positioned around the table like guests. Alongside them, what remained of Barry and Sean. Prepared, displayed, offered.
That's not evolution, it's imitation of what came before.
Darla was told to make herself presentable, but she wasn't the only one. Bubba was also included in that instruction. Dressed for the occasion, wearing a long black wig, a black evening gown, his nails painted carefully as he sat at the table. He sounds gorgeous.
From what I have heard in descriptions, it was think Morticia Addams if someone had thrown a bucket of acid in their face. So yeah. So that's the performance, not identity, presentation.
The dining room itself was a return to the old Sawyer way. Furniture made from bone, decorations of flesh, everything arranged to resemble something that had once passed as a family gathering. But there was nothing natural about it, nothing authentic. It was staged, forced.
Because that's the thing, like, I mean, before I get into my next part here, whatever about Vilmer and W.E. ignoring the traditions of the past, Bubba had been there since day one. And a lot of the time, since Bubba is only brought out for special needs cases, like he wasn't used every day in the way he had been by Drayton and Nubbins. He's an older man. He's not an older man at this stage. He's in his 40s. He's went through a lot at this point. And he's obviously, his mind is fractured. His thought process is fractured. But 90% of the time, Bubba was just left alone in his workspace and a little workshop that he had. So Bubba had continued to make the furniture and continued to make the fucking works of art out of flesh and stuff like that was left behind from the products they were supplying with Rotman. And but yeah, and the Force thing, that's why this fails as well, because Rotman, he's not buying into the myth. He's just buying a service. This is completely the opposite to what he wants, despite what Vilmer thinks.
When Jenny regained consciousness, this is what she woke up to. The table, the bodies, the smell. Bubba seated beside her, calmly painting his nails. Heather restrained nearby, barely alive, positioned between W.E. and Darla. Vilmer moved around the room, talking, declaring, and threatening, spinning stories about what he planned to do with Jenny. None of it was real, all of it performance.
He's talking like he has options, but his decisions are already made for him. Do you know what I mean?
Jenny didn't play along. She didn't beg. She didn't break. She told him to kill her or stop talking. That she was leaving and that nothing short of death would stop her.
And that's defiance, and in a room built under control, that stands out immediately. I suppose when you think of her background and her stepfather, you realise this girl, she lives in a daily nightmare as it is. This isn't a new game for her. This is just another level.
Darla tried to intervene, apologised to Jenny, and was immediately struck for it. W.E. spoke in his usual detached way, philosophical, almost amused by what was happening.
Yeah, apparently he spoke mostly in historical quotes, referencing great men to excuse his actions.
Aye. Vilmer snapped. Without warning, he picked up a hammer and killed W.E. in front of everyone.
That's the moment the structure collapsed. There's no hierarchy anymore, just instability. You see this in a lot of serial killers. It's almost like they can see the neck closing in or smell the blood in the water. Guys like Vilmer almost always go off the rails just before their reign is about to end.
He left the room and returned with lighter fluid, poured it over Heather and set her on fire. She screamed and ran and collapsed again as the flames died down. Still alive, still suffering.
And for people who were thinking, like, there's no way you could set someone on fire and they go out that quickly, you have no idea, man. Lighter fluid just there. That shit will burn up real quick and then it's gone. From watching wrestling for years, I have seen so many times where they're setting up the flaming table and they'll pour all the lighter fluid on and then they'll light the table on fire and the other wrestler will be too long setting up for the actual move to be done and the fire will go out and they'll have to relight the fucking table on
when
fire.
you're refilling the lighter with lighter fluid, the reusable lighters, and like your thumb will go on fire and then it goes out again.
Yeah, a little bit of lighter fluid would go out of my thumb and then I'd just be messing with the kids over it. I know it's going to go out or I could just shake it and put it out. So I'd like fill the lighter up, then turn it on, and I know there's a little fluid on my finger, so my thumb would go up and I'd just be like, hey guys, and they're like, your finger's on fire, your finger's on fire, your finger's on fire, and next thing you're like, and it's gone. And I don't even feel pain off it. It's just instant. It's burning up what's on me. There's
always a moisture barrier there. Like.
So that's at this point, I mean, setting people on fire, fucking kicking up fucking hissy fit around the place. This guy's lost control completely. He's completely spiraling at this point.
Then a car pulled up outside and Jeffrey Rothman had arrived.
And just one more time, yes, that Jeffrey.
And just as suddenly as Vilmer had lost control, he regained it. Quiet, subdued, measured, like a completely different man.
That tells you everything about where the real power sits.
And Jenny saw it too, as she saw the shift and used it. She begged, appealed directly to Rothman, but Rothman was not interested. He looked around the room, at the bodies, at the setup, at the chaos, and he wasn't impressed. Not by the ritual, not by the noise, not by the attention this had brought. Everything Vilmer thought would impress him had done the opposite.
Vilmer thought he was meeting expectations, but really he was violating them, and violation was usually met with extermination.
Yep. Rothman didn't argue, didn't explain, he simply left, and in doing so, delivered the only message that mattered. Vilmer was finished.
Yeah. No warning, no second chances, just removal. Walking out in Vilmer without taking the product held as much significance as Michael kissing Fredo in Godfather Part 2, the kiss of death, or in this case, the exit of demise.
Vilmer understood immediately, and what followed was the final collapse. The moment Rothman left, everything changed. There was no argument, no outburst directed at him, and no attempt to stop him, because Vilmer understood exactly what it meant.
Like I said, this is the real shift. Not when Rothman arrives, but when he leaves. Whatever control Vilmer believed he had, whatever future he thought he was building, ended the second that car pulled away.
And what followed wasn't calculated. It wasn't controlled. It was collapse. Heather was still alive, burned, barely conscious. Vilmer turned his attention back to her, and without hesitation, he brought his boot down on her neck, crushing it, ending what little life she had left.
That's not part of the plan. That's just frustration turning into violence at this point.
The room fell into chaos. No structure, no direction, just the aftermath of everything falling apart at once. And then Vilmer turned on himself and he took out a razor blade and began cutting his own skin, deep, deliberate, mirroring something seen before.
Yeah, not random. That's learned behavior. He's copying what came before him. The same erratic self-harm, the same manic energy, the same loss of control once shown by Norbert Nubbins Sawyer years earlier. The man I blame completely for the initial collapse. They got us this point. Norbert's mistakes are why we are where we are at in this story right now. And here is a guy who I put in the top 3 category of the worst Sawyers with Norbert as number fucking 2, doing the exact same thing. History repeating itself. Not as legacy, but as a full breakdown.
Jenny would later say that from this point on, everything blurred together. Moments overlapping. Sounds blending into each other. A struggle, movement, opportunity, and then a failure.
And that's the key detail. Not strength, not resistance. Failure in the system.
Vilmer's leg brace malfunctioned. The device he relied on to stay mobile gave out just enough, just long enough, and Jenny broke free. She didn't hesitate and she didn't look back. She ran out of the house and out into the open, into the Texas rising sun.
That's the first moment all night where control actually breaks. Not shifts, not transfers, fully breaks.
Behind her, Vilmer recovered, Bubba with him, and together they followed, not as a coordinated effort, not as a system, but as what remained.
And at this point, there's no structure left. There's nothing left to protect. This is just instinct and damage control.
Jenny ran toward the road, toward anything that might lead her away from them. Anything that might lead back to safety. But the night hadn't finished with her yet.
Because collapse doesn't end the situation, it just removed all the rules. If anything, she's in more danger now than she had been all fucking night long.
Jenny ran out into the open road, the darkness of the woods behind her replaced by the rising Texas sun. For the first time all night, she could see where she was going, but she still had no idea where to go, and behind her, Vilmer and Bubba followed. Not with the same control before, and not with the same structure, just pursuit.
And that's the difference, though. This isn't a system anymore. It's what's left of it.
Then she saw it, a motorhome moving along the road, real, normal, something untouched by everything she had just experienced. And inside it were Tobe and Kim Spottish. They saw her, slowed down, and stopped, just long enough for Jenny to reach them, to get inside.
You've been saying Sawyer and Slaughter for so long now, it's impossible.
Everything is mixed up.
Anyway, for that moment, that should have been enough, but it wasn't. Vilmer's truck had appeared behind her, and it was closing in fast. In the flatbed, Bubba, chainsaw roaring, dragging the blade along the side of the motorhome, metal screaming as sparks flew.
The collision came hard, violent, unavoidable, and the motorhome overturned. Crushing metal, shattered glass. Tobe and Kim Spottish were killed in the crash, and Jenny survived. She forced her way out, falling, stumbling, and running again.
And at this point, survival isn't a decision. It's just momentum at this point. Just keep going, keep going.
Vilmer and Bubba followed on foot. The road open now. No cover, no control, just distance closing. Then a sound, low, growing louder, a crop duster flying low across the land. Jenny turned just in time to see it happen. The propeller clipped Vilmer's head, killing him instantly.
Hell of a way to get a sack from your job.
Yeah.
You're fired.
His body dropped and the chase ended just like that. Jenny stood there trying to process what had just happened, trying to understand how it could end so suddenly. And when she turned again, there was a limousine, waiting, still, silent, and inside, Jeffrey Rothman.
Good old Jeffrey. And now the story shifts again because this was never just about the Sawyers.
Rothman spoke calmly, composed, in control. He explained that Vilmer had become a problem. Unstable, unreliable, an abomination, and in his world, problems like that were removed.
Vilmer didn't fail because of what he did. He failed because of how visible he became.
Rothman spoke of his world, of people like him. More control, more discretion, more stimulation. My God, my words. He offered Jenny...
If they were only simulating this stuff, we would have a lot less dead bodies and a lot less problems.
That is true. He liked
You
the
know?
holodeck. He offered Jenny a place, money, a role inside that system. Jenny refused immediately without hesitation.
This didn't faze the untouchable Rothman at all. He knew not everyone breaks the same way.
Rothman didn't push. He simply offered her a ride to a hospital or the police. He wasn't concerned. Jenny didn't know his name, didn't know who he really was, and at that time, there was no easy way to find out. Jenny got into the car, alive, and for the first time since the night began, out of immediate danger.
But not out of the story.
Jenny gave her statement, everything she had seen, everything she had experienced, every location, every detail, and just like the events we've covered before, the evidence matched. The house was found, the bodies were recovered. Barry, Sean, Heather, the remains of what had taken place inside that property. Darla was found, arrested, and alive.
So once again, the physical evidence confirms the story.
But once again, there were gaps. No Bubba, no Leatherface, no confirmed identity behind the mask.
And that's what keeps the legend alive, because without a body, you don't get closure.
Bubba was gone, like he had always been. Unseen, unconfirmed, a figure that existed in witness statements, but never fully in evidence. Whether he was one man or many was never proven.
At that point, it stopped being a person and it just becomes an idea. But, so some new information come to light. We're still waiting for some more reports to be released, but we might have an update on that just yet. And on top of that, here's the kicker. For 5 episodes now, we've been claiming that Robert Chop Top Sawyer died in prison for the criminally insane in the year 2000. And I'm sure that plenty listeners who know the story inside out have been screaming at us through their phone screens, because yes, in the year 2000, it was reported that a man had been killed in the gym of the William Moseley Hospital for the Criminally Insane, beaten to a point that dental records were needed to identify the body. Those dental records were that of Robert Sawyer. But that's all of Robert that remained with that body. The rest of him was snuck out the back by an 18-year-old blonde girl with the help of a very controversial physician by the name of Dr. S. Quentin Quayle, better known to history as Dr. Satan. But that's a story for next week. But again, that means this story never actually ended in 1994 like we first claimed. Surprise! We're not done fucking yet.
Meanwhile, Rothman's story would come to a messy end later, 2 years later.
Yeah, in the year in 2019, he was arrested, as we all know, charged with human trafficking and child abuse, amongst a list of other charges. Crimes that connected him to a network far beyond anything publicly understood. Darla Slaughter, as she chose to be known from that point on, became a key witness. Initially dismissed as unstable, indoctrinated, and unreliable witness, but when supported by documents, by names, by evidence, everything changed until it didn't.
Rothman died in custody, officially ruled as a suicide despite being under heavy watch and despite missing CCTV footage on the night of his death.
Which creates the same ending again. Evidence exists, but the truth disappears with it.
And that leaves us here, after 5 episodes, after decades of violence, with one clear conclusion. The Sawyers existed. At least some of them did. And by 2001, 3 were still out there.
The tree from hell.
Bubba, gone, unconfirmed. Babby Sawyer, alive. And Robert Sawyer,
Not dead. Just waiting. And what comes next isn't the end of this story. It's the beginning of another. Different names, same bloodline. But in terms of the Sawyer name, we might be done.
good riddance.
Might be. But again, information has been coming out slowly since about 2 weeks ago. And if that turns out to be what I think it is, then we might have an update when we're finished with this whole Firefly expedition we gotta go on next. Anyway, that's episode 100. 100 episodes in the bag.
Yes.
We were in triple digits, lady. We're getting old. I'm getting so old now. I'm stumbling over my words. That's
catching it off me.
Problem. That's our problem. We're
so
stumbling
nervous because
we're getting old now. We're 100 years old. We're 100 episodes old here. We're struggling.
How long do your episodes last? We're 100 years old.
100 episodes old.
No, you're getting old. I still feel young. Thank you. Thank you very much.
100 episodes isn't enough for you and you want more, then you can check out the Horrorverse Network on Patreon. It is $5 a month, 7-day free trial at the Horrorverse Network. You get it to live action, mini monsters, playing with bones, celebrity rap sheet, real talk with the monsters. I'm all over the place. Real talk with the doctor. And so much more. You can also check out our socials at Alive Pod, where we post reviews and little clips from the shows and all that kind of crack. And you can catch what is now known as Play and Slay with Amy Rose every Monday night on Twitch at Amy Rose 9, 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock Irish time. We'll be back next week with more tales from the Horrorverse and unfortunately from Rugsville. See y'all then. Same Alive time, same Horrorverse channel. Okay, love you. Bye-bye.